Put your best shoes on, to see what it's all about. What you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. see the jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. There's poison in my blood. Yeah, feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. rhythm drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me. It follows me around every bend, like a voice in the breeze. It's a curse, it's a shadow, it's a friend. Got me down on my knees. Can you feel it? Can you feel it falling? I don't know what else to try. I can't escape it, baby. It's you and I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. We go in where the others won't. Walking straight to the fire. We see things that the others don't. Fueled by helpless desire. You tell the woman no matter what I do, I just can't shake your cold. When your heels come strutting through, every man's gonna fall. I can't escape it, baby. No, not at all. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. You better get believing, baby. All I want is you. Only you. I dream it in the evening. It haunts me in the daytime too. Time too. the start of the end of forever. Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost our ear, or just blinded by the light. Just blinded
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL playoffs. We are now only 2 days away of games from the end of the LPL 2017 spring season. We've gone through 10 weeks of regular season, 6 days of playoffs and promotion tournament, and we now find ourselves at the terminus of this exciting journey. EDG about to take on OMG in the fourth place match in Shanghai, ready to take to the Rift and try to claim those oh-so-vital World Championship points by getting that higher seeding. And, of course, the Grand Finals happening in Nanjing later on this week as the teams that beat them, Team WE and RNG, are getting ready to travel across to Nanjing, where they will be joining us live at the venue to play those games, and we'll get the chance to talk about it. But, ladies and gentlemen, I need your attention right here, right now. Close all your tabs, swap back over to this one. You're probably listening in and thinking, what's going on? I have no idea. We have had a long bet on the LPL desk in which one of our analysts placed a lot of faith into Team LGD. Long story short, she said that the team would get third place in the LPL playoffs. They did not even make playoffs, and as such, she has agreed to wear a wig for the duration of this broadcast. Joining me on the desk today is none other than Indiana Wig Skirin Black. How are you feeling?
I hate you. I hate you so much.
To be fair, if she had won the bet and if LGD had turned it around, all of the rest of us would be wearing wigs. So this is it. So let's get into it. There is actually a pen stuck in your hair already. That is amazing.
I'm not used to this. This took a little bit longer to get ready today, but we're still working with it.
Mm-hmm. It's got great bounce.
Yeah,
so at least you've got that.
So much of it. I can't move my head from this angle. It'll actually just fall off.
Yes. But of course, joining us to help break down today's set of games is Zach Rusty Pie. Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Very happy to be here and be a part of this. The wig is life-making, actually, at the moment. It's giving me energy.
Glad that we are just all sort of reveling in this absolutely perfect moment. Of course, this is not a perfect moment for some other teams. We do have League of Legends to get to. As I said, we have now finished off the playoffs and the promotion tournament. We've got 2 teams going to Nanjing with W and RNG, but that also means that the promotion tournament has reached an end as well. LGD has returned back to the LPL after their 3-0 victory, and we also got to see Team Vici Gaming depart from the LPL. Newcomers Dan Gaming have taken their spot.
And it's really weird to say, but Vici, the team with 3 world champions either playing or in the support staff, have been eliminated by a LSPL, a challenger team, has actually just came in and wiped the floor with them. And it actually hurts a little bit to see those players just exit our league, but they're now in the LSPL. And as for LGD, yes, they were successful in making it out of the tournament, but not getting to playoffs, evidently.
Yeah, that one hurts, but I will stick on the good news. And good news is while we lost Vici Gaming, we did pick up another really exciting LSPL team, or LPL team now, in Dan Gaming. They're super determined, they're very focused, short-term goals, and they're actually quite clever on how they move around the map. So I'm very excited to see how they make this growth over the offseason.
Yeah, it will be fun to see as they return towards the summer split in just a few months.
Mate, it just keeps going. Just so much of it.
There is a lot of hair. Hopefully it'll be enough hair to match the League of Legends that we've got going on, because again, we've also reached the end of the playoffs as well. OMG lost just yesterday in 3-1 against Team WE, who advanced to the finals, and we also saw EDG lose 1-3 against RNG.
And the first thing is OMG WE, where it was 2 clean games from WE. We're like, all right, we're done. Take it home. WE pack it up. They made it to the finals. And that inkling, that just remnant feeling of it's a reverse sweep. It's going to happen again. WE are just going to ruin it for everybody. OMG are going to reverse sweep their way to the finals. Thankfully, WE regained form and actually closed it out successfully. But what you have to say after that is kudos to OMG. They improved so rapidly through this split. They actually looked like a really good team and a contender to at least be semifinals deserving at the end of it.
And we were talking a little bit before the broadcast on this idea of mental fortitude, and I personally didn't think that OMG would have it in them to dig deep on young members like Icon, like World 6, to right themselves in such a high-pressure situation. But they proved everyone wrong in that IMA series, and they almost did it again in Team WE series.
And of course, their opponents are the likes of Team EDG, who did lose against RNG in that second set of the day just yesterday. This is also a huge set for Teams EDG because their motto has always been first or nothing. Well, now they're not even in the finals. This is something a bit unprecedented from them.
It's also the fact that we're up for grabs on championship points here, and this is a massive deal. Effectively, the race for Worlds starts today for EDG and OMG, because the difference in championship points between 3rd and 4th is massive.
Yeah.
And so if you come 4th place here, you would almost have to get 2nd or higher to even try to qualify for the regional qualifiers. It's a very uphill road if you don't take 3rd.
Hopefully they will be able to find that momentum, as those of you who are paying attention as the camera panned by will notice some familiar faces from EDG. We're seeing them return towards old form. We'll get to their roster in just a moment. Looks like OMG are up first. It's Xiyoung, World 6, Icon, SMLZ, and 5.
The same roster that pretty much has taken them through from about week 2 onwards, where they have started to rapidly improve. They've got a superstar mid laner with that flair of just wildness that you never know what you're going to get.
And across to them, it is the old school EDG lineup. Your eyes do not deceive you. Koro, Clearlove, Scout, Zet, and Mako.
Yeah, it's good to see the old roster return, but you also have to wonder, why now? Why are they bringing these players in this late into playoffs when we've seen them as early as week 6, week 7 of the regular season?
Yeah, there's a big question to raise about perhaps the form of both of these players. We've seen them sparsely throughout the split, but every time we have seen them, it hasn't been an immediate upgrade to their counterparts that have been playing in the main roster. Firelolly and Clearlove. Arguably, Firelolly has been better than him, even if Firelolly hasn't been the best jungler this split. I think the same thing applies to top lane.
I think it goes back to this idea of mental and morale. So we talked about how Icon and World 6 were able to dig deep. Firelolly repeatedly has said that he gets nervous on stage. He's never been put in a high-pressure situation like that. And unfortunately, yesterday, that was his first test, and he kind of failed because they didn't make it into the finals for one of the first times in a long time. I think last time was 2015 that they were closed out of finals by QG and LGD. So it makes sense. This match does mean a lot that they would bring back in veterans like Clearlove and Koro to try to ground the team and fix some of that stage presence.
And of course, when you compare it to the likes of OMG, right now they're running the victory lap. Of course, you're probably thinking like victory lap, they're in 3rd, 4th place. OMG's goals this split were to avoid the promotion tournament. They did that in spades, coming 2nd in groups and then advancing all the way up to the semifinals before taking a game off of WE.
Yeah, and obviously it's important to finish 3rd over 4th, right? You've mentioned the implications towards the world split, and OMG have came out in interviews and said that we're going to be better come summer split. They're disappointed that perhaps they didn't make it to the finals, but that's only because they worked out as they were getting to the quarters, as they were winning that, getting to the semis, like, we can actually do it, and like surprise themselves, because you're right. You'd be so happy making playoffs and then just winning a game in playoffs with this team. They have honestly just beaten every expectation you ever have for them.
Absolutely, and it's exciting to see this sort of young, emotional team go up against the likes of EDG. I say young, some of these players for OMG have been there for quite a long time, and it is one of the oldest organizations in all of China in terms of League of Legends. So we're hoping to continue to see some growth. You can see some fans in the audience out there as well, and with this presence, with this energy behind them, the 6-man, as you like to say, Frostgaren, can they take a set against EDG running the legacy roster?
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. It's the fact that it's not just EDG, it's looking across from that legacy veteran status like Clearlove. And frankly, even if Clearlove doesn't perform as well as Firelolly pound for pound mechanically, he just needs to be neutral, because the fact of the matter is that when Clearlove is on the Rift, in the limited sample size we have, Mako and Scout look better, whereas they fall down when Firelolly is grounding them together.
And sample size aside, you look at historically, Mako is comfortable playing with Clearlove. They've always had this communication. They will work around the bottom lane, and by Clearlove historically working around the bottom lane, it unlocks Mako to then impact the rest of the map, and that is when EDG did look their best.
And that's the thing. We're not expecting Clearlove to come out here to bust out Lee Sin and just go like 20
Hard
and
carry,
0.
yeah.
We're expecting that Mako and Scout will suddenly step up, that we're going to see them roaming around a lot more. There's going to be more interaction on that mid lane early, and then rotations into the bottom lane. I just feel like EDG are going to come alive if what they're trying to do is executed well.
So Wigskiren, got to put you in the hot seat here. If you had to make a bet, who would it be on?
Ooh,
Don't
I
worry,
mean,
there's no wig involved.
Yeah.
oh, thank God. You know, I find myself, it's so difficult because you can't tell. I love all of these teams, and you can't really tell which team you're actually a fan of backstage until you start cheering for them. When I'm watching OMG and IMA and suddenly I feel myself cheering for OMG, I'm like, oh God, I'm an OMG fan at heart. So I'd love to see the young squad kind of prevail here just to take that one final victory lap, but there's no way you can count out the veteran status and the historic legacy of EDG. So I think they come in here pretty heavy favorites.
We've already seen OMG take some wins off of teams favored to beat them in running the reverse sweep against Team IMA and taking taking a game off of WE and almost running back game number 4. So perhaps they can try to reclaim that momentum earlier on in the series.
Yeah, the only thing that you'd really be looking towards as a matchup for perhaps OMG getting those victories against EDG is the aggressive, fast-paced early game from when OMG hit level 6. Icon, World 6, working together, roaming down towards the bottom lane, always going to be an essential point for EDG. So if OMG can best that, that's definitely their way in.
Absolutely, and there is a lot of presence for the team to pull it together. We're about ready to get into pick and ban for game number 1. Frosco, thank you so much for your analysis and your excellent hair. She'll be joining us to help break down the rest of this set later on, but for now, Rusty and I are taking to the cast as we enter into pick and ban for game 1 of the 4th place match between OMG and EDG. All ready to Leah band away from Scout along with Mako's Malzahar, and there is Xiyoung's Shen. You have got to respect his power on that champion, and the huge priority pick of Kog'Maw is stricken away as well.
Yeah, taken from SMLZ, who has been one of the best Kog'Maw players that we've seen, alongside what is now a Graves ban. One big curious thing that I've always seen is that we ban Malzahar when there are definitely now counters or picks that are good into the Malzahar. Lulu never gets banned compared to someone like the Malzahar. And the reason that you can afford to ban this, or say it is a good ban away from EDG, is that Mako, if he's able to actually make the plays, he's an Annie player. Malzahar is like the meta Annie right now in terms of how they're able to get things done.
And now with that priority towards the mid laners and supports, a little bit of the AD carries and jungle. We've got a spicing of everything in terms of those bans. First pick for OMG is going to be focusing towards World 6, putting it on something that enables him, that Elise. We've seen how huge he can be if he can pair up with SMLZ and 5 in a strong bottom lane. But now they have to contest with one of the strongest picks in the LPL overall. That Fizz is locked in for EDG.
And whilst you would say that the Elise is a fine jungle pick, it doesn't mean that ClearLove's jungle pool has been completely eradicated. There's a Graves ban, and it's an Elise pick. So ClearLove can default to pretty much anything in the jungle pool, whether it's Rengar, whether it's Lee Sin, depends how aggressive he's feeling. And what this means is that EDG have seen the Elise, they said, okay, we can match that. They'll pick a Fizz, which is arguably the best top laner right now, the highest win rate in top lane for the LPL. And an Ashe, which is one of the most crucial picks. Takes away the Ashe-Lulu combo that everyone's now running themselves as well.
Now, a bit of a prediction from OMG, though. They're expecting that Fizz to go into the top lane as they are looking to fill out Xiyoung with his own champion pool. He has been huge on that Shen. That's been his #1 go-to. And mainly it's been tanks behind it, but every once in a while we see him break out a bruiser. And knowing that he is a very effective shot caller for the team, this could enable him to see some success.
It's not just that he's breaking out the bruiser. I believe the one time he played Renekton in recent history was into a Fizz where he did perform quite well. So it just seems to be his comfortable champion of choice into the matchup, something that I've no doubt he's practiced behind the scenes for an extensive amount of time. Alongside that, though, the Varus means that they are kind of generating this pick composition already with their initial 3 champions of choice, as this is oddly unsurprising.
Yeah, we get to see ClearLove on his namesake Rek'Sai. So mobile on that champion. He is going to be all over the map, and there's already an Ashe to provide additional vision. They've got such mobility on Fizz.
It speaks towards what ClearLove does as a player for this team. He's not meant to be the mechanical genius. He's not a World 6 running around on Summoner's Rift. He's meant to be a smart decision-making player who wants to control the map or prevent the enemy jungler from getting things done. So now that they've got an Elise, they have a buff-to-buff jungler, lots of ganks also going to be capable. ClearLove can try and at least thwart some of those or prevent some ganks from happening.
And it's interesting to see through this pick and ban how the priorities have shaken out. It's been AD, top, and jungle for both of the teams through the first half of the rotation. That means mid and support is wide open. EDG used that window to double ban Icon, taking away his Echo and his Ahri. Put him on something a little bit less safe, whereas OMG hedged their bets. They go 1 ban away from Mako's Thresh and 1 ban towards Syndra. And now with 10 seconds left on the clock, EDG could run the gambit with a Flex Karma, or they could just decide to go straight for the support. Now, for those of you who are very deep into League of Legends, you will know that Lulu was played mid yesterday in the LCK Finals. This hasn't been seen in the LPL yet, and it seems very late in the season to see it shake out now.
I would say it's super unlikely that Scout does that as well. Karma is usually the flex of choice. Lulu is pretty much always going to be your support player here in the LPL anyway. They didn't go for a mid lane pick, however. They want to see what Icon has before they counter it, from the looks of it. Of course, the Fizz can potentially be flexed if the stars align and they really want to win top lane. Koro is a carry player, but I think Fizz is the best champion for him.
very, very strong top laner. Lots of flexibility, but OMG, they decide to round things out with Nami down bottom to follow up with SMLZ's Varus. And with Icon giving a hover towards that Orianna, he could be giving a nod towards yesterday, in which he was able to take the champion in game number 3 to great effect in enabling his team. Oh, this will be interesting if he decides to swap it over. Karma is now locked in here, and Icon going to be taking that in the mid lane.
Yeah, known for his Ahri and Echo that were banned away from him, Icon still can sometimes reach out into his champion pool and get something that's a bit more of a control mage. Karmas in the LPL find themselves doing quite a lot of damage. I wouldn't say it's a universal thing, though, for Karmas to be doing that much. Also, perhaps the Ori hover just speaking homage towards his opponent, who may well be looking for it.
Scout could decide to go for that control mage. He's still got some time to lock it in, decides to commit to the Orianna, and there is a lot of potential for EDG to take some very chaotic, very high damage fights against OMG with the comp they've got lined up.
This is a good matchup for the Karma in the mid lane. There are very few ways where either of them die, but Karma should always have the push priority in the early stages of the game. When you look at OMG as a team, they've got a Renekton for top lane who pushes when he harasses. They've got the Karma who does the exact same thing. Their bottom lane's the only one that's up in the air in terms of who has lane control. You would assume it's EDG, but if OMG get an inkling or any kind of one trades and suddenly they out-sustain, that is the Nami-Varus matchup. And so World 6 potentially just unlocked everywhere.
Yeah, and we saw how great he can be if he has a clear goal in mind, a clear focus. His shot calling and teamwork with 5 is going to be so important during the early and mid game against the likes of EDG that are so punishing at taking a convincing early game. And Icon himself, the hitman in the mid lane for OMG, the bad boy, is going up against Scout. It's going to be support mage versus control mage. So tragically, we're not going to be seeing too many sparks fly this early on unless they will be skirmishing. But I think the big look is going to be towards that bottom lane and then towards the junglers.
Yeah, and I'm going to say particularly the junglers. If you're OMG, of course, the lanes are going to have a lot of potency themselves. SMLC and 5 do like to fight. There is a very real chance that somebody dies. And knowing how Clearlove has always worked with his bottom lane, there is a chance that we see 3v3 skirmishes breaking out in the bottom lane.
Exactly, and that's exactly what Frostgiren was talking about, how with Clearlove on the roster, we're looking to see if the likes of Mako and Scout really start to pop off and level up. We know that they play well with Fire Lolly, but having that huge experienced veteran of Clearlove, one of the older players in the LPL, really just helps things out.
And that's where you have to actually give a quick shout out to OMG for their draft phase. They got rid of the Thresh and they got rid of the Malzahar. 2 big champions that enable Mako to be a playmaker or a carry for his team. They default him to a Lulu, and it doesn't mean that EDG have a losing lane, it just means that the Lulu can't make plays in the same way. He's a bit more Zet reliant with the Ashe, or Clearlove getting a flash off to actually make that play happen.
And with that though, we have loaded onto the Rift. The fans are chanting for their teams.
I'm not going to say it's a
little quiet
quite
today.
the noise that an LCK audience provides, but that's also because we have it turned down a little bit.
Not to mention this is also 3rd, 4th place. This is not even the finals, though this is still a very important match, as again, it does have implications for world seeding.
Very curious for the fan vote, however. You say OMG is the people's hero, but EDG have also got a massive following. So.
Yeah, and that's so hard to believe when just a few years ago, EDG were hated in the LPL for breaking up Team WE.
You beat SKT and you win MSI, anything's possible.
And then you start to build some fans, exactly. So now this is an organization that has gone through, started from the bottom with the motto, results are everything.
Now they're Drake.
And now they're Drake. They are on cloud 9.
Icon also running Deathfire Touch. You will notice that pretty much every Karma around the world except the LPL will go for Thunderlords to increase their burst a little bit. Going for Deathfire Touch gives you more damage in prolonged trading or damage over time, which is arguably just better for winning lane. If there are trades that last over 20 seconds, it's instantly more efficient from level 1. So Deathfire Touch is a fair way to go, but it also gives you the 7% bonus penetration from the Mastery Tree, which is where if you build AP Karma, your damage will be increased by quite a lot.
We'll have to keep an eye on Icon's damage and see if that's what he is going to do as he starts trading with Scout. You can already see just a little harass.
Trading, but also pushing him under the turret constantly. So that's the big thing that this should provide. Scout being level 1 on the Orianna, if he ticks over to 2, may have to go Dissonance with attack to match the wave clear. And at that point, he'll still get pushed under because Icon uses 1 spell to push and 1 to shield himself. So he'd win trade.
Yeah, now taking a look at the junglers, we've had Buff and Camp. Now they're heading towards the opposite side. Clearlove going towards his own Dire Wolves and then over towards blue, whereas World 6 going straight on over towards his red buff.
And speaking of push, as we just mentioned in the mid lane, Xiang will always be under his turret for a different reason, and that's if Fizz has kill threat or lane control. You could see him last hitting all of those minions by empowering his auto attacks. If he does empower it, the cooldowns reset. So he constantly does it, constantly pushes. You just don't want to give Fizz that lane control where Xiang actually needs to work around it, actually push people in. But because World 6, as you mentioned, the jungle pathing, he's mid.
Yeah, Flash Snare, that's Ghost. Flash, but the tether still pops. World 6 follows up with a repel. He's got red buff for the slow. Ghost is about to wear off. There's the cocoon. They've got damage, but is it enough? It is. First blood on OMG Icon.
You may have Flash and Ghost, but you're not going to outrun a Karma and an Elise when the cocoon connects. Unfortunately for Scout, it's a very difficult thing to time, but he did not dodge the cocoon, and he is made pay for it. So OMG start this game off the right way, getting first blood on the Scout.
Already trying to limit that aggressive mid laner, and this is excellent from OMG to see them so readily return towards those strengths. Even though Icon is on that support mage, we are still seeing him move forward, and this is when we saw OMG saw success against the likes of Jaime and against Team WE.
And you can see all the vision on the bottom side river. There was just no way for him to get out, even if that vision was there. The fact that Icon throws the tether down, flashes to close distance. There was nothing actually going to help him escape from that. The best case scenario for Scout was that he holds his flash and actually goes over the Raptor wall, or he flashes to avoid the Elise repel, but he had no idea what World 6 was going to do. So tragically, he comes to an end.
Yep. Very unfortunate, but he makes his way back into the mid lane, double Doran's ring, and finds himself at a slight deficit. Meanwhile, trading bottom is Zet and Mako are just trying to demonstrate to SMLZ some high damage. We're not seeing any summoner spells burned just yet, though there are very low health pools on both sides. And this is where the Nami sustain comes up big.
Well, they actually, there you go, yeah.
Good bubble from 5 forces the flash out of Mako. Here's the minion wave, and SMLZ has to back away. They're looking for a gank mid lane. Meanwhile, World 6 with a counter stops Clearlove from making anything happen.
Obviously, World 6 showing that he's a repeat offender when it comes to the lane of choice. But Clearlove was actually there this time. Again, all the vision now being set up. Clearlove mapping himself through that vision to try and at least get some ganks off himself, perhaps, or prevent World 6 from.
Even staying in the area to keep his mid laner safe, knowing that Rek'Sai could be nearby. And take a look at the vision we see out of EDG. It's all prioritized towards that top side. We've got double control board plus an additional 3 wards nearby, and now even Scryer's Bloom. They've already got a winning top lane. You can see Koro is now bringing a very large minion wave and is about to tick over level 6. Xiang, without any vision on this side of the map, is going to have to be careful.
It definitely does. It does feel like, and we were seeing shades of this yesterday through the EDG RNG series, is let the top lane Fizz carry the game. If he started on this strong of a foot against a Renekton, then you'd expect that only gets better from here on out for EDG. It's about, can they enable him? Can they actually set Koro 1 up to carry when he's performing this well?
Yeah. Clearlove makes his way into lane as that's just a little bit of an aggressive trade. Koro trying to bait this Renekton in, but this is a massive minion wave. Xiang has no reason to go forward.
He wants to throw his Q out under the minion wave to regain as much health back as possible, but essentially when you're watching these guys trade, Clearlove, I don't think he's here to get the gank off, especially when there's a cannon wave that is pressuring under the turret. It takes too long to die. The next minion wave will crash pretty much as it stands right now, so Xiang doesn't have to push forwards. But he's choosing to...
Yeah, gets caught by the fish. He's under the turret, but immediately pops Dominus. So that's ulti traded for ulti. And Koro, with a greater health advantage, just walks back into lane. They finally have vision of that Rek'Sai, however, and you can see World 6 makes his way bottom. And the fan vote is split 50-50, almost in favor of OMG at 52 to 48%.
Not surprised that the fan vote is this close this time around, but OMG having the 4% lead goes to show where the Chinese fans actually put their faith in. Shockwave's on.
Underdog story as Icon gets flung back by that Shockwave. He manages to snare Scout, but Clearlove is there. World 6 ready in the jungle along with 5 present enough of a threat to push EDG back.
Yeah, they're able to pretty much stop that from happening. You could see that Scout was trying to juke in and out of the tether range to prevent the second part of the heal. Clearlove had flash, could have flash knocked up, but there wasn't enough damage to secure him just yet. Even with Icon's item build, not going for the Chalice first item, straight into the offense route. Clearly wants the Morellos. Is asserting his alpha male status in the 1v1.
The dominant mid laner, the hitman, showing up to try and take some names. And
there's 2 tunnels in this lane that he's just not clearing.
yeah, they are just crossed out. Icon does not want to stand still against an Orianna. Even though now he saw that the recall is completed, now he's finally clearing them out. Gets one of them. As World 6, seeing that the Orianna is missing, gets a chance to ward the red buff and actually will start invading. He's got some assistance from Icon and push priority from Xiong up top.
Clearlove knows.
Yeah, fires a shot, sees that it's missing.
He's not feeling lucky today, Mr. Clearlove, so he's going to abandon the top side. Red buff at the very least. However, this is a potential dive. Remember, no repels available.
Yeah, Xiong sets it up. He takes some damage. Koro tries to answer back and gets the kill. The burn is ticking, and Xiong will die.
Oh.
It's 1-for-1, and World 6 barely survives. Clearlove's on the hunt, and just outside of range of the Tremor Sense is World 6.
World 6 is a lucky man to be alive. He didn't flash. He almost just died to the turret, but red buff regeneration will keep him happy and healthier, and he otherwise would have been. Clearlove a little bit too late. He knew the red was being taken, or was gone, so they suspected something was up on the top side of the map. That's why you can see him up here, but unfortunately not going to be able to arrive in time. Koro was always going to die when there's 3 diving him. It's about who could he take with him. And he actually got a 1-for-1 trade on a 3-person tower dive. No damage to the structure. You'd be very happy with that if you were Fizz.
Absolutely. And we're seeing something new out of OMG as we crest over towards that 9-minute mark. They're 1,000 gold ahead, but they're playing towards the mid lane. They're playing towards the top lane. They're playing towards Xiong and Icon, whereas when we've seen them succeed against Jaime and WE, it was rotating around SMLZ and trying to get him ahead. Well, right now he's just sitting bottom, keeping even with Zet. And OMG are doing very well in the mid lane. You do have that assist to the 1 kill of Koro, so tragically that lane is difficult, but we'll see if Xiong can continue to scale.
It is a slight strategy change from them, I will agree. Orianna also getting the blue buff means they're in a position where they might want to feel more aggressive, perhaps make a power play. Top side, we mentioned already, a dive was there. The one problem that he's currently experiencing is the recall timing was awkward. He has a mana crystal, but not a sheen.
Yeah.
These trades would be a lot better if he had the sheen.
The recall timing, you mean the dive?
The death timing,
Yeah.
but it's still a hook he bought.
He did. As now we can see Koro and Clearlove being pulled towards this mid lane. So much priority towards it. Koro leaps forward, tags the fish, but Icon just flashes to the side.
And that's always going to be worth it for Koro. Just throwing out an ultimate, getting a summoner spell, means that Clearlove has now acknowledged that. EDG have timed that. They can always look towards the middle lane for a kill. Again, we already mentioned no Chalice of Harmony going to be there for Icon. He's going the offensive route, but that means he's a little bit more fragile. So there's no resistances to keep him alive if they get the shockwave on.
And with that, we see him sitting very far back under that turret as most of his vision on that top side has disappeared. He has no vision of Clearlove as he's at his Krugs right now. And with World 6 and 5 once again collapsing onto the vision of EDG, they're just going to clear out some wards and zone EDG back. Play around that ward, play around that missing knowledge from where Clearlove could be.
And there's no expectations for junglers to try and solo the Drake just yet. Elise isn't very good at doing the Ocean Drake. The AoE will kill the Spiderlings too quickly, and then the Elise, being a fragile champion, will naturally go down with it. So as it stands, they're waiting for a gank to be extremely successful or for something to happen where they have a numbers advantage to the point where the Drake can be looked at. An early Ocean, super impactful, hard to take.
Absolutely. Clearlove will spot World 6, flash from World 6. As he immediately turns around, and Scout even using his Ghost as well as Icon. Still hanging on this mid lane, has not completed a recall since those earlier ganks. And tries to trade, misses a little bit of CS, but gets a good tag back on the Scout, who flashes forward with the auto, solo killing his lane opponent. He's taking a turret hit. World 6 is knocked up by Clearlove and might have bitten off too much more than he could chew. Auto attack trades it. It's going to be 1-for-1, and Clearlove has got flash, but more than that, he's got the Prey Seeker. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of EDG.
And he's able to do all of this, Scout, because of the flashes burned before. They break it in the mid lane. The Fizz now plays a part in that kill successfully. Elise not having flash means that he has to basically kill himself to get the kill onto Scout for a trade at all. And now Clearlove pressures the mid lane turret. He may just go for it.
It's very low health. You see the teleport completed from Icon, and Clear Love actually is going to walk away as Icon breaks his snare.
You can time the tether with the tunnels. You can time crowd control with the tunnels, so it looked like he was moving seamlessly. But as he was underground, he was blindly stunned.
Yeah.
And somehow could still cover distance.
Excellent play from Clear Love. Good to see him in form here as Koro is now doing some work up top against Xiang, getting this minion wave trading in. No longer as much kill threat as we can see the Null Magic Mantle going into an eventual.
Oh, World
no.
6. Why'd you even throw W?
Mistake.
I think he was looking for the Gromp and just didn't click far enough.
Yeah, might have clicked on his minimap maybe.
What a disaster.
That's on the other side. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe his minimap's on the left.
Oh yeah, could be.
You can swap them.
Regardless, though, that's no blue buff for Icon, and with his mid-tier 1 down, we're starting to see the immediate presence of EDG on this side of the map. They get a lot of wards, they steal away the Raptor camp. You can now see even Zet and Mako are starting to push down and get some wards to help out the jungler of Clear Love and Scout. And SMLZ well aware of this. He's sitting underneath his tier 1. The arrow is launched and catches Icon. Clear Love is ready, gets a knock up. They've got the shockwave, but they decide to use it very early on. He goes down. World 6 tries to run for the hills as Xiang completes his teleport. Koro shows up as well. They're fighting in a very tight corridor. Zed is doing great damage, however, as he chases them back. Eats a cocoon. Xiang in the back is diving, getting huge AoE, but he just doesn't have any follow-up from his team. He too dies as EDG push OMG all the way under a tier 2.
They may not be able to threaten anything further. They might get some damage onto the bottom lane outer turret, but the minions haven't been prepared. They're just diving super deep because the arrow connects. They find an opportunity to take down Icon again. He might be a little bit happy he didn't have the blue buff, honestly, in retrospect, because it stays with World 6. OMG definitely struggling at 13 minutes. EDG hits 6, they use their ultimates, they open the map.
Absolutely, and like you said, it all started with a single gank in the mid lane, timing the flashes of your opponents. This is the EDG that we like to see, that we wanted to see yesterday, just so cleverly abusing these tiny windows of opportunity. And with that, they are taking the Ocean Drake, getting huge damage on the bottom tier 1. Zed's staying. He's going to have to get one more. Oh, he eats a lot of turret shots here. SMLZ fires the piercing arrow through the minions. He walks through, but is tagged and slowed. And SMLZ does not have the cooldown below 50 health. Zet walks to safety.
Lucky to be alive, but a bit of a peanut for using his overexertion there to try to actually commit. Scout diving.
He's got the shockwave, and Scout is trading onto Xiang. He heals it right on back, but times the auto attack perfectly for another kill. This is Scout enabled by his team.
And that's actually just some fantastic calculations out of the Orianna. Diving a turret against a Renekton, knowing that the ultimate was on cooldown, the flash wasn't, but still confident enough to actually make that play. You really have to commend him, honestly, for his Orianna work so far.
And now you see the swap from OMG. They're trying to trade as they shove bottom back, and they take their first turret of the game.
Koro could have altered the wave, but I don't think he has enough ability power just yet to clear it. However, he could have tried.
Yeah.
Instead, he lets it go. Happy to have perhaps make a trade in the top lane, yet Scout hasn't decided to go for the last remaining outer turret.
Yeah.
And it could just be the EDG are swapping their bottom lane up there to pressure it a bit further, maybe deny a bit of extra farm, but from the looks of it, they're just going mid.
Yeah, Zet was heading towards that side of the map, takes a quick detour to clear out the minions. Mako shows up to assist him, as that's recall from Scout to head back top. Maybe he's going to look for another dive if Xiang tries to head back up there, but instead it's SMLZ and 5 heading towards that side of the map.
That's got to be the logic for it. You know, Zet has his ultimate, Mako has his. We know that summoner spells are missing widely across the board, so if an arrow connects, the only reason Scout wouldn't have taken that turret with a wave there is that they want another kill, or they want to utilize getting the turret to get 2 turrets, or to get a Rift Herald, or whatever they like.
And that's exactly what we see here. Koro remains bottom to push another wave and finally breaks down the bottom tier 1. So turret advantage for EDG. We're still seeing Scout play towards the top side as Clear Love and Mako are clearing out a lot of this vision from Team OMG as the cocoon is sidestepped by Mako. And with all of the wards they've got down here, with the Ashe, the Rek'Sai, and the huge Orianna damage from that 3, 2, and 2 Scout, they can definitely pop someone if they find one, but they're just going to keep moving back and forth between mid and top.
Yeah, 2 control wards placed, sweeper used by Clear Love, all of the vision in the world. They brought Koro up. You'd almost feel like this is a past 20-minute play from EDG, but they're actually just pressuring the top side of the map for the next blue buff, it feels like.
Yeah.
And the top lane turret, which was already going to go down. This is the thing that you can do when mid-outer is the first outer turret to actually die. suddenly making plays 10 times easier.
Yeah, they've got all of those tier 1s taken down now. You can still see Xiang was split pushing on that bottom side of the map, so there is a chance that OMG could try to counter push and maybe look for a tier 2, but they need to defend as 5 members of OMG are rotating between mid and top. And when they do have so much pick, that is a really threatening setup to see. And they just happen to have turned on at, the 10-minute mark? It's all started with that one gank mid.
Yeah, they found a small opening, and they utilized that opening to try and break the whole map completely open. They have done so. And to kind of just iterate on the point you were making, OMG, can they actually make a counterplay, or can they kind of do some push? Based off what we know, the vision there is not going to be sufficient to make that play.
Their wards have just been cleared out.
They're being completely bled out of the top side jungle. So the way it's going to have to work for them is to generate a pick through the Elise, or Karma bursting someone out, maybe hitting the tether, or Renekton has to be there. But as it stands, EDG are putting a 5-man effort towards controlling that area.
And OMG seem like they can't respond. I think the terminology you just used is excellent. They are being bled out. This is the sort of style that we saw WE use so effectively in game number 1. Just very patient, intelligent play, not taking any risky chances against the likes of OMG, because they will take a chaotic team fight. And if they can succeed, we're getting closer to the 20-minute mark, they could turn things around.
You have to play aggressively but close to perfectly against OMG, because the slightest mishap or mistake and they'll actually open the map up completely. They'll win that team fight because you never expect them to take the team fight. But that's just because you've made one mistake, they've acknowledged it, and they found their opportunity in. And that is basically how EDG are playing this out. It's kind of similar to how EDG were playing against RNG, in that they were trying really hard to actually just slow the pace of the game down, pick like the Ivern composition and just be very strategic running around the map. But having Clear Love in the roster obviously helps a bit.
Well, we do actually see OMG, again, very characteristically, looking for a pick with World 6 to try to turn things around. This is a play that they've tried time and time again, but Mako, very intelligent, ducking around the vision. Meanwhile, taking stock of the map, the mid-tier 2 has been broken by EDG during that disconnect. And with that, you can see OMG are pushing their vision back, trying to reclaim some vision on this side of the map. But Mako is just being a total nuisance on this Lulu. And again, Scout is pushing top. They've got Koro with teleport grouping mid to look for a play before he'll have to cover bottom against Xiang. Things are looking good for EDG as they continue to press further and further closer to OMG's base. And now they're even going so far as to take Rift Herald.
Yeah, if Harold's dying, there's certainly just a free time with nothing else to take. You have to imagine that Scout's currently holding the enemy blue buff, which is what we were talking about before all the vision was set up for it. And there's a spawning in a minute. But OMG, they know Herald's been done.
This is not Baron. They get Chain of Corruption onto Zet and dodge the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The AD carry, they throw everything at him. Shockwave flings World 6 back in, but a huge fish catches SMLZ. The 2-man gank squad dive onto him and kill him and continue chasing forward. Xiang tries to get into the back, but he goes down, and Scout now follows on the World 6, flashing the wall aggressively, eating just a bit of burst from that Elise, but there's not enough. That's going to be a double kill for Scout. Meanwhile, the gank squad was able to turn things around bottom. It is 2 versus 4, and EDG are looking for another tier 2.
Yeah, Clear Love did go down, but Koro lived it. Teleporting, not even teleporting, just back to full health. Icon's trying his best to consolidate what's been a very unfortunate team fight for his team, but EDG working with low health, playing around those health values extremely well. Zed gets caught and gets completely bursted out, but he doesn't flash, just uses his heal. They rely, look at Koro's fish with Clear Love. At this stage, SMLZ, usually the big carry for the team. He has 3 people protecting him, and nothing will kill Scout, even though World 6 is on top of him. The confidence here to flash over knowing that his shield's about to expire, but because he has Mako nearby. Just really good communication, honestly, coming out of the EDG side for 2 separate fights at the same time.
And this is what we wanted to see now that they are bringing the likes of Clear Love into the roster. Sure, he hasn't had great stats returning to the LPL in 2017, but it's what he does to the star players of Scout. It's what he does when Mako is enabled and feeling like he can make these plays. And with that, that is now the tier 2 up top going down. 5 turrets to 1 in favor of OMG. They're taking Cloud Dragon as well. And this map is becoming remarkably precarious for OMG. If they lose a fight like that again, that could mean Baron.
Yeah, it could mean a lot of things for EDG, the way that this map is now breaking out. 6,000 as a gold difference the first big thing that I noticed a couple of minutes ago, EDG actually just diving. Never
Yeah,
mind.
they're collapsing onto World 6. He repels up, sidesteps, but is going to be knocked up. The arrow catches 5 down the mid lane. He's still stunned, but they decide to back away. And off of the pick
Straight
on
to
the
Baron.
jungler, they are running into the river. It's game number 1 of the third place match, and EDG are running so aggressively against the likes of OMG.
They've got 2 tanks.
Yeah, they turn onto it. Here comes OMG trying to sweep through the vision. They've got to walk through most of this jungle dark, setting up wards as they
2000.
go. Piercing arrow is going to find the back line. Koro tries to zone it out. They manage to kill Mako, but Baron is picked up by EDG. And with that knock-up, OMG are continuing to play around this, and Clear Love tunnels away. EDG make it back to base.
Yeah, OMG can't chase any further. Their vision pretty much ended at the pit itself. They get a pick onto Mako, but it's just the support. So their best case scenario here for OMG, get a turret, get out before they come back to the lane. Because right now, if Scout shows up, he still has Shockwave, people die.
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. Clears out the
of
minion
people.
wave, though, as he does have his Luden's Echo and the rod? Ability power rod.
Blasting Wand?
Blasting Wand. That's the one. It's day 11 of casting. Names are becoming more and more difficult as time goes on. Regardless, though, EDG are now running so aggressively against OMG. And the crazy thing is, we've seen this play before from OMG against Team WE in game number 3. And they turned around. They almost turned around the set in there.
It's just refreshing to see EDG being the team doing this. Not just because it's to OMG, that they're being aggressive against the aggressive team and beating them pretty much across the board for it. It's just that, like, EDG came in yesterday against RNG, and they played a really calm, patient, measured style, or tried to anyway, of League of Legends, ultimately losing that. Now they come back, and they are aggressive. They are making the play, showing there's more than one shade to this team.
And like you've said, it really speaks to the mental fortitude of the likes of EDG to recover and play aggressively against OMG. You can see how desperately OMG are looking for these fights time and time again, because if they find one, they can get back into this, but EDG are just playing it so smartly.
And it's not just that, 23 minutes is the only, like, it's such a short amount of time that has gone through in this game at the moment, but they're threatening a bottom lane inhibitor already. The gold lead's massive. Even through all of this aggression, they've just slowly but assuredly garnered a larger and larger gold advantage through kills that have become objectives. They haven't gone for objectives that translated into a dive. They found you in the jungle in a very deep, aggressive place before making a kill then objective out of it.
And now they're running the 4-1 split with Koro using that teleport to push in mid, and the rest of EDG pushing in bottom. They've still got Baron for about 2 minutes.
Koro is also pressuring inside the base.
Yeah, he goes in, the arrow will miss, but with Scout moving forward, he eats a cocoon. Koro is actually pulling 3 members' attention. Shockwave onto World 6 and the attack dissonance. They're able to burst down the turret, though they lose their top laner. Zet is firing across, and that's Chain of Corruption onto the back line. OMG chase it forward, but Icon misses. Zet is in the front line. He is doing so much damage. Knows that he's got a Lulu just behind on the other side of the wall and is free firing.
He still had flash that whole time, so confident. EDG just brute forced their way into the base. Shockwave hits one person, Koro dies, and they still look at a 4v5 and say, bring it on.
Yeah.
And take an inhibitor.
Amazing play from EDG to break the bottom half of the map wide open. They've still got Baron for about 30 seconds, probably just going to use it to recall and reset the map. As we take a look at the items off of that play, that's Runon's Hurricane finished from Zet, and now he's finished off his own Quicksilver Sash and is getting even tankier. Void Staff topped up from Scout out of that Blasting Wand. And then contrasting it with the items of Team OMG, Icon, he's pretty big. He's got Morello's Athons plus an NLR, as Clear Love is trying to take some gold from World 6.
has stepped up a little bit too far by himself to place some wards, so he's getting put back into his hole.
But again, to contrast the items, Xiang, all he has is the Black Cleaver and the components of a Spirit Visage. You take a look at Koro, he's already 2 items in, plus that Sheen. This is a massive advantage for EDG in terms of items.
Not to mention that, right? Like, Icon has got items, but he's gone for Athene's Unholy Grail with Morello's, and he couldn't make his mind up, obviously, so he's just gone for both. One of them is to be a bit tankier and have more sustain, as World 6 should be fine.
Yeah, Clear Love is just invading this jungle with Mako. He's got Scout, he's got Zet just behind him, as now OMG immediately pushing towards the next side of the map. Enchanted Crystal Arrow tries to lead the Shockwave fight, but misses. And still, OMG push forward.
But you can see it. How good is the communication out of EDG right now? Scout is playing so aggressively, but he's got Zet throwing the arrows as Scout is using a shockwave, to the point where if one hits, they both hit, the target dies. Even against Xiang, as a tanky member of the team, they are confident enough to make these plays because they're acknowledging how far ahead they are and how to win the game.
You can even see how tanky Clearlove is, just pressing onto those wards.
And OMG are just constantly overextending to try and place wards down. Xiang always deep in lanes to clear them. So it is still the right call as Zet.
Ooh, they caught Zet, but that's going to be the Quicksilver Sash. Redemption dropped down as Scout is healed up, and Zet relies on his red buff to keep himself at high health.
He's got life still.
But that's 2 ultimates blown by EDG to look for a pick. All they find is 2 items instead.
Yeah, not exactly what OMG want, which means this next wave coming in. Unfortunately, there's no Baron to speak of. A Cloud Drake spawning doesn't mean too much for the side of EDG. Realistically, they just wanted the Shockwave to be back up and available, and it is.
Yeah,
so keep your eyes on the orange.
Super minions are on the Nexus turrets. Xiang is trying to deal with that. SMLZ is finally able to clear these waves with the Runehands of his own, but Koro is running 2 lanes right now. There's the swap towards mid from EDG with Koro hanging out bottom. Shockwave is going to miss SMLZ as he walks away, but the minion wave is cleared out again. They're working down the base before finally deciding to back away. 80 seconds for Baron to spawn. Cloud Dragon is up as well, and they're just going to reset the map.
Notice how EDG have actually put Scout towards the Drake side of the map with Clearlove. They give the red to Koro as they go for the Cloud Drake. You'd expect Clearlove to come over and help, and then they give Scout the blue buff before they recall. Not just that, at the same time, they were looking at the enemy blue buff to steal it, but fortunately for OMG, they came over in time to prevent that from happening. But this is 3 separate things.
Ooh, as they catch Mako looking for, 5 warding Baron.
4 separate things that have all just kind of happened at the same time. Which again, Mako playing confidently, shot calling with Clearlove, who's gone from red buff to Drake. That kill onto 5 results because they had Zet and Mako near the blue buff looking for it. They have kill pressure, and they actually catch somebody placing vision for the Baron, which is going to be up now in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
All of this is just such strong cross-map play.
Yeah, this is EDG playing the map as a 5 versus 5, and OMG tragically are not pulling themselves together, lacking that focus that they needed so desperately.
See, the better way to define it, though, is like OMG excel at 5 versus 5. EDG are playing 2-1 or 2, or just 1-1 everywhere. They're avoiding the 5v5.
Alrighty. Playing the intelligent game, playing the map instead of the team, and now EDG find themselves diving forwards as the fish is tossed out. It is going to miss World 6 as he gets knocked up and is taking a lot of damage. Bubble is dodged, and Koro is going so deep with his team following him up. Zet is there. They're going to try to turn and kill him, though, as they blow all of their CC, but he is so tanky. Pops up and hops right away. But that is 1-2 ultimates blown yet again, and Baron has spawned.
That's one tanky fizz, man.
Whoa!
That's one dead fish, man.
And another assassination from Scout. He is doing huge damage as he punishes Team OMG. They turn now onto the Baron, and despite the fact that Xiang is on the way, that is not going to stand a chance of a steal. There is so much shred from the likes of Team EDG. They take it out, and looks like we've got recall being completed out of Mako as he makes his way back. So they've got Baron. The inhibitors respawn, but EDG just need to reset the map and break the base again.
It's safe to say that was one of the easiest Barons in their life to take down because 5 is trying to play like his namesake and have as many deaths as his name. At this stage, the 2 deaths have happened recently, but because he is such a squishy member, because they're behind, which means the fish is behind even more so, not tanky, will just crumble.
EDG continue to press forward with their advantage now. If they take this game number 1 so confidently, it will be great as they find Xiang looking for a flank. SMLZ clears out the minion wave with Koro split pushing bottom, and World 6 again split from his team. He pops up, and it's going to stall just a bit of time, but the arrow is timed this time. Zet is sitting under the spider, and the arrows will squish it out. Even Koro is teleporting in. He was just outside of vision.
Small side note, Dom. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you repel, you see an enemy ward, you can actually go down to it.
If you have vision of it.
Yeah, 5 had his sweeper available. He could have actually revealed the ward to give him an escape route. That is unfortunate, small thing, but it could have actually saved the life of the Elise.
Yes. Now EDG, they've pushed bottom to take the inhibitor, and they immediately swap up towards mid. Eventually, someone's going to need to go top and fetch that minion wave, but now this is 2 inhibs broken with the Baron. They've still got it for 2.5 minutes. Mountain Dragon is going to be spawning up next, so they are just running the map all over OMG. And all 3 of OMG's sets here in the playoffs have started the same way. Game number 1 has been a huge stomp against them. The question is, this is probably the most convincing stomp yet. Can they come back?
Yeah, this is just a super simple, super clean, well-played game of League of Legends from EDG. Closer to what we expect from them. Closer to what we expected from them yesterday.
Yeah.
Not to be seen. So now with 1 inhibitor remaining, a bit of the Baron buff still present, we wait for the Shockwave once again.
It's back on cooldown. You can see Scout dodging skill shots, clearing out vision as he just keeps weaving back and forth, back and forth. Koro with Baron buff, still bringing up those super minions down the mid lane, giving them enhanced movement speed as bottom is going to split push as well. They've still got so much time to play with this buff.
The Clear Love doesn't take damage. Even with the shields, he'll take less than nothing. He'll actually just have the shield stay on him. It's so tanky. He will dive. OMG are bringing over super minions to help.
And that's what they're doing as Koro races in, goes from Scout. The final inhibitor has been broken without a single chaotic team fight. OMG don't find the way to get back into this. It's now only the Nexus turrets and the Nexus as Xiang eats a shockwave and is chunked down to half. Baroned up super minions are going in. SMLC is trying to get through but has to zone himself away from Zet, who is starting to do tons of damage. Continues to push forward. Now they've got even more super minions rushing in with the Baron buff. It might be too late as Koro and Clearlove start the fight. There's the knockup. SMLC firing in the back. He's on the fountain, but Zet is entering back with damage of his own. This fight might go even, but that doesn't matter because the Nexus itself is being battered by the minions, and EDG will knock it down, taking game number 1 of this third place match against OMG.
Don't even need to break a sweat. No need for reactions on the side of EDG. Just a clean victory. And go backstage and say, 2 more of those, we're set to go. But OMG, they've got a lot to prove after that one. That was way too easy to beat them.
Exactly, and like you said, where was this EDG yesterday? Playing the intelligent game and just taking almost no risks. And
they were on the bench.
They certainly are. And joining us on the desk now to help break down this game number 1, Indiana Frost, you're in black. I see that you've gone for a different style with the hair.
Yeah, I figured we need to mix it up and go a little bit more hardcore analysis as we broke into these series and take a look at that stairway to heaven in a gold graph. Just to echo what you guys were saying, I especially like Rusty's point, where was this EDG yesterday? This EDG yesterday was on that bench. Clearlove and Koro, we said it wasn't going to be a hard carry by them, but it's how they influence and how they affect Scout, Zet, and Mako's performance. And those 3 certainly stepped up.
Yeah, we saw a huge amount of damage coming out of Scout. Take a look at that, 21.5. Zet was stepping forward, not flashing when people were burning ultimates to try to kill him. So much faith in his team, and even Koro showed up top as well.
I mean, quite simply, OMG get an early gank off on the Scout. They set themselves up by killing the most important member on EDG, and EDG still say whatever, bounce back even better because they bring 2 mid to actually counter that play even better. They one-up OMG, and just like that, the ball started rolling.
Yeah, and like you said, it did all start from just timing out those flashes, finding World 6 and trading for that 2-for-1 in the early engage, but it seemed like the momentum, it was slow to start, but once EDG had found it, there was no stopping this massive boulder.
Yeah, and the big boulder, like the little pebble that let the boulder roll through, was the 2 mid lane towers going down so early. So mid-outer was the first tower to fall around 12:06, and then believe the second one fell between that and 18 minutes. And what that did is it unlocked Scout. Suddenly the Orianna is getting solo kills, not only in the mid lane on Icon, but in the top lane on Renekton. And it unlocked Scout to be that hyper-aggressive player and that X factor that we know he can be. And again, it's not like you see Clearlove like camping his lane, but whatever it is, the team feels so much more confident because it's not just Scout then making the solo kills, it's Zet. Rusty, you said during the cast, like arrow after arrow, even if they weren't connecting, at least he was firing them. And for whatever reason, he just looks like a completely different player when Clearlove and Mako are there on the field with him.
Yeah, and we've got to wonder, how come it's taken so long to see this final version of EDG return? I mean, this is effectively 2016 Edward Gaming making a showing for themselves, and why now in the 3rd, 4th place match when they can no longer compete for the finals in Nanjing?
Well, that said, it might be an oversight, but we don't really know what's going on behind the stage with the team. But 3rd, 4th is still incredibly important. And I think it goes back to this idea about mental fortitude, about having a leadership role and a strong voice within the team. We know that EDG historically as an org will do this. When they went to the World Championship last year, they actually decided to start Pawn over a couple of games. And the global audience are like, oh yeah, Pawn, the mid laner of LPL. No, Pawn hadn't played a single game that split, really. It was all Scout as the starting mid laner, but they felt scared starting a rookie there.
MVP, though, is going to go towards that mid laner you were talking about. It's Scout, 7-2-4, a rookie just a short while ago, but seeing how he performed in this set, you cannot count this guy out.
I think it's safe to say that the confidence shown by Scout is MVP worthy in its own right, because it lets EDG use the advantage and make the big plays. Throwing out the shockwaves to hit one person all game, it's not going to be a highlight reel coming out of him, but it's still the most important part of actually breaking towers or breaking the base, just getting that one pick that gives them the objective in the Baron.
And like we said, it came around that communication that we were seeing them siege around this, tossing ultimates left and right, timing out those ultimates from OMG, the flashes even, before knowing, hey, we've got a window here, let's dive, take the turret, take the kills, and get out.
The communication just translated into confidence, and that was the biggest difference between today's EDG and yesterday's EDG. Having the confidence to look for those single shockwaves, to throw out those arrows, and to follow them up. Even Koro, how aggressive he was getting in that Baron fight, finding the backline there, and then when the tank Fizz didn't die, Koro was just like hopping in, just creating space. Like, doesn't matter. If I die here, I have the confidence that my team will do something with it.
And like you said, this is a very confident lineup from EDG. Can we assume that it is only coming from Clear and Koro, or perhaps is this EDG, the remaining three members, starting to pull themselves together this late in the season? We'll have to find out as we get ready for game number 2 in just a few minutes.
Time
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the third place match here in the LPL 2017 Spring Playoffs. My name's Dom Romer. Once again, I'm joined on the desk by Zach Rusty Pie and Indiana Frost in Black. We just saw game number 1 with EDG versus OMG, in which Edward Gaming looked, as we were just saying, they just looked better. And, of course, OMG, they found themselves down in games number 1 and 2 against the likes of Team WE, against the likes of Team IMA. Now they're down against Team EDG. Do they have a chance to bring it back? Are we going to a game 4, or are EDG just going to clean sweep this?
I mean, they've always got a chance to come back, right? OMG are definitely the comeback kids at the moment. They have the late runs. They made it through to the playoffs. They got second place, and they get into every single best of.
Exactly.
They start the wrong way, but they find the miracle run again. There is a chance, but based off what we saw, and again, based off the sample size of this current EDG roster playing together, there should be no way in hell that OMG work their way back in, but they probably will.
Yeah. And again, this is OMG, the team that just 6 months ago was a single loss away from being relegated to the LSPL. They were in the promotion tournament in the 2016 summer split and went to Game 5 against Young Miracles before coming back. Now they find themselves as one of the top 4 teams in China. Huge growth. The question is, does it stop here, or will they continue on and show us more growth against EDG?
They're certainly going to need to if they want to win the series and move past the premier team of the LPL, which it feels like this legacy roster is still closer to that team than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and we always do have that conversation of who is the best in China? Who does the crown fit this year? And it's always been a conversation of about 3 teams, Team WE and RNG, who are in the finals, and EDG, who for the first time are not in finals in the LPL. It has been years. First time in a long time, I should say, yes. It has been years since they have not gone to the finals, and now they are coming out in this third place match, and they look angry.
To be fair, it's the first time in 937 days that OMG actually made it into top 4, or into the playoffs, excuse me. They have not been near the top for a very long time, so both of these teams kind of redefining their own legacies.
Yeah. We got a chance to look towards the future with the growth of these teams. Of course, they still have got the rest of this set to play out. We aren't seeing any swaps out of either of the teams, so we're still going to be seeing the same roster out of Team EDG, running Core 01 and Clear Love. They do have side priority, so they'll be starting blue side. Do you think they prioritize that setup from Koro on the Fizz once again?
Yeah, I think you have to look towards Fizz as the first pick. My question is more, what would he play if it's taken away from him, and does he default to something like a Jace?
And I think that's exactly the champion pool that you start to pinch there. We haven't seen a lot of footage of Koro, but he certainly has struggled in the past and can be a weak link.
Yeah, that's Fizz going through, however, as we enter into pick and ban for game number 2. Frosco, thank you for joining us on this analyst desk. She'll be breaking down the game with us later. But that is Fizz going back for Koro 1. You can't see it here, but we're looking mighty confused on the desk because OMG, they knew how strong it was, but they've decided to let it go through.
They banned Kennen instead of it.
Yeah.
So Fizz might just be a confidence thing. Xiang can play the Renekton into it. It's not like the Renekton was bad. He did not feed. There's Gragas as well, often seen into the Fizz. They all get outscaled by Koro's Fizz, however, just because of the champion of choice. Very good carry champion. Can get into the backline whilst having a Trinity Force, but still be able to survive for as long as the Renekton, just with more kill threat there.
Yeah, we do still see a jungle pinch out of Clear Love on that Graves and Elise with a Gragas flex from World 6 and Xiang. We'll see where that goes. But they do have the Frost Archer with them as Ashe is locked in for SMLZ in the bottom lane.
You know, picking up that Ashe once again, taking it away from EDG this time, however. The question for me is, do EDG now in their second rotation pick up the Lulu perhaps with their jungler, or they just go straight towards their bottom lane?
Yeah, that seems to be their MO in this game number 2 as Varus is locked in for Zet. We saw how huge he was enabled by his team, how aggressively he was playing, not burning flash and still walking forward into the enemy team. Once again, he's got Lulu and is playing on that Varus.
A super early look into the Renekton, though. If you go for the Gragas, you expect that it goes top lane. It can, of course, be flexed into the jungle role, but usually teams will leave it as a flex.
Yeah.
You'll pick your support right now so that you don't get the role pinched, but they don't.
Yeah, that is now Renekton locked in for Team OMG. So we know that World 6 is taking this Gragas in the jungle, and you got to start wondering, what on earth are OMG thinking? Perhaps going to look for some crazy counter pick once again with the likes of a Ziggs or something?
Thresh.
Yeah.
Maybe they just pick themselves an aggressive support to maybe throw a spanner in the works when they see the full completed team composition. Thresh, actually not a bad choice. Now the Lulu has been locked in by Mako, 5, a legacy Thresh player.
Huge on those hooks if he can start setting up some pick, and then that lets them save counter pick for Icon in the mid lane. That's also now a Rek'Sai banned away from Clearlove. Still
And
no
a
jungle.
Rengar, yeah.
4 bans towards the jungle of EDG.
Kha'Zix, yeah, Clearlove, one of the best Kha'Zix players in the region. So as much as you want to ban him out, you're just taking away the champions that you don't want him to play either way.
Yeah, and as you said about that Thresh, EDG perhaps listening into us, banning it away from 5. So that means he's going to show us something a little different in the bottom lane.
It does also mean that the Ahri is up and available. So if they go for the Karma, they've got a very clear-cut strategy that it should be in the bottom lane. Every time Ahri has been available, it has been picked.
That means that Karma is now open. That could go towards Icon. That could go towards 5. But, like you said, the Kha'Zix goes through for Clearlove. That's instantly locked by Zet. And with the blind pick mid lane, Syndra still open. Scout is once again enabled. And just looking at EDG's composition, that is terrifying.
Yeah, and that might actually be the reason that Karma now stays mid. Depending on where OMG really want to go with this one. They've got a spanner in the works that they want to throw in. Kassadin definitely a spanner. Syndra against the Ahri. I'd say a little bit more favored towards the Syndra, perhaps. The wave clear can get matched, but not early in the lanes. Again, gives the advantage to Clearlove this time through jungling.
That is Ahri now locked in for Icon in the mid lane, so he's on that signature champion of his, which means the Karma goes to 5 down bottom. And with that, we've got our composition from OMG to try to answer back in game number 2.
Now, the first thing we have to hit, looking at EDG's entire composition, it is now completed, is that it's single target. You've got Syndra ultimate, Kha'Zix is single target, Fizz is single target. Most of their area of effect spells are incidental because they're aiming for one person. You're like, just so happens that Scout can use his Scatter the Weak and actually stun multiple people, but he wants a target. Zet's ultimate, the same thing. All of this is about finding one member, killing that one member so they have a numbers advantage, and then their team composition will excel. But in the raw 5v5, again, OMG as a team, OMG as a draft, we'll be able to win that.
Perhaps relying on those comfort picks to try to turn this game around. We're going to be looking towards the jungles and the mid lanes with the huge damage that they can do. And of course, on the other side, SMLZ back on that Ashe. Absolutely massive performances here in playoffs. He'll have to show up against the likes of EDG as the legacy of roster of Team Edward Gaming makes a return from 2016 with Koro and Clearlove showing up huge in game number 1 to enable their team and continue pushing forward in game number 2.
And you know, a big thing that was missing in game number 1 for OMG that'll now be here in the second is that Ahri pick for Icon. One of the biggest strengths that it does actually provide for him is the ability to just use his ultimate and get out alive. The big problem that they encountered in game number 1 was that his flash was burnt early by a Fizz roam, whereas now, if there's a Fizz roam towards the middle lane, Ahri can just use her ultimate, can completely avoid having to flash, and then if they come a second time, which is what Clearlove did in the first game, then he has to use the summoner spell, but will still live.
Yes, Ahri very mobile, capable of escaping those ganks, and on the opposite side, you take a look at the Gragas. Hopefully it is a little bit of a softer early clear, but he usually jungles at high health, so if he finds himself out of position, won't be punished too heavily. But of course, that is all to be determined as we get ready to enter into game number 2 of this third place match between EDG and OMG. And let's see if the crowd is still chanting.
They definitely are. So was that guy.
Yeah.
Definitely excited. Of course, OMG, EDG, we saw a 4% difference.
I love the juxtaposition between the EDG chants, like, oh, game number 1, Koro and Clearlove, you can do it. EDG fighting. And then OMG shows up, let's win! EDG, let's go, OMG!
I know
Winning!
we saw the 4% difference in the fan vote, but it does usually show up again between games in sets. So I'm curious to see if the 4% difference that favored OMG disappears through a game going to EDG.
And with that, we have everyone loading out onto the Rift. Looks like a standard line defense from EDG on their side of the map as the jungle is now being scouted out by Koro. He's saving a ward just to get an eye on the start of World 6, whereas Clearlove is looking to start off with his own Raptor camp. Not getting a leash from Zet and Mako, so he will be on his own.
Yeah, so now we have to highlight not just the jungle pathing or where they're going to be focusing, perhaps where they're clearing first. We also look towards a couple of interesting things that are transpiring across the Rift just from drafting and summoner spell choices. First and foremost, Scout has gone for the cleanse. He's against an Ash Arrow, so there's always going to be merit in the cleanse. But the biggest thing that you need as Syndra, if you're looking to burst people out, is that you basically have to one-hit them with your combo.
Yeah.
And with Icon having Exhaust, you do want to actually be able to use that cleanse to dodge out of the exhaust. Something that Rookie has done multiple times when he plays Syndra is pretty much always run cleanse.
Yeah, and with how sharp we've seen Scout in game number 1, it's still very volatile for Icon. Though mobile, he is still playing it very risky. Clearlove is now invading into the jungle of World 6. Gets a ward onto the blue buff as Zet is eating a tether. The level 2
really
from
low.
OMG. They hit the volley, but great body block from Mako. Keeps his carry alive. Clearlove is on this side of the map, and despite that, just clearing out Scuttle. Takes over level 3.
He actually knows that Gragas is low health. Clearlove's goals do not revolve around his bottom lane that have got no health. Even if a fight were to break out down there, they'd be at risk of dying. In fact, he's looking mid.
Yeah, Scout goes forward. He's chunked down to half health. The stun follows over the wall, but Icon has put enough distance between he and the gank of Clearlove.
And notice where Clearlove's immediately going to go now. You can see World 6 doing the blue buff. His bottom lane stuck under the turret. They should not get dove. They've got enough health. Remember, a long sword start from Zet playing his Varus. So he's going to have extra potions of sustain. He can take the blue. He can do a full clear now on his top side of the jungle if he chooses. Or he can come straight back towards the middle lane and try and get another gank off.
Yeah, looks like we're seeing World 6, though. Ganking bottom. There's a ward from Tribush. As 5 goes in, heal is instantly burned. SMLZ continues to chase forward, but EDG make it under their turret. And now this is the change-up we wanted to see from OMG as they are aggressively pressing bottom lane.
Clearlove might have his timing out on the Raptors. They should be coming up shortly, so that's why he's placing the vision now invading. It's not all that worthwhile to just straight up go for Krugs. Usually it's just to get you the level 4 before a recall, as this bottom lane is definitely the place we need to put most of our attention towards. No health potions remaining for EDG. They're both very low. There are wards to protect them, but the 2v2 is what they need to be protected from right now. SMLZ feeling confident.
Yeah, and World 6 is still on this side of the map. He's actually... Oh, I think he was just outside. No, they did see him. Okay. Very close to tell whether or not it was the observers toggling or if he actually stepped into vision.
And notice, Scout isn't just running away. He's not saying, hey guys, we have you warded. This is obvious. I'm just going to back away and now you're going to leave. He actually stays up, plays aggressively, but just never plays towards the bottom side of the lane. So there wasn't really a way in for the Gragas this time around. So World 6, that's not a big deal, but it was 5 extra seconds that he wastes. If he doesn't get this camp, it was a lot more.
Yeah, and World 6 is denied as Scout heads on down towards that side of the map. Zet again takes another hit as the volley trades. Mako has no flash. Oh, and 5 does not trigger it. Flashes in.
No.
And that's an auto attack as they trade support for AD.
Clearlove's now coming straight. There's no reason for Mako to stay unless something is up, right? SMLZ, no flash. Explosive plant used to get over the wall. He knows that it's just a W away.
Oh,
no heal for the Ashe.
Nowhere for him to go. He's looking for Mako, but caught by the Void Spikes.
Hello.
Fires a few auto attacks before Clearlove summarily executes him.
Even a sly smirk on SMLZ's face, something you very rarely see. He knew he was dead. Clearlove gets a free kill, and EDG almost just both die. And fortunately for them, they play it only barely well enough to make a trade.
And look at how OMG are playing that bottom lane so aggressively, so desperately to take an early advantage and put Zet down into the ground. We know how instrumental SMLZ is on these carries for his team. If they can get him ahead, that would be a huge boon. But now it's 2-1 in favor of EDG. You can see the first blood did go on to Zet.
World 6 is about to be spotted, but Koro has no flash, so there's always a chance that this results in a kill.
Yeah, Xion lands the snare. Koro sidesteps, and that is him going down. OMG get a kill up top.
Koro actually just dashed into the body slam.
Yeah, as that's flash ultimate onto Icon. Clearlove leaps up as well, and Icon, despite being mobile, despite having exhaust, is tagged by Scout and dies.
Because he's level 5, so the Ahri goes down. Now in the bottom lane, no Lulu to protect him.
Oh, he's snared out. He's eating a lot of damage with Ignite. 5 finishes off that kill. And again, OMG just playing their lanes top and bottom successfully.
Hard winning in the bottom lane, though, with this minion wave crashing. The advantage that SMLZ is about to get in experience as well as farm, meaning gold, closer to that level 6.5. Going back to base means all the experience is going to be there for SMLZ. EDG definitely suffering in a lane this time around where they were not in game number 1. So this is a positive sign, if nothing else, that one area of the map is now doing better. But Icon, again, flash blown. Second repeat gank comes out of the Kha'Zix as Scout ticks 6 and Icon barely isn't. Gets that advantage, makes the most of it. Ari can't get out alive.
And now things are looking pretty dire for that bottom lane. So Zet and Mako make like a tree and go top lane to start trying to bully Xiong. They're actually diving this as well. Koro is there.
Risky.
Yeah, he's very tanky. That's Ignite burning him down as well. Koro staggers the aggro very well as Clearlove leaps away, and Koro goes down. Xiong gets a kill before finally looping back to give a kill over towards Zet. That's a lot of time wasted, and we can see OMG now pushing a big wave bottom, but this is a push advantage for EDG.
Yeah, they're pushing first. They've got a cannon, so it'll be a pretty good push from EDG. I don't think they'll go for a second turret. They should just recall. But Koro's also going to be back alive in 2 seconds and doesn't have teleport. That's why you'd expect that EDG will actually maybe push this one through to the turret and then cancel. But as it stands, they feel confident enough. They have enough time that they are able to do this. And by seeing World 6 recall, EDG have definitely acknowledged they can just get it to the turret, then they can call it quits.
That is a very long-range arrow coming across from SMLZ.
Cross country.
Oh, yeah.
I think EDG were aware. He threw it on top of the turret.
Yeah, misses that line vision as Clearlove steals away the red buff from World 6. Xiong shows up and tries to chase away the bot lane of EDG. He does have Dominus and knows that they have no flash from the trading during the laning phase, but 5 and SMLZ are just continuing to push this wave into Koro.
Yeah, they don't know where the jungler now is of EDG, so the same rule applies down here. You would expect push into the turret, disappear. They have so much vision actually through the jungle red side of EDG, but Clearlove's coming through the lane.
Racing his way on down there, Koro tries to hold the wave, but allows it to crash into the turret as Scout zones Icon away. Level 6 means that Icon does do some damage, dashes in, holding onto the charm, lands it, but an immediate cleanse. World 6 follows up, auto attack is not enough, and World 6 jumps the cask just to knock it over.
Scout actually juked expecting the ultimate to come out of the Gragas, but World 6 just held it, didn't want to use it. It was feeling greedy, and that means that Scout just walks into an auto attack from the Gragas with the red buff. So goes down, Cask is used to ensure his death, but good moves from OMG. Even though Scout played that pretty well, there's only so well you can play it against a flash body slam and an Ari with exhaust up.
Yeah. Great play from OMG to take the initiative here. Xiong is now pushing up top to get some damage on that. Again, sees Zet and Mako along with Clearlove go missing, so has to play it safe. And now we're seeing OMG come alive in this best of 5 as they have found momentum during the laning phase. Now they just need to start converting it into some more concrete objectives because EDG were the ones who responded to those kills bottom and took the first turret by swapping up top.
Yeah, there's definitely some fight in the system here from OMG, suffice to say, but you'd still be looking at EDG and saying Clearlove is actually playing super well. He's a smart player right now, and Scout has got some momentum actually backing him up. That feeling could be enough to get EDG over the line, but Zet is falling behind, definitely is struggling a little bit. We start to highlight how they play as the map progresses.
Yeah, blue buff picked up by EDG as OMG will now take that Mountain Dragon, not even using Smite as that was completely uncontested. Zet getting some much needed time up top to clear out a minion wave, get that gold, race towards his Blade of the Ruined King. Even Koro and Scout are playing towards that side of the map. This is 5 members of EDG up here. Actually, Scout decides to hang out mid.
They really want to get this turret, but the arrow's going to come out again. They're setting themselves up to counter it.
Here it goes. Xiong goes in, and the arrow, is just going to miss. As EDG back away, just getting some chip damage onto that top turret and breaking any potential freezes by Xiong.
Yeah, Xiong actually goes in a half second too early, so SMLZ was never going to hit the arrow, but for what it's worth, EDG, by dragging everybody up there, they get the arrow thrown out. They find the opportunity to push mid lane simultaneously, and they are actually still opening the map ever so slightly more than OMG are able to do, because SMLZ was bottom. Turret was already taken. His team was not working around him. They're choosing to defend what EDG are doing.
And like you said, though we're seeing Zet behind by about 30 CS to SMLZ, that CS differential is more than made up in the mid lane. Scout is almost 30 CS ahead of Icon, currently 24, and this is the fact that he's maintaining pressure in this lane. He's maintaining kill threat on an Ahri with exhaust.
There is, however, a very big croc in the top lane to
There
deal
is.
with. 2 kills in the same CS as the Fizz means that he'll have his Black Cleaver very soon. And when he manages to complete that Black Cleaver, Zet's going to be having a bad day trying to get through the croc.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting to see how EDG have now put him towards the mid lane. There's nobody left to defend top, and though Xiang doesn't have
It
any
will be Scout.
vision, he's going to get some health back, just clear out some of these honey
rage.
fruit. Yeah, sees
know that.
Scout there.
Actually, taking the honey fruit gives Xiang rage
Yeah.
in his range.
Oh,
I
these
don't
honey
know
fruit
why
are so delicious.
Yeah, they're so tasty. I'm angry.
I mean, there are different kinds of rage. There's like, I'm going to kill your rage, but there's also
It's like the last Tim Tam in the
Yeah.
packet rage.
like, I just wish I had more. But Xiang just
That's
going
a
to
real
head back
problem.
towards the mid lane. It really is. I've only been here for a few months, but I agree. Tim Tams are delicious.
Oh yeah, they're only Australian, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, you all miss out.
Yep. Though OMG will now try to defend mid lane as Mako and Zet buy a lot of time to get more CS on that 80 carry. Still down by about 30, now almost 40 CS. As SMLZ will answer that push. The only lane that he's really safe in now is that mid-tier 1 if he can play this safely now that top and bottom have fallen. Or excuse me, top has fallen.
And we're hitting a pretty good point here for Clearlove in particular as well. Going for the Merc Treads with his completed Warriors enchantment means that he should be the one standing in front still, as they have got the...
Chain of Corruption onto SMLZ. They're doing damage. Icon dives in to look for an assassination, but Exhaust denies his damage. Teleport goes out from both and is completed from both top laners as World 6 is escorted into his jungle.
Simultaneous teleport timings means that they're both aware, they were both just coming in, but they weren't actually a part of an engage. They were both reacting to an engage that wasn't actually meant to happen. SMLZ throws an arrow, Varus throws out his chains, and everybody kind of just walks away with ultimates burned across the map.
Yeah.
Except OMG.
They continue pushing down mid, and it's up to Zet to try to hold it. He only has Blade of the Ruined King, and with Mako firing Glitter Lance across, it's not enough to finish off those minions. Xiang is nice and tanky. He dives on it, but it's Icon who's taking the initial burst of damage. Flash, snare, stun. SMLZ gets the turret, but Scout does not get the auto
had
attack
one health.
kill. Actually, 1 health from SMLZ.
That's so unfair for EDG. He thought the auto attack was enough, but it was not. And by the smallest of margins, OMG get themselves a turret for no trade, just a forced recall. And now they have to try and defend the map as they go back to base, but right now this is much better from the OMG side. Game 1 to 2 turnaround. Pretty standard for them at the moment.
Yeah.
Still good.
The classic OMG turnaround. You can never count this team out. And EDG now find themselves down about 1,200 gold. Though they've done a lot of work on that mid-tier 1, that'll even things out. So all in all, it's still fairly even in terms of gold when you exclude those turrets. But though EDG have got the momentum in the set, OMG have shown that they're not afraid to fight back.
It's actually like they have to reverse sweep because it changes their mentality or something.
Yeah,
or they
yeah,
have to get a trade of some kind. Losing makes OMG a better team. It's just directly correlated to their performances.
They're like Saiyans. The closer they are to dying, the stronger they become.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Just cut off their arm and they become even stronger. Or
Let's not
don't
do
do
that.
that because that sounds really difficult. As SMLZ tries to catch a minion wave up top, skirting around the range of that stun.
He may not get one hit, however, by Scout, even though Scout is level 11. He's chose to gone for a Negatron Cloak.
Yeah.
Doesn't have Sork Shoes completed, so his damage is lacking a little bit. And because there is actually a magic resistance item there from SMLZ, albeit a small amount, that'll save him from potential true damage out of Sorcerer's Shoes that aren't even there.
Now we can see blue buff from EDG being contested by World 6, and they're bringing Icon and the rest of OMG as well. They've got SMLZ's arrow too.
Blue buff contest should just go over to Scout. You'd expect World 6 actually beats the Smite Wall. Now, the other thing that I really want to hit on this before it's actually used is GLP 800 is picked up
I know.
by
I
Icon.
was going to point it out.
Instead of going for a Proto Belt, which is where he was going, he last second pivoted towards going for the GLP. It means that he's actually going to be a bit more frontline for the team. When you look at their engage, it's an Ash Arrow and then a Gragas perhaps to follow it up. But if they have multiple threats or multiple flanks, OMG would actually always have better engage. And now they've got a Renekton to flank. They've got an Ahri who's a bit more tanky, just can absorb more damage, especially trading his mana for it. And does that all the time.
Spirit Rush GLP for a huge AoE slow burst. And then hopefully Ashe can follow up with a big arrow. Maybe World 6 can get a cask for some follow-up damage.
The major difference as well is that it provides a slow. Not that the burst is exceptionally better or worse between the items, but the slow is important to enable his team as their committal crowd control is either on top of you or just the Ashe Arrow. They have no definite CC.
And this really speaks to the growth of Icon as a player. Historically, a huge assassin player. He's recently translated towards this, control mages and even support mages to help his team and help them see success, because we know how instrumental he is for his team. 1 health left, but still gets the auto attack on that blue buff. And now he is on his signature Ahri. He is on an assassin, but he's playing it to support his team.
And I'm no Icon expert, but I would define this as a help me, help you.
Yeah.
So that they help him.
Exactly.
Like the transaction works in that he still wins, but he just wants them to help him win.
I'll give you a 5 if you give me 5 ones.
Yes.
Yeah. Just a back and forth. So Icon playing around his team. We'll have to keep an eye on his performance as he's still down a level. There's the GLP for minion wave clear, and you can see he's actually still nice and healthy after that initial trade from Scout, who holds on to his ultimate.
He is still going to be pressured out by 3 people, though. Koro nearby, Clearlove also on the flanks, hiding.
Yeah, they're bringing Zed and Mako as well. This is the whole squad from EDG showing up to take down the bottom tier 1. OMG are now racing mid.
This is still really good from EDG, just because they're progressive. They're trying to get structures down. If they get it soon enough, which they will, they can send Koro back to base, acknowledging that it's not being contested. He can defend top lane, but can they get mid in time? Or are they being too greedy for a red buff?
Yeah,
here?
they're stopping at the red, and SMLZ, he doesn't have his Runon's finished, so not a lot of attack speed. Doesn't have Lulu either. Fires the arrow and misses. And despite the zone control, despite the red buff, they don't have enough to finish it off as Chain of Corruption misses, and the Chum the Waters misses. Xion gets good damage onto Clearlove as Koro flanks from the side, but EDG show up and defend their tier 2, taking that turret advantage.
Barely alive, however, it is alive. Varus ultimate unfortunately missing, or the follow-up could have been very real. But it feels like with the amount of health that is now missing on that turret, it will just go down.
Yeah, they decide to go in. That's the
Scout.
cask. Scout gets knocked in. He does have his flash. It's a lot of burst. Icon dashes in and right back out as the exhaust is used. And they just trade a few summoner spells and ultimates back and forth.
And a good cleanse from Scout to ensure the Gragas cask was not going to throw him into the team. He actually cleanses, moves to the side, and just gets knocked sideways by the Gragas ultimate. So for what it's worth, that was good from Scout in particular to ensure that there was no bad team fight breaking out afterwards. EDG just throw themselves in to ensure their primary target or their biggest carry at the moment does get out alive.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy breaks out, but still a gold lead for EDG. Still advantage on the map to OMG.
Yeah. They are now 40 CS ahead for SMLZ. Still working towards that rune end. Should hopefully have enough gold now that that mid-tier 1 has gone down. That's Clearlove. Field goals in between the Krugs.
Levels up Spikes as well. You can see he has no wings.
Yeah. So plan for the team. So we did start with Evolved Claws for increased isolation damage. Not quite finding too many assassinations this game, though he has been moving around the map.
He's also always the Kha'Zix player that will evolve his claws first. It was originally picked by Clearlove because of the objective control that evolving the claws has. When nobody else played Kha'Zix, he played Kha'Zix. Because you can go for an earlier Drake, or you can try and get an earlier Baron at the 20-odd minute mark and just break open the map with those objectives being taken down. It's a very different ideology from EDG now in between games 1 and 2, is that instead of maybe generating the pick, they might just do the objective when OMG aren't aware.
Well, currently, now that Baron's up, they're sitting just outside of vision. Good blue trinket spots out the Death Brush from EDG. As Icon sitting nice and far back, places it down well in advance. You can see the recall was completed from Zed. He's got his own Runons. The arrow, splits in between, but Xiong follows through. He's managed to get damage onto Zed as Scout has flashed the wall. That's no sums on Syndra. And Koro TP's in. A charm tags him forward. They managed to get Chain of Corruption and Chum the Waters onto World 6. He's so tanky, though. just going to turn around and walk back, heal up because he is Gragas. And with that wild growth, we just have ultimates traded once again.
They're all bursting each other out, but no one's dying because one team has a Lulu, they've got summoner spells available. The other team has a Gragas who has a W.
Yeah, Xiang is continuing to push forward along with SMLZ as they bring that minion wave in. They are brute forcing EDG away from the river, away from the Baron.
They want this blue buff though. EDG really want this. And OMG are going to be the ones to push in to take it.
Yeah, that's Scout of the Week misses, and Clear Love says, you want this? This is mine.
Scout says no.
Yeah. Picks it up, tosses it towards himself before heading towards the minions. He's got no summoners, but does have his team to back him up and still holding on to his ultimate. He's going to drop it onto World 6 and has more than enough to pop him over.
And Xiang just tries to bring a dead ragdoll over with him.
Yeah.
It actually stays behind. That's what happens with explosive plants. We're learning interactions today,
Yes.
family.
Physics in League of Legends.
If you're dead, you don't have them. You're just on the ground.
You simply exist. Or in this case, don't exist, as it's a sepia-toned lens through which World 6 is viewing the game right now. At the 22-minute mark, it's still only a 1,500 gold difference between the two teams, but we're now looking at Chloro setting up a flank. He's almost got Ignite, and he almost has chummed the waters.
You can't 1v1 Xiang, however.
Bullies him away by single-handedly scouting out. Icon finds Scout, and that's a quick assassination. They try to dive on the Zed. He gets the knock-up, and they find some follow-up. There's the true damage as Xiang gets a stun. They're doing so much as he walks away, and even Blade of the Ruined King. As Enchanted Crystal Arrow was used by SMLZ, they're just running them down. Xiang does not get his dice of the slicing, but he's got more than enough to make up for it with his wide AoE. Clears that kill. That's Scout and Zet dead.
Yeah, it's a really big pick, actually. So 2 carries dead from EDG straight towards not only the Baron, but where their vision has been set up. The vision that allowed OMG to make that pick in the first place, and now they start this off. EDG on the back foot, both carries deceased, no health or mana there for Clear Love. They just let it go and they trade for a Drake.
Yeah, deciding not to risk it. EDG playing the intelligent game. Just going over towards that Cloud Dragon as Baron is picked up by OMG at the 23-minute mark. 7 kills to 5, now 4,000 gold ahead. As a great split from OMG on 2 fronts. They defend the mid-tier 1 at such low health, and they manage to catch out Scout on the opposite side of the flank. So minor mistake ends up costing EDG a lot of time and a lot of presence.
Now, it's not even just a minor mistake if it's going to cost that much. One pick onto Scout can cost the entire game. Zet not having a good performance right now, definitely struggling. Doesn't have the QSS to keep him alive when they're flashing and stunning him. And just like as simple as it is for Icon as well on this Ahri, knowing there's no ultimate on Scout, can only use 2 of the charges, get the 3rd one in there, and completely burst down Zed. It is Icon right now making these plays happen. He's setting his team up for success just by being a carry.
It is so important for OMG to maintain their momentum because we know how efficient EDG are at coming back. If you give even the tiniest openings, they can try to wedge themselves back into the game and pry this right back open. But OMG are now playing this nice and patient. They're pushing up mid, setting up a 1-4 between top and bottom as they look for the next tier 2. And Koro has managed to sneak into this bush.
I don't think you can 1v1 Icon, though. They need more than just Koro around. They do have more than just Koro around, but
he's still sitting there. And
he has to stay.
Yeah, he will turn around now, actually targeting SMLZ. The AD carry, the turret has died, but SMLZ is still alive as Koro tries to kill the AD carry, just shredding through. He's got the support of his team, though, and it's close, and he will be able to kill him, but the rest of OMG have finished the fight on the front. And yes, Koro, you did your job, but you lost the tier 2, and you lost your team. You very well might lose your base.
Yeah, pretty much might just be the game here. 4 dead, only Clear Love alive, and the Baron-empowered minions should be able to persevere them through. You would expect that OMG would go for it, but unfortunately we're too early into the game and the death timers are far too low, so there is no possibility of finishing it just yet for OMG.
It's still so early in this game too. 25 minutes in, but OMG have broken the base. Here's that fight again. Koro tries to dive and is successful eventually, but EDG die in the meanwhile.
And it starts with Clear Love getting caught out of position, but a cask from World 6 knocks Zet into the middle of the fight where his only way out is running through Xiang. So he just has to try and stand and deliver as best he can. That was pretty much a team fight without the Renekton, where he was just in the back afterwards. But Scout, nowhere to go. Zet just dead from the very beginning. Big plays from the Gragas.
Absolutely huge with that cask. And that's amazing because we haven't seen World 6 take Gragas at all during the regular season of the spring split. And now he's breaking it out here in playoffs to huge effect against EDG. Now this is OMG still with the Baron buff on World 6. He does have that duration along with 5.
SMLZ has the arrow. Definitely able to throw that one out. No cleanse used yet, thankfully, from Scout. So he is able to be that frontline member. Against a Baron buff empowered team, those QSSs, those cleanses are the most crucial part. And so only Scout can really press forwards. The rest of the team will get stunned up consistently.
And here comes the next minion wave. Teleport onto the turret from Koro to join up with his team. They managed to get the stun onto SMLZ, but that's Quicksilver Sash. Xiang sidesteps. Redemption dropped very far forward to heal them up. And there is no Executioner's Calling. There is no Morellonomicon reduced healing. So they're able to get themselves up quite a bit. They've still got Mountain Dragon ticking across, and Baron will finally fall off. But OMG are still primed to make something happen.
The Baron falling off does actually mean, however, that Scout's wave clear, Zed's wave clear all now just gets a little bit easier to do. They took the teleport away from Koro, but because they're stuck inside their own base, EDG are happy to do that. They'll just wait it out. There's another dragon in 2 minutes, but it's another cloud. Doesn't mean all that much for either of these teams. The two buffs, however, because they each have a Cloud Drake, means the move speed would be great. But if you're losing the game, do not fight for the Cloud Drake.
Absolutely not, yeah. That would be very wacky to see OMG make a mistake like that. And again, this is with the likes of Clearlove and Koro. They are both returning from the bench here in this 3rd place match against OMG, having a strong early game performance, a strong game number 1 performance. Game number 2, they now find themselves unable to hard carry against the unified front of OMG in these created, chaotic fights, I should say. And with Super Minions now pushing in bottom, Koro has got to catch this.
Yeah, but he's also gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet, so not a lot of damage compared to what the Trinity Force provides, but more armor and an AoE slow will be there. So he's just going to be hunting down SMLZ, chasing him constantly. Not really any magic resistance on himself, however, so Icon could have his way with Fizz whenever he wants.
Yeah, and speaking of Icon, he's completed a lot more since he's finished off that GLP. Void Staff and Haunting Guys. And now that's Phantom Dancer picked up from SMLZ on that next recall. You've got the Lock of the Iron Solari from 5, not to mention he's a Karma for even more shielding, plus the Redemption as well. All in all, we're seeing big items of OMG as they're 8,000 gold ahead. They've still got that Inhibitor broken bottom. And without Baron for another 90 seconds, they're just setting up vision around that dragon, around that side of the map.
The gold lead's sizable enough that OMG, if they lose this, will be some kind of monumental mistake. But EDG, with their team composition, also can destroy a single target.
Yeah.
We mentioned this already, but if they do catch someone out, then they can kill that single person. It's about what they can do after that, because everything burned for one person, OMG still can probably take that 4v5.
They just might be able to. If SMLZ survives, if Icon survives, huge damage on them. And now we're starting to see some more tanky items finished up from Xiang as SMLZ finishes off the Cloud Dragon. Luckily, he's got red buff and more than enough sustain on that Blade of the Ruined King to finish it off. You can see how furiously he attacks.
A lot of auto attacks per second coming out of SMLZ. As you mentioned, the red buff regenerates now at the max amount because of his level. He'll be back in no time.
And back to full health. So, Cloud Dragon picked up. Baron's up in 30 seconds. You just saw recall out of Icon. He's still waiting for a little bit of gold.
You are putting words together a lot.
Who now? What now? Where? What?
Your recall out of Icon just became Recon.
Recall out of Icon? It's the Recon out of Icon? Oh, he's got enough for Zhonya's now. Okay. So we finished that. Look, it's been a long week, Rusty.
It has.
And fresh stack of wards from 5. World 6 also has a fully topped off Tracker's Knife. And you can take a look at the control wards out of 5, Icon, and Xiang.
We've managed to make it to 30 minutes as well for just EDG, trying to find some saving hopes for this team. We're getting to the point where their items are starting to exist, even compared to the likes of OMG, but right now the Baron spawns, the vision's there for OMG. There should be no world with which EDG can contest this. Especially if Icon's able to so confidently clear this middle wave and keep them all back.
Yeah, he's keeping them occupied for a long time. OMG have worked it down to about half health, but EDG are now racing forward. Spotted out. Icon misses the charm, but that's Clear Love ready to get in. Clear Love goes in
Wow,
and he gets the
it.
steal. Amazing. Icon is split from the fight, and that's SMLZ dying as well. He's still holding on to that Spirit Rush, though, as the redemptions are layered, trading one for the other, and
gotta be
Xiong
kidding.
dies as well. And EDG steal the Baron and win the fight.
And welcome back to the LPL Clear Love. Icon still has his ultimate and he's looking, but has not found a single thing. EDG, from a position in the game where they should have just lost, OMG disrespect them, and look what happens.
Massive mistake from OMG, as now their tier 2 is about to crumble. World 6 tries to get onto the minions, but he's against a Baron buff. And now he's being chased down by Clear Love and Koro. They're riding the blast cone. Icon walks in, trying to get some damage onto the unprotected backline of EDG, but tries to be respectful. That Spirit Rush burned as well, and Clear Love shows up in time to punish him.
That Clear Love might just be dead.
Yeah, 5 is going to get there for the heal, but that's an auto attack from 5, homing through the shields and finishing off Clear Love. But EDG have now reclaimed momentum in this game.
And this is the steal coming out of Clear Love. Just gets it with the smite. Lulu able to keep him alive and assassinating the 2 members inside the pit around World 6. Shows that Mako turns him into a small creature as they kill the rest. Really good communication out of EDG from an impromptu decision. So
Yeah.
credit where it's due. They get the steal. Clear Love keeps them in the game, and OMG are their own worst enemy based off how that did play out. The fact that Icon wasn't there to zone them, he was pushing mid lane. You expect that they would have taken it in time, but once they actually got their way in, they found the track to the Baron pit. Icon was nowhere to be seen, missing charms left, right, and center.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, though, EDG definitely threw themselves a bit disjointedly at their opponents for a turret. They still get the turret.
Yeah.
We're back to 4K.
And to be clear, World 6 did smite. Baron was at 1100 health when World 6 smited,
Yeah.
trying to time his smite through Clear Love's damage, but Clear Love, going through all of the abilities, got his half a second later, heck, even a quarter of a second later, and was able to get the execution on it. So now that neutral objective is on EDG. Koro split pushing bottom with teleport. The rest of EDG are now setting up vision around the Elder Dragon, as it's going to be the next to spawn in just a few minutes. And like you said, it's only 4,000 gold difference between the team. They're still playing around this vision on the bottom side of the map, but EDG are grouped up. They are a moving rock, trying to roll through EDG's side of the map.
And OMG is still in a position where they can win this game, 100%. EDG with momentum, though, getting the Baron means that they've turned this back around to at least closer to a neutral stance. However, OMG, they've already broken the base. If they get a one-team fight, they can just go straight through that bottom lane if they choose. And they're pressuring mid to try and bring EDG back to a position where it favors them. However, they've changed their attention towards Koro.
With a little sidestep, even
resulted.
Icon is trying to show up as he dashes in on that signature champion. Lands the slow, lands the charm. They've got a lot of crowd control, but this is a tanky Fizz. Leaps over and away. World 6 is slowed. Redemption to top him off. He's still alive. Gets 600 health, but a cast knocks him in. He dashes away and leaps towards his team. Koro.
Thank you, Mako.
You can hear the applause from the audience, and look at the sad faces of the OMG fans in the front. Just really?
They just cut to the audience clapping because he lived. That is so sad. That's amazing.
Yeah. Amazing from Koro to survive. You mentioned that he would end up outscaling. Well, I think he's reached that point.
I think he's reached a point of tankiness where it's going to take a lot to kill him. Ahri ultimate burnt, Ash Arrow burnt, but he did dodge a lot of spells. So
yeah.
For what it's worth, Koro did his best attempt at living and is able to succeed. Compliments of a redemption.
Yes. And now with 45 seconds for that Elder Dragon to spawn, there's no Baron on the map. EDG used it purely defensively. He's recalling right now. SMLZ is holding on to his arrow. He doesn't have it. Oh, and he's just outside of vision as well. So Zet is allowed to recall, picks up a pickaxe to go with his own Runons
this
and
is
Quicksilver.
still going to be a death push.
Yeah, they rush forward. The arrow goes in. That's an early cleanse, as he is allowed to walk away. Teleport is started and canceled by Koro in that lane, but Elder Dragon's up in 20 seconds. We just saw the arrow used and the Spirit Rush from Icon.
Exactly, 2 big ultimates burnt from OMG. Generally speaking, the engage ultimates out of them, barring the Gragas as 5
Koro
is caught.
still somehow ends up behind him. He's found the support and demolishes him with the support of his team. Through the choke, they push forward. Tank versus tank. World 6 looks for a cask but doesn't find anyone, as that is a very premature dominus from Xiong, expecting more of an engage, but EDG take a kill, reset their vision, and reclaim control over the river.
And look at the spillover effect of just having Koro live. does cancel the teleport, but he was top lane, so he just walked down. EDG now immediately starting off the Elder Dragon 4v5, but it's only the support who has passed away from OMG. World 6 will still look for it.
Yeah, Elder Dragon is trying to get some damage onto EDG. You can see how annoyed that old man is trying to get back towards his base. I just want to sit here and sit in my fountain. But OMG are being bullies and trying to reset it over and over and over.
OMG are now continuing this one off.
Yeah.
Trying their luck, seeing if EDG have actually left. They have not.
Icon is there. 5 is finally respawned.
Could
He's
be another
racing
smite
forward.
wall.
Yeah. Down to 7,500 health. Meanwhile, minions are pushing in bottom. That's not going to be enough to clear out a wave. And actually, Scout is actually going down.
Yeah, no teleport from Scout. No teleport from Koro. They're still committing to this.
Yeah, they're now turning onto the
It is
Elder.
on Clear Love.
Clear Love is there. Chain of Corruption onto Xiong.
Reset.
Mako looks to go in. It does reset to about 3,000. It's so close. They try to burst it. Icon is caught by Chum the Waters. 5 is snared.
Oh, again.
And Clear Love steals it again. That's redemption used by OMG to try to keep themselves topped off, but they are split. Scout goes in and goes down. A great cast from World 6. Meanwhile, Koro's in the back line. He doesn't have enough to single-handedly take out 3 members. And scattered though the fight is, they got the Elder Dragon, but they gave up their lives for it.
Yeah, there's actually too many people dead. I don't think Clear Love by himself has enough to be able to save themselves in this game. He tried his absolute hardest.
Oh, he's almost found him, but decides to turn towards 5 instead, but dies. And now that is the ace. Ladies and gentlemen, OMG are turning onto the inhibitor. They have got a massive minion wave, and they are going to take game number 2 against EDG. The third place match is down to 3 games.
Unfortunate for EDG, they tried their best to come back, but they set themselves up to fail too early. And so OMG, they make it a 1-1 series. We have got one on our hands.
Yeah, once again, OMG come back against all odds. And take a look at them, just another day in the office, and perhaps a bit of a head scratch from Koro. I was 2-0-1, 10 minutes in. I don't know what happened. Not quite able to put the whole team on his back, however. But this time, OMG turned the series around before Game 3. They do it in Game number 2, and this evens the footing a lot more than it did in their past best of 5, excuse me.
Yeah, it definitely does. So when we're looking at EDG against OMG in this series, perhaps getting that momentum a little bit sooner for the OMG roster will help them out coming into the third game. EDG still showing some signs of inconsistency, however.
Yeah, and now joining us to help break down this game and take a look at that great plateau of gold is Indiana Frostier in black.
Yeah, that was a much cleaner game from OMG. Shoutouts to Icon. I'd be surprised if he didn't get the MVP there on another great Ahri performance, particularly in those 5v5s, although Xiong was also putting in a lot of work.
Landing some clutch charms and doing that AoE damage.
It was mostly not even just his charms or the damage that he was doing. It was his positioning and zoning tools in the fight. Like, there were so many times that we were fighting around mid lane where EDG wouldn't follow up on such great fights where they were in a good position simply because they couldn't get around a corner to collapse together because Icon would be zoning off 2 or 3 members.
And if you don't throw the charm, they have to respect the charm.
Yeah.
Plain and simply, as a GLP to throw out instead of just using that charm. Again, having some committal crowd control that can hit an area to actually give him the ability to not just use all 3 Spirit Rushes, to actually set his team up.
Yeah, but I do agree with that. I want to start with the early game, though, because it wasn't just Icon who got this all propelled forward. It was the fact that his bottom lane and his top lane were doing really well solo. SMLZ and 5 in particular were absolutely dominating Mako and Zed down there. Multiple 2v2 kills being traded back and forth. And what it did is it forced this really interesting lane swap from EDG, where they swapped up at around 7:27 in the game because they could not deal with SMLZ and 5 down there. And it was kind of 2 birds with 1 stone, because not only are you protecting Zet and Mako from SMLZ, but then you're also putting down Xiong because he's now dealing with 3 to 4 people in his lane.
And that explains why we did see OMG prioritize Ashe early on, and why time and time again we see them try to get a strong AD carry pick before even the second round of bans, as OMG really prioritizing SMLZ.
Yeah, and it almost worked out for EDG until that priority came around for SMLZ, because the issue was that while they did a great job with the lane swap, while they did a great job kind of turning around OMG in the early game, they were unable to capitalize on it or push through into the mid game. They tried to push through for that second tier top tower, but they never got it down, and they never got the mid tower down until well late into the game. And then at the end, like, Xiong and SMLZ were still so much stronger than their lane opponents. So it came time for EDG to 5v5 very early, and they couldn't compete from a numbers advantage.
Yeah, and though we did see EDG find good flanks and find good vision. And Clearlove, again, we were sort of doubting whether or not, hey, he's been on the bench for a while. When we saw him last, he didn't have a great performance. He shows up, he gets early kills, he ganks his lane early on, he sets, Scout up for success. Then he steals both Baron and Elder Dragon in the same game. It's good to see that he's still playing in form, but is he enough?
I mean, they play. So the thing that I did notice is that they play around him, but they're also putting too much into him. When they went for the Elder Dragon steal, he'd already used his ultimate, so he had no way to survive inside the pit when he jumped in. Yes, he got the steal, but Mako actually walks into the pit to use his ultimate onto Clearlove when it should have been protecting Zet, letting him do damage.
Yeah, MVP, though, is going to go towards the other support. 5 gets Karma for this one.
What?
Protecting.
Congratulations.
Yeah, perhaps protecting his carries.
Like, don't get me wrong. 5 is actually an impressive support, especially for the progress, the growth that he's made over this split. He kind of went from a no-name, invisible member on a team to now one of the fundamental core aspects. And yes, SMLZ and 5 were absolutely destroying Mako and Def Bottom, and so we have to give him credit for that. But I just feel like it was still the Xiong and Icon show. So we take a look at that Elder Dragon steal.
Yeah, and this is again that moment where Mako, look at his decision making. He actually comes in to help. Zet is full health, but Scout has just been knocked in. So at what point are you deciding, to keep Clearlove alive as if he's going to carry higher than a Syndra when you could have actually put some effort towards keeping him into a happy and healthy position? It is a tragic thing to see happen from EDG, because realistically, you're not meant to put that much emphasis on somebody that's throwing their life away to steal something.
100% agree, but the other thing is the fact that EDG were constantly walking into these Barons or these Elder Dragon fights, and yeah, they were playing from the back foot, so it makes sense, but they were not controlling their waves at all. Constantly, anytime they would lose a fight, they'd get punished so much harder because the waves were pushing against them, and they wouldn't be able to maximize when they did win those fights because they would have to reset their map.
Exactly. That's what we saw when they took the Baron in the mid lane. They took a single tier 1, then moved on to take the tier 2, then reset, had to take their waves, had to set a vision around the next big objective, which was that Elder Dragon. So OMG just running the pace against EDG in game number 2. They were able to take a win. Question is, can they do it again and turn this best of 3 into a win? Let's find out in game number 3. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our third place match here of the LPL Spring 2017 split. We are now in playoffs, and after a very long set of games, we're now a single best of 3 away from knowing who is in third and who is in fourth. Of course, the finalists have already advanced to Nanjing and China. That's Team W and RNG. But right here and right now, it is OMG versus EDG. And after game number 2 got turned around by OMG, they've finally got some momentum for themselves. They've done it faster than game number 3, so they don't have to worry about a reverse sweep just yet. But the question is, can they continue this momentum moving forward?
Yeah, you have to look at OMG and perhaps EDG as well. Both teams have suffered a defeat, but because they both have victories, they know how to beat their opponents now. And that's important for OMG, but it's also this point in most best-of series where your opponent just bans everything that beat them, and you have to bring out a second strategy. EDG did bring out a second strategy, unfortunately not as successfully, and now it's OMG's turn to see what they've got.
It really is, and like we said, they're finding momentum in game number 2. This has got to work wonders for their emotional state. Of course, Icon playing his signature Ari, breaking it out very early on in the series. It was banned away from him in game number 1. Now he gets it in game number 2. Is there a chance he gets it in number 3?
He shouldn't get it for the rest of the series, to be honest. He was doing so much damage. I know 5 got the MVP, but the thing that you didn't see on that damage done to graph, which Icon still topped, is the invisible pressure that he was placing in those 5v5s. He positioned so well on that pick in the 5v5 to deny so much of what EDG wanted to do. You cannot give it to Icon.
Yeah, like when we saw OMG trying to do the Baron, single-handedly keeping 5 members of EDG occupied for an extra few seconds to buy time for his team. Running just short, though, as the man on your screen, Clearlove, was able to race towards the pit and go for the hero steal. And he has been performing quite well, but he needs to show up a little bit more against OMG here.
You know, I feel like a lot of what was missing from EDG in that game that OMG did have was the Ashe in particular, just giving them a guaranteed engage tool. You know, there was an Orianna in game number 1, but the Ashe arrows are always following the Orianna. It gives them something extra when it comes to diving, prevents counterplay if arrows can hit, and it means that you're impacting the map from one lane hitting another, something that a Varus can't actually do, whereas EDG with the Varus had to play around him being there, and whenever he was there, he was just food for the Renekton to gobble up.
I mean, you saw how far behind Zet fell in lane when we saw SMLZ in 5 just popping off so aggressively. And it started with the level 2 trade with that Ashe and Karma. OMG have time and time again prioritized that bottom lane for SMLZ, if not first round, then second round rotation before that next set of bans. And SMLZ has been coming up huge for them. That's why we see those Kog'Maw bans away from EDG. Do you think EDG start to target away that bottom lane and put him down?
I don't necessarily think it's about denying picks away from him, although the Ashe is going to be a priority. I think it's just about moving Clearlove and Scout down there. You know, they tried to change up their strategy. They played a bit more heavy on Clearlove's hands. He was picking up the early double kills or got the kill bottom, then ran, got the kill mid lane. I feel like they just need to start throwing all of those resources to counter SMLZ on the Rift.
Okay. We'll have to see if they find success here in this next one.
I mean, that and banning the Ahri was also an interesting decision, but EDG didn't. They chose Thresh. And again, we mentioned this in the draft phase. They set up for a Thresh pick or a playmaking supportive choice. They just picked a Karma anyway. OMG are always going to have options, whereas if you're banning against OMG, of course, get rid of the Echo and the Ahri in the second rotation.
Got to look towards this pick and ban for EDG as we get into game number 3. It's going to be very telling as to how they want to play this, if they want to go aggressive like in game number 1 or play that intelligent game.
And fun fact, Dom, as we go into game number 3, OMG have never won a best of 5 against EDG.
Well, they're now down to a single best of 3. Frosco, thank you so much for your analysis and setting up that very juicy story thread for us. Hopefully we'll get some payoff later on in this best of 5 as we now get into picks and bans for game number 3. Varus is the first pick towards EDG, and with Ashe banned away from Zet, that means he's going to show us something a little different, and his Kog'Maw banned away as well. We do still have double jungle ban along with what appears to be a Shen taken away from Xiong.
We're also on the same side of the rift again between games 2 and 3.
Yep.
They've chosen to be on blue once more. The EDG, which means their first pick you would expect would be crucial. With the Ashe ban, they prioritized the Varus.
Yeah, prioritizing their bottom lane this time, but OMG takes something different. They prioritize jungle and top. This is typically where we see the AD carry out of OMG, but with two of them banned away and one of them first picked, they decide to fall down the rung, and that's Caitlyn for SMLZ bottom.
Yeah, now Cannon was banned in game number 2 by OMG in their first 3 rotations of the ban phase. Ashe now instead, and that gives Koro the availability of actually picking up the cannon for himself. Obviously not going to be an AD carry with Varus there, but it speaks positively towards EDG's draft if they're being given the Rek'Sai before the second ban phase and the Cannon before that second ban phase once more.
Yeah, we are racing through this pick and ban. Seems like EDG have a very clear idea of what they want and what they want to get rid of. And OMG are matching them pace by pace, step by step, as we now get towards the final ban from OMG in the second half. Fizz, Lee Sin, and Caitlyn still holding on to that mid and support. We're also seeing the same thing out of EDG, looking for their own mid and support.
We don't expect a Thresh ban out of EDG this time around. There's no support being focused whatsoever in the pick ban phase. OMG still to ban. Maybe it is the respect. I was going to say Orianna, but he beat me to it. Away from Scout, just based off game number 1 alone.
Yeah, there's the Ahri ban away from Icon, so EDG respecting the damage that he did. Even if he didn't get MVP, still huge presence on the map. Okay. And yeah, with the supports open, you said it before, that's Karma wide open.
But this isn't just a support now, so it's a flex for OMG. They can go the Karma, but they can put that Karma to the mid lane, especially with all of the bans now going down towards Icon with the Echo and the Ahri. He has choices, but that's one of the choices that he's gone towards in this series already.
Yeah, focusing that Karma to enable his AD carry on SMLZ. His Thresh was available, but decided to stick towards it. Now EDG get the chance to answer with their own support, still hanging on to that mid laner for just a few seconds longer, as that's Lulu now locked in for Mako. So we've got Varus, Lulu bottom.
They're locked in a standard but very strong bottom lane. This is also not going to be a surprise if we see this. They can throw a spanner in the works and pick something with a bit more mobility once again. But Scout doesn't know what he's playing against, so a Twisted Fate would be a very risky pick. Talia, also an option.
Yeah, that was banned away from him in game number 1. In fact, the first ban that OMG threw at EDG in the entire best of 5. And with that Syndra, we've got the exact same mid and bottom from the team. The only change we're seeing out of EDG is that Rek'Sai for Clear Love instead of Kha'Zix, and up top, Kennen for Koro instead of that Fizz. Now OMG get to pick mid laner for themselves. It's going to be Jace for Icon in the mid lane.
That could look good on Jace. I think there's no reason to really be...
They're actually swapping it over. That's Jace for Xiang.
Yeah, always going to be a flex. Fizz, you never know when it is going to go mid lane. It's into a Syndra. Icon already showing his ability to play Assassins. Again, just a good matchup. Jace is also a good matchup past the first recall, which is why we expected to go mid lane, just for the Hex Drinker purpose. But having the Fizz into the Cannon perhaps was a cause for concern enough to have that be flexed either way towards the middle lane position. They can interchange as they would like, not just in the draft, but also in-game between the Jace and the Fizz. They're very capable split-pushing champions. We may well see a 1-3-1 come out of OMG as a team.
So this is actually fairly surprising as the coaches don't shake hands?
One was looking.
Yeah. Perhaps the coach from OMG. We'll assume he was distracted. We'll see in the next set if he will go back and actually shake hands with the coach of EDG. But the point that I was getting to, we've never seen Xiang take Jace in professional League of Legends history. He has never taken it in a pro game. This is the first time in game number 3 against EDG in this best of 5. So still good to see the players grow and improve over time and bring us these new sets, these new champions.
Well, when they constantly play well and get things banned away from them, eventually you have to bring out something new, something different. Shen, Renekton now bans that are going to be shared away from Xiang, and then you've got Echo and Ahri away from Icon. So already 2-star players, it seems to be, on this team, taking a lot of the focus, Kog'Maw as well from SMLZ. So that's just 5 target bans at the moment. Nothing meta actually taken away from OMG, meaning that as we go into these games, there is just so much strong standard champion that is actually there for them, available every time.
And with these comps, we're now getting ready to load onto the Rift. SMLZ as deadpan as ever, as it is just another day in the office for him on that Caitlyn Karma into the exact same bottom lane. Perhaps he can put EDG back in a hole once again as we load on to the Rift. The audience is ready, and we heard the tired chants from EDG in game number 2. Do you think they revitalize here in game 3?
I think EDG as a team may have gone backstage and been revitalized, but the fans really can't tell till they yell. That guy's a beast. He likes OMG.
The massive chance from 3. EDG, it's a building rumble. They don't think they're out of this just yet. They're not putting themselves down.
That microphone's just too close to the OMG fans.
But that OMG guy, he is on top of it.
So now we're actually under the rift. It is game 3 for the 3rd place match in the LPL. Very important Worlds implications for both of these teams if they're thinking long term, which they should be.
I think right now they just focus on the laning phase as Icon. Ooh, actually shows that he takes Deadly Trickster to avoid that damage. And OMG running Team Thunderlords. SMLZ going for some sustain. And meanwhile for EDG, we do see variety with Fervor of Battle on their AD carries, Thunderlords on mid and support, and good old-fashioned Colossus on Clear Love.
And Clear Love also being spotted with a ward, seeing him do the red buff. So as you mentioned, Summoner's Keystone Masteries. The Warlord's Bloodlust, very rarely seen from SMLZ, usually goes towards the Fervor of Battle.
As Icon clears out these minions mid, he hasn't missed one so far. Junglers are starting on that top side, but you mentioned SMLZ taking that Warlords. Perhaps that'll come in handy as he's pushing bottom against Zet. See, he started Doran's Blade and single Biscuit against Zet, who started Longsword 3 Biscuit.
And there should be very rarely be reasons to actually have a pushing bottom lane for a Lulu and a Varus against a Caitlyn Karma. They can do too much damage to you whilst pushing. So OMG should have the priority down in this bottom lane. It means that their jungler can focus this side of the map if he chooses. And by starting the red buff, by starting on that side of the map, very easy for him to then translate that to at least the bottom lane Scuttle Crab control for the level 4 clear. He is at least in after all. But you have to look at Clear Love to contrast that. He's playing the Rex side. They know he started red, so they can safely assume that he's going to be doing his blue buffer on that side of the map right now. It's about if they can actually get something going, because this mid lane already pretty spicy for Icon.
Yeah, Scout is just tossing out shot after shot. Icon trying to heal up with his Corrupting Potion. He's got teleport, so if he gets pushed out, he can get right back in, but wants to try to go for at least a Dark Seal for some additional sustain, as he's just constantly being bullied over and over.
He gets a trade back. Potentially one that kills him.
That's Exhaust. He's going to try to flash the wall. Gets away from the Prey Seeker,
Still got
but the
him.
auto attack homes through. That's first blood from Scout.
He has to block for Scout here, however, Clear Love. Just be careful of the cheeky World 6. However, that first kill, that's inexcusable from Icon, unfortunately, because he was trying to bait, and so he does die as a bait. Meanwhile, bottom.
Yeah, Mako eats a lot of damage. That's Ignite as well. The auto attack. Again, a kill from the duo lane of OMG as they push Zet back under his turret. He's still holding on to his flash as
World
SMLZ.
6 is coming down as
Yeah.
well.
He's still holding on to that, and this is a large minion wave.
He's now cutting him off between the turrets, so unless the Varus is already out.
He's hanging on to that flash, sidesteps the Sonic Wave. Great juke from Zet, keeps him alive.
And that was a 50-50 between life and death potentially there for Zet. Had no heal. As we get to see this kill again, I believe it was just a long-distance auto attack as he tries to flash the Prey Seeker. Oh, it was a Q. Flash Q out of Scout, so he's able to do that blind.
Yeah, great prediction.
As meanwhile, we're back.
Now they're diving onto Zet. SMLZ dies as he goes way too deep.
5
the
dies
turret
as well.
gets another one. That's a double kill for Zet. Massive mistake.
That is really unfortunate now that we have come out of a replay and we didn't actually see how that transpired.
Yeah, I think Zet might have gone back to bait it out, and then World 6 did Krugs, maybe?
Well, I mean, the moral of the story is that OMG have definitely just cooked their advantage in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
By having SMLZ die in particular, that's a lot of their strength out the window.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is already a problem point that we're looking at, the middle lane. That's why we're constantly looking at this, compliments of the observers.
Icon clearing these out. He's just trying so hard. And actually did go for the Doran's Ring instead of Dark Seal, so looking for a little bit more of an actual health pool, flat health.
The problem, though, like about this bottom lane that we mentioned, is forced into a pickaxe purchase to keep up with long swords is really efficient. As Scout is taking a bit of deeps.
Yeah, 5 tries to get max range on the Soul Flare, but Scout's able to walk it away. Knowing that there were no summoners from Scout, he's going to recall under turret. And actually catch the wave. As he's got Clear Love there for support.
Really struggling.
Yeah, he's having a tough time.
Actually
There he goes.
Hey!
Stays for 1 of 4 minions.
He is getting experience, though,
Yeah.
which is more important. The closer to 6 you get, the better off you'll be. And the longer it takes for Icon to get 6 and that you've spent in lane, the safer you are as well.
Absolutely. As that's a double Doran's Ring and the Amp Tome from Scout for some raw stats. World 6 finds Clear Love making his way around. That's the level 6 immediately ticked over, and the burst damage onto World 6. Icon is able to get a kill of his own. He ticks over onto level 6. drops Chum the Waters before dashing away. Clearlove has
He's got the
flash.
tunnel.
And should be able to follow up in just a second as he sidesteps the Prey Seeker, but decides not to use his flash to try looking for the kill on Icon.
So there would have been no knock-up reset from Clearlove, even if he did
Yeah,
flash.
he did use it. You're
Yeah,
right.
it would have been too challenging, I think, to get the animation buffers between all of his spells. Still looking. And
Icon
finding.
standing still. Oh! But Playful Trickster from Icon to read the Prey Seeker means he survives. Still within experience range of these minions.
However, it does still delay his recall.
Yeah.
So Scout's going to come back from the Death Chamber. He's already walking down towards this middle lane. Will now push in, have a slight advantage because they're still equal in gold as they both have a kill apiece. We'll now just get extra minions.
Yeah, meanwhile, with all the fun bottom, or excuse me, mid lane, we take a look bottom. You can see Bilgewater Cutlass finished for Zet. He's able to heal himself up, no longer so concerned about taking this massive trades with SMLZ. That a kill and assist definitely helping him out. Even Frostfang from Mako for additional gold and some movement speed. As 5, you can see, takes a bit of damage. Xiong trading with Koro up top. Just a standard Phage against Vamp Scepter, so it is AD Cannon we're seeing out of Koro.
Yeah, Koro being super respectful in the way that he's playing at the moment. Notice that the second red buff had just spawned, so he was playing super carefully, expecting World 6 to be nearby. Of course, the Lee Sin isn't ganking him, is now going back towards bottom, but nothing has spotted him really doing that. And so the cannon plays safely, giving Jace a free laning phase for the moment. I'm sure Xiong will be happy with that.
With that, Clearlove races back out onto the map with Tracker's Knife and a Bomby Cinder.
Scout definitely still has control of this lane. He even uses the Q at the same time as leveling up to stay at full mana, maximizing the amount of trade that he could do if there was an ultimate to come out.
And he's just waiting for the absolute latest he can to get those minions. Clearlove actually heading top. Tunnels over. Goes for the flash knockup on the Xiong. That's slicing Maelstrom as they stagger their crowd control for a lot of damage. Clearlove takes some shots, but will survive as Koro gets a kill onto Xiong.
And Clearlove when he has Rek'Sai compared to Clearlove when he has anything else right now feels much better for him and for EDG. Being able to dive things, being able to be a tank, honestly, for the roster has set them up. OMG, as you can see, are still trying to trade. Cloud Drake hurts a lot, but if they're able to get the Cloud Drake compared to the damage going onto this turret, it's a temporary worth. Maybe not a long-term worth.
Icon's actually showing up bottom. He's got his Hextech Revolver and hasn't been spotted out yet as Mako eats some initial harass. Shield keeps him rather topped up, and that is a large minion wave pushing away.
They're diving a pushing wave with a Lulu in it. They're actually looking to maybe catch them between turrets.
And that's exactly what they do. Flash, ace in the hole. Chain of Corruption prevents follow-up. They've almost got it, but Icon flashes back and Zet punishes them. They continue to go in. The Zet's Ignite burn. They get him just outside of turret range. Mako ticks over level 6 from the assist. SMLZ takes a shot and forced to flash away. Zet has almost got Piercing Arrow, and that's why he's chasing, hanging on to Flash. Flash Arrow heal out of SMLZ, but now Zet has got to back away, sidesteps the Sonic
EDG
Wave,
are taking
and
the fight.
OMG are still making a huge mistake by trying to get in, and the Piltover Peacemaker misses.
It's like wacky races right now.
Yeah.
Everyone calm down and just stop diving EDG. They've literally got a Varus and Lulu with 4 summoners. Ticks over to 6 because Icon dives. Could not have gone more poorly if you were OMG just there. So well done to EDG, making sure that OMG's mistakes were punished.
Now we're seeing 6-2 at the 10-minute mark, a 3,500 gold lead as the top tier 1 was broken by EDG earlier. Icon is at a massive CS deficit mid, and though he's trying to defend, it's taking a lot of damage. World 6 shows up. They are able to get enough burst to kill onto Clearlove, but Koro shows up to finish off the turret, and that's Flash from World 6. So yeah, they got a kill, but EDG are still taking these big neutral objectives.
That's actually miscommunication out of both Clearlove and Scout. One backs away, one wants the turret, so he does go down for it, but you're correct. Koro being here means that the turret will drop. They may consider pressuring, but of course Koro now has to go back to his home in the top lane as it's about to get pushed in.
Yeah, Xiong tries to push it back out. Still no massive item, not even a tier, not even a Black Cleaver, not even a serrated Dirk on that Jace. Though he has been laning rather comfortably against Koro, now he's not having that impact. Now that Koro has been unlocked from having that tier 1 taken. Bottom, Zet, you can see he's got his own Bilgewater and a recurve bow. Looks like SMLZ.
And last hitting. Look at that.
You can see SMLZ has actually got a BF sword and a pickaxe.
Are you ready? They're going to dive bottom again.
Oh man, Icon's not there. It's 3 versus 2. No summoner spells, 5 races in.
Clear Love is on his way down, so just be prepared for that OMG.
Yeah, get some initial damage. Chain of Corruption onto World 6. They've got so much burst. Zet is doing work here.
And Clear Love is now here.
Yeah, shows up just in time. That's teleport being used by Xiang and answered by Koro. It is canceled at the last second by both of them.
And that was a game of teleport chicken from top laner. Xiang did not want to go in there.
No.
Koro was only going to if Xiang did. Now they pressure bottom lane. No answer there from OMG. Clear Love having more of an impact just because he's a tank. World 6 not having an impact right now. It all involves just giving his opponents the advantage.
And by pressuring this blue buff, EDG are even going so far as to pressure the bottom tier 1 and take that. Mako is finishing it off with Zet. Actually, they haven't quite finished it off just yet, as SMLZ is able to walk back with some support from his mid laner and his jungler on that side of the map.
Yeah, the priority was over the blue buff more so than the bottom lane turret. They've acknowledged that it can go down.
I apologize, the teleport was from Icon, not Xiang. So there is still a possibility for OMG to try and fight, but instead they're just going to defend their tier 1 turret.
Completely spaced on Icon having that teleport.
Yeah.
It does mean you're correct that Xiang also able to be around at any moment can definitely prevent them from perhaps taking turrets, and maybe EDG look for the safe route, acknowledging the numbers disadvantage. But also, as it stands, they are bringing Koro around to these places, also rotating him, knowing that, you know what, Xiang, he's trying to freeze a wave perhaps. He's pushing it slowly, and it's a super deep compromised position for Koro to be in. But because he can come bottom and pressure that turret, it's bound to fall eventually. And then he just goes back up, wanders, or waddles even. He does walk a bit waddly towards the top lane. Collect the CS that Xiang has set up for him.
It's those tiny Yordle feet, just so tough. Zet's finished off his Blade of the Ruined King. You can see Berserker Greaves out of SMLZ, so again, going for that turret pushing build. But his own turret is the first to fall in this bottom lane, as it's 3 turrets to 0 for EDG. They have unlocked all of their laners at this point. With Koro on that hypermobile Rek'Sai, OMG have got to find themselves worrying.
They definitely have a cause for concern right now. Scout is struggling with these last hits. He should be further ahead, but he's missing so many. Back foot well and truly there for OMG, you're correct. But now is the hardest part where your shot calling needs to be important. How do you break the inner turrets? Or are you going to force something like the Infernal Drake?
Yeah,
which
and
should be the easiest thing.
And this is the same problem that we criticized from EDG when we saw them look weak during the regular season. Sure, they can take an advantage and take that early objective, but what's next? Right now, it looks like that next is an assassination onto Icon, as they are throwing everything to kill him. A 3-member collapse from outside of vision. Without that Fizz there, they might keep going.
You have to feel bad if you're Icon. Literally everything missed except for a knockup from Mako.
Yeah.
He dodged it all, or it just missed. Scout stun Zet's ultimate, but they could still lock him down because Syndra can press their R button, and they have a 3-0-1 Varus. It's now 3-0-2. He does so much damage.
Yeah. Now he's going to start firing shots across. Black Cleaver finish from Xiang, but Koro is pushing up top along with Clear Love, so it's 2 tier 2s being pressed. And seems like EDG not falling prey to that issue that they had earlier in the split.
And Icon's super close to having his teleport available again, so these opportunities to use a numbers advantage go out the window. Even if you kill the Fizz, it's early enough in the game that he'll respawn eventually after maybe 1 wave, and then he's there ready to go instantly. So they get the pick, they get a kill, maybe a bit of damage here and there onto some structures, but they don't break anything open just yet. We mentioned already the Infernal Drake could be something they want to look towards. Well, they didn't take any steps towards the Infernal Drake. They actually looked for the structures above all else.
They set up so much vision on the top side of the map. We actually just saw recall finish from Mako, so he's all topped off. And Clear Love still waiting on that cooldown for his Void Rush to get back out onto the map. So we'll have to make do with those control wards from Scout and the vision from Mako instead. But they are setting up rather nicely. They still keep themselves on the map, pressing into OMG's territory.
Well, I mean, the beauty of it is, vision aside, Clear Love is a Rek'Sai, so he still has the tremor senses. Again, a champion we don't often see anymore, but still has the unique strength of being able to just walk around, burrowed into the ground, and see everybody that was placing vision around them.
Yeah, now so confidently, EDG just turn onto the Infernal Dragon. Very confident that OMG will not take a fight here, as it's only 16 minutes in. Now that's a Dragon for EDG. They're still up by about 5,300 gold. And what's next?
Well, the next one's also going to be a Mountain Drake, speaking of what's next, which is important for trying to break the further stages of this game. If OMG can sneak one, get a team fight, suddenly they can take more objectives just because of the Drake. But you're expecting Koro now to rotate. His new game plan, push wave, pretend that I am not here anymore, but I'm either here or I'm mid. It's like a magician.
Where's he coming? Left? Is he up top? Is he in mid? Is he bottom? Oh god. He was under my chair the whole time.
He is invisible though, to the point where they might actually just do Rift Herald because there's nothing for him to do. And the only reason that he's invisible and it's working is because Xiang has too much presence, or their vision that they have for OMG's side is always going to be too big of a deal.
Yeah, you can see how far back he's sitting from that minion wave, knowing that Koro and Clearlove are missing. Bit of a disagreement over who's going to get that Rip
No,
Void.
it was recall.
Yeah.
Don't worry, there's no disagreements.
I mean, he was sitting on it, but decided to back away. And now we still see the split push from Scout matching Icon down bottom. Icon has teleport, but this is the bottom tier 1 being defended. That's a fully stocked new Tracker's Knife and looks towards a Randuin's Omen on Clearlove. His blue buff is being passed over to Icon. And OMG, they've, with nothing left on the map but their tier 2s, they're able to hold on for now, but EDG are just biding their time until the next big neutral objective or an opening to crack one of these tier 2s presents itself.
And it does feel like the game plan as well is stack some armor up, just kill Icon first, use the Syndra, or force him to play for Trickster defensively, and then kill the rest of the team. Because SNLZ a little bit behind, especially compared to Zet. World 6 physical damage, 1 and 2 will do a lot of damage, but is super fragile.
Yeah.
And then Xiang as well, Black Cleaver first item. So when they stack that MR and they are able to actually team fight, you would expect that all of the armor from EDG tips it over.
Already preparing themselves for success. This is the intelligent team EDG, the first time in years that they have not been to a finals in the LPL. And now they're tied 1-1 in this third place match against Team OMG. A loss in this game, a loss in this best of 5 would be a massive disappointment to the organization. But they are setting themselves up to continue moving forward and take the win in this game as they are running their advantage against OMG. Now pushing that top tier 2 as OMG were looking for a pick bottom, but did not find it because of the dodge from Koro. Scout and Mako actually finish it off before OMG can respond.
Yeah, Jace has got wave clear, but not when there's front and back wave minions all pushing at the same time. He can only hit one of them, and so there is enough minion health to take down the structure. Clearlove now setting up mid lane for the same reason. They want to group mid, force them to respond mid, and then perhaps look at this bottom lane. But all of this is just buying time, using the map advantage that they have to grow smaller, incremental, but consistently growing leads. EDG are playing this out super cautiously.
Just being very intelligent in this game. Very low risk, low reward, but eventually they start stacking up into just a larger cumulative advantage.
Well, that one time they pushed in top lane and got it to half health, exactly as you mentioned, now stacks up towards actually getting it the second time they push it.
The small investment.
Yeah, they're thinking long-term loans.
Yeah. Like a 2% increase over 40 years versus the 10% increase over 2.
This is also a point, however, where OMG might be happier. Of course, not having your outer turrets means it's a challenge to be in a safe position. EDG, no turrets forward, so they're pretty content with how the map stands.
And even take a look at the ward lines.
Yeah, exactly. It's all defensive from OMG, but realistically as well, they can 1-3-1. So OMG can split push if they're allowed to do so. If there's ever a moment where EDG have a lapse in judgment or they lack vision in an area, and a 1-3-1 is set up by the side of OMG, there's no real answer that EDG want to actually put against it. You have to put a Syndra against the Fizz, but if you do that, you don't have your Syndra for team fighting.
EDG, however, are all prepared to flank on mid. You can see so many pings as they are trying to decide whether or not to push in. A trap line gets cleared. There is a potential flank from Xiang. Icon is spotted over the wall as he eats a stun and a lot of burst.
Wow.
And they've got enough to follow through as Mako and Zet collapse on Scout's pick.
That is so much damage out of Scout on that Syndra. Zed, of course, manages to pick it off just at the very end with his long-range
Hail of arrows, yeah.
But still, that's the most important pick again. No Fizz, no split pushing. Has got teleport, as we mentioned last time that he died, however.
And now they're playing both of these tier 2 turrets at once. The trap line is set up, but Zet is still able to fire across on this turret as the traps are just a little bit too far back. Meanwhile, Koro is splitting bottom. The minions are cleared, but it's already chunked down to a quarter of its health. Meanwhile, Koro is working up top with his Glimpse of the Void.
That's a case of we'll be back for you next time, turrets.
Teleport flank coming out of Icon. He's going to collapse into the river, but EDG are making their way topside. Icon has his Chum the Waters, races in, has found Zet, but the rest of EDG are already there. Has to use Playful Trickster to get away from another follow-up stun from Scout, and that's Teleport used to try to make something happen, but EDG have already fallen back well in advance.
I think it just happens that the positioning of the recall from Mako was near enough to the teleport that he was actually able to spot that one out, or a flank might have been possible. But they get to run away with enough time spared. They get to just walk it out and throw some stuns off at the Fizz as they walk their way through, as World 6 is about to die to Baron.
Oh man, hops over.
He would have.
210 health if you take him one more hit. And
oh no.
you could see how desperate they were to get vision on that Baron side of the map. He should be fine.
Get off me, Krugs.
Finishes them off. Able to protect himself. And now Clearlove is just doing Mountain Dragon almost single-handedly. Koro's going to show up to help him, so too is Zet. They've sent to top. Mako drops a ward and backs away. As, again, OMG's attempt to look for a pick is denied. We've seen them try that play over and over in most of these series. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it works against them. But EDG have definitely done their homework, and they do not fall for it.
Yeah, and World 6 had just cleared out vision near the Baron area, so you'd have to expect that EDG were, if nothing else, wary of that fact. And so the ward was placed in the right spot from Mako, but he would have been placing wards either way. EDG, now they don't die, have an opportunity to push forwards.
Yeah, Zet walks in. Chain of Corruption forces the flash away from SMLZ as Clearlove shows up as well. They get a few more shots onto the turret. Now they're bringing in Scout as he prepares to start layering some Dark Spheres for a potential
Icon has
stun.
a flank as well.
Yeah, he's got his Chum the Waters. Who's he going to go for? They've set up a defensive line. Dashes in. But the tier 2 has already been broken. EDG have taken what they wanted. They've got what they came here for.
And we're at a point with Icon having no teleport that there's no such thing as a 1-3-1. So the Fizz was on the other side. Now had to walk towards mid, but by the time he got there, the turret had fallen again. All that pre-planning or the chip damage they get before now breaks the structures. OMG well and truly struggling. But the big thing, that last straw that EDG need is to actually secure themselves the Baron buff so they can break these structures more successfully.
Ooh, Icon, the Hitman, is looking for a play. That's Protobelt in, Chum the Waters. But he's under the turret. That's Exhaust as well to soak some of this damage. And Teleport from Koro to collapse. Didn't even need to, but it's completed anyways, because with the mid laner dead with no teleport, Zet finds Xiong in the river, flashes to sidestep, tries to follow through, heal to chase onto Xiong, Shock Blast Acceleration Gate. Zet does have his piercing arrow in just a moment. Is he going to leap over, lands the hail of arrows, and should be able to follow up with an auto attack, a solo kill on the Xiong. As that is not Ships in the Night, that was Titanic that we just witnessed. Koro finds 5 in the jungle. This is just OMG falling apart one by one by one.
OMG falling apart, but also EDG just outplaying them on an individual basis. Scout versus Icon, you've got Zed against Xiong, and all of these one-on-ones just go well and truly into EDG's favor. And that's pretty much the lights out moment for OMG, where all of that desperation even now barely exists. Icon not having a good performance compared to game number 2.
And that's what you talked about, that desperation. That Icon was hunting for the play against Scout. He tried to go for the outplay against Syndra with Exhaust, but Scout, very well prepared, was able to get that solo kill with the support of his team. Even in the mid lane, Zet finding Xiong, just not respecting that early damage. And with this, Baron buff now picked up by EDG. They have got the momentum in this series with a massive, or in this game with an 11,000 gold advantage. Now they are primed to start breaking the base of OMG.
Yeah, the best thing about all of those 1v1s is just the small details. EDG are ahead. They have the advantage in every single duel that does break out, but also the way they play it. Zet flashing the Jace Q, knowing that he doesn't get move speed slowed, that he can continue auto attack and avoids the main damage tool out of the Jace. And Scout getting the exhaust off before the Playful Trickster are able to dodge anything, so that it reduces the damage, means he doesn't get one hit. Like, yes, he's fed, but he's also preventing the worst case scenario from happening in an outplay by actually outplaying their opponents. They are well and truly on top of OMG.
Yeah, mechanically prepared. Now we do see a 4-1 split from EDG, as they are also macro prepared. bringing a minion wave towards the final remaining tier 2 of OMG. Koro is set to break it down. He's got some support from Clearlove, and though the Shock Blast hits him, he's doing so much damage with the Mountain Drake and AD Cannon. It drops as Chum the Waters finds Mako. That support. Scout eats Ace in the hole. He's going to try to assassinate Mako, Redemption, and Wild Growth, but they manage to tag him with even more follow-up, and Mako is the one who gets the kill. How's that, Icon?
Trying to assassinate a Lulu, not exactly the easiest of things to do. Mako throws Redemption on himself, ults himself, and he's all right.
It's never a bad time. It's never a good time when your assassin tries to kill the support and doesn't succeed. Really speaks towards the target priority of OMG. Koro is just split pushing to his heart's content. He takes down the bottom inhibitor turret, turns onto the inhib. Meanwhile, Clearlove and Zet have walked up with Scout and are free-firing on that second inhibitor turret. Still 15 seconds for Icon. OMG have got the Baron for another 90 seconds. As World 6 eats a Sun, Scout just escorts him on the way out. No unleashed power as they break one inhib and then the second.
Every time Scout gets a stun, he just shows them the door and says, this is your exit. If I have an ultimate, your exit's going to be the Death Chamber.
Yeah.
EDG, it's as simple as getting that one pick, but this is the third time, if not the fourth time, this game that Icon has been the one person to die. And he hasn't died inside his own base. He's died fighting. If nothing else, it's admirable how much he commits to going forwards. Maybe it's tilt. I'm not going to be the one to say it.
I mean, we saw the emotion that he was wielding in his set against IMEG in game number 1, taunting on the corpses of his enemies before getting taunted on himself when he ended up dying. Good sidestep from World 6 to escape with his life. But you have to look at the emotional state from OMG, and they have got to pull it together. Game number 1 was a crushing stomp from EDG. Game number 3 looks to be a very similar theme. The question is, can OMG pull a rabbit out of a hat twice, or will OMG close the series as they are trying to turn this fight here? They've found one, and they have shown that it is, in fact, just a regular hat. The rabbit was under the table the whole time. They push forward onto the final inhibitor as Baron falls off. Clearlove is taking shots as SMLZ tries to pop off, but that Syndra is massive. Zet kills the back line of Xiong, and now they turn onto the inhib. It's up to Icon and 5 to try and defend, but super minions are on the Nexus turrets. 5 on the Fountain will die, and Icon tries to stall the wave, but can only do but watch in tears as his Nexus breaks. And in game number 3, EDG are one win away from taking 3rd place.
Setting themselves up much better in game number 3, and for the first time this game, Icon watches as his team dies, and he is left standing as the Nexus falls. OMG, you would not feel good after that game whatsoever.
You can still even see EDG are looking a little shaken. There you go. Clearlove's got a big old smile. And perhaps that's the charisma that we were looking for to enable Scout, to enable Mako in returning towards this lineup. Though OMG will have to show us whether or not they can recover. But that's not a stairway to heaven. That's going a different direction. Frosco, welcome back to the desk. What's your take on this?
Yeah, it's going straight down for OMG. They fell apart across the map this time around. And like you said, Clearlove had a big smile, and I do want to kind of underline him. I feel like he's been jovial, he's been talking, he's been very vocal. You see him coming out onto the stage, he's either talking to Koro or he's talking to the coach, looking at scouts sometimes, and you have to think that he is the difference here.
Absolutely huge performance in setting up for his team with that vision and getting those early ganks across. Of course, Scout popped off against Icon as well, who was so greedy to try to take these fights.
But let's be real. The real MVP of EDG was OMG's bot lane. Like, the amount of attempted dives, normally when I'm watching these games, I write down timestamps and how everything really fits together, and I stopped at 9:36, and that was a relatively long game, and I was like, they try to dive for the 4th time, I'm done.
It worked in game number 2. Surely we could try it again. Oh, it didn't work. Let's try again. Oh, it didn't work.
They're like Varus Lulu. They
Yeah.
both have their ultimates. Let's do it. Meanwhile, their top lane is just getting destroyed. Icon can't be mid lane. He needs to roam down to try to make that dive happen. Means that Scout's left alone in the mid lane, so the mid tower falls again super early in these series.
Tragically, it's not like the Princess Bride. You cannot build a tolerance to diving by going at it again and again. Eventually, the poison of that play will get to you and kill you. But we did see EDG play more intelligently around the map as a whole. I mean, they were playing with wards, they were playing with flanks. Icon was split pushing, Scout was split pushing against Icon to effectively neutralize him. And by the time Icon finally was fed up with it and looked for the 1v1 outplay, he was just too far behind.
Yeah, and again, Icon, I don't think it's the wrong decision that he does try to get the 1v1 kill or try to get an outplay, because if he doesn't, once the wave is reset and they actually bring Scout back towards the mid lane or group to where the team is, he'll have a bigger impact than Icon will, because he was already super far behind. From the very beginning of the game, Icon was behind. From his one decision to dive bottom, he was so far behind that he was out of the game, which is why he's then making these decisions. It's aggressive. It could be considered a mistake, but it's a decision that he made.
Sure, but those were the decisions that worked for him in previous series against IMA in game number 3 of Team WE, going aggressively forward. Even Ari in game number 2, looking for those charms. Sometimes he hit them, they were clutch. Sometimes he missed, he still zoned the team away.
But he's not really getting the best of Scout in this series so far. And we always talk about, the LPL mid laners, the likes of Rookie comes to mind, Icon's up there. But Scout, when we think on it, when we sit enough, we're like, oh yeah, Scout, he's really good. He's hard carry 1v9 EDG to a couple of these victories that they should have lost. But I feel like we constantly kind of overlook him, and then he just slaps everyone in the face with MVP after MVP.
Yeah, and this is the MVP that you were talking about, taking that win on that Syndra. Now his second MVP in this best of 5.
And I know you guys weren't super impressed with the Q fadeaway, the level 1.
The flash over the wall.
Yeah, this is crazy. I thought for sure, just like Rusty did, that it was a distant fadeaway auto attack to kill him the first time. But nah, it's the flash blind Q to find Fizz in the brush right there.
The prediction read. And then, of course, this was the dive bottom where OMG's bottom lane were so desperate
you can see
for
the
the kills.
moment
The first time, yeah.
that OMG lost the game. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a terrible idea.
We can do it. We can do it. We can't do it. We can't do it.
It's that moment where you see SMLZ, and it wasn't on that dive because they dove 3 times bottom. It was on the second one where he actually just flashes over the wall, but he paces back and forth. He's like, I'm screwed.
I can't do anything. Yeah. Okay, so then we're now getting into game number 4 in just a few minutes. It's set point for Team EDG. If they take the win here, they're totally set. They take 3rd place. Of course, still a bit of a disappointment to EDG, but they can at least walk away with that. If they lose, it would be a massive disappointment. What does OMG do to inflict that disappointment on EDG? How do they come back in this series and bring us to an ace match?
I think the first thing that you have to really highlight for OMG coming into the next match is that Clearlove looks 5 times better at a minimum on Rek'Sai. It's like the only person in our league that wants to play Rek'Sai, potentially in the whole world, that is obsessed with picking it as a priority, but he wins with it every time.
I agree with that, but I don't want the audience to take away that he looks bad on the Kha'Zix, because he looked amazing on Kha'Zix as well. Getting Baron steals, getting the Elder Dragon steals, picking up all those kills. But I agree that the Rek'Sai just empowers his team so much better, whereas the Kha'Zix is just empowering him. And when we have Clearlove on the field, we want him to empower everyone else. Otherwise, there's no difference between him and FireLolly.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if OMG can break out a difference to shut Clearlove down. We're going to get ready for game number 4 in just a few. Don't go anywhere. The LPL 3rd place match will be right back.
I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No, shining ashes call me to explore every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret, my little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips, shine ashes, call me to explore. Down every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to what very well could be the last game of League of Legends before the grand finals in Nanjing, China for the LPL 2017 Spring Split. Once again, my name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk is Zach Rusty Pie and Indiana Frostgear and Black. Welcome back. And now we're moving into game number 4. EDG 1 point away from closing the set. What do they do to lock this down and prevent OMG from running it back to a game 5?
I think that EDG, based off their games 1 and 3 performance, should be playing a much more selfless game individually. So their support and jungler need to be unlocked again. They need to rinse and repeat what has worked for them already and actually set up vision, look for objectives, and just bleed OMG out. The very simple, fundamental way to play this game against OMG is don't 5v5 them. 1v1v1v1, like constantly just pressure them in multiple areas and force them into making mistakes.
Yeah, I 100% agree. OMG have always been a great 5v5 team. They're usually a good skirmish team as well, although they were making some questionable decisions and compounding on that one. But they can't play as well from the back foot. You know, they're still a relatively inexperienced roster when you look across the legacy starters of EDG right now. So you can pressure them into these, you know, intense situations where they need to make a split-second call. Are we going towards the Baron? Are we trying to fight over vision here? Are we looking for the dive? And they will start to trip up because they don't have enough experience to know which one's the right direction to go.
And there's this really curious thing with OMG and their drafting. They banned Ashe in game number 3, expecting it to be picked by EDG. We mentioned this before the game started. I think Ashe is the most important AD carry out of all of them for both of these teams right now in this series. But they gave over the Kennen. And Kennen is the perfect champion of choice for EDG to do exactly what we just said. And that is break OMG apart, actually split the map open so they can actually exploit it.
Yeah, and we saw Xiang for the first time on that Jace tried to answer it. Hopefully he'll get a chance to try something better as we are ready to get into pick and ban for game number 4. Set point between EDG and OMG. Now, EDG have side priority in this, so they are returning towards blue side for the 3rd time in a row. Frostgear, thank you so much for your analysis on the desk. We're going to get into the game, and she'll help us break down the series, or potentially the game, if not potentially the series afterwards. Already, you can see double AD carry banned away. Ashe and Kog'Maw. That means Varus is becoming a high priority pick for EDG, and Fizz will be popped back over to OMG.
Yeah, so again, Kennen banned, but Ashe alongside it means that the Elise goes unnoticed. OMG may actually look for an Elise as their 2nd champion of choice. Fizz naturally going to crop up as one of the most important champions.
Very high priority in the LPL during the playoff season with that Varus for Zet. He's going to be feeling very happy that he gets to take that yet once again. And now OMG looking for something a little different as Gragas is going to be the pickup. This was the champion that they won with in game number 2 for World 6. Question is, where does that Fizz go? Does it go up top for OMG or back towards Icon in the mid lane?
And most importantly, by picking the Gragas, yes, it's a good flex alongside the Fizz that's already gone mid, but you're giving EDG, you're giving Clearlove the Elise, something that has been banned from him, and they picked the Renekton to go alongside it. So they've got the tankiness, the survivability in that top lane 1v1, even if it is the Fizz going up there. And you would expect that this time around, Icon gets a champion that isn't the Fizz, just based off how the last game went.
Yeah, we'll see what it is going to be as we enter now into our second set of bans. Caitlyn is the pickup for SMLZ. He gets to take that bottom back into the Varus, and with Karma banned away, we no longer have the hyper-aggressive duo down there, though there are still some champs available, as Syndra is now banned away from Scout, and with the support in mid laner still potentially an option, they are going to start targeting away Icon.
And they didn't ban the Echo first. They banned the Ahri. So curiously, we'll see if they just continue and they just ban them in a different order for no reason. Or if the fact that the Syndra's already early banned, it'll probably be alongside the Orianna, that maybe Scout has something up his sleeve to deal with the Echo.
OMG now looking at their final ban for what could be their last game of the 2017 spring season. With the clock counting down, looks like it's going to be Lulu banned away from Mako, trying to remove that safety from the bottom lane. But there are still a lot of supports available.
Now, we did mention potentially Orianna. However, it's not going to be banned, so they may look towards it here. For Scout, of course, with OMG having the first pick, they could put priority on the mid laner, but you're expecting their support to be locked in.
It's a question of how much do you want to play this against the likes of EDG versus how likely do you think they are to play it. LeBlanc banned away from Icon, so 2 of his assassins removed, getting into this second phase. And now OMG, what do they show? Support or mid?
It should be the support, but unless they really want to get the Thresh in early, maybe take it away from Mako is always a possibility.
Oh yeah, the Thresh is actually going to make it through 4-5, so Thresh Caitlyn could very well be the bottom lane for OMG. A huge combo, not quite as aggro in the minions as the Karma Caitlyn, but still great at finding picks.
And then realistically, you'd be looking at the Malzahar. I was going to say, they're beating me every time. I want to say it. They're just too quick. The Malzahar, of course, with the Thresh locked in, Lulu and Karma both gone, is the natural next pick of choice. And now they actually lock in a big one for Scout.
Yeah, Jace in the mid lane for Scout gets to take that against Icon. He will have the luxury of counterpicking against it, but it is going to be difficult because Scout's Jace is something to be feared.
And you have to wonder now they know it is going to be the Jace mid. The Fizz should still stay in that top lane. It has a good matchup in a Renekton. You don't outright lose against the Renekton, even though he's a bully champion. And so you pretty much always call that a win, which is why we should be seeing the mid laner go here for OMG.
Yeah, that's Talia now locked in for Icon. Unraveled Earth is great for trading with Scout, especially if you can pop him up with a seismic shove beforehand to make these trades extra unfavorable, but it will be difficult for Icon to sustain in this lane. We'll see how he does, because OMG, they are hedging their bets on a bit of a team comp, a bit of an AoE composition. They are looking for the chaotic 5 versus 5s in which they thrive, whereas EDG seems like they've picked for lanes.
Yeah, EDG have got pretty dominant laning phase alongside OMG, honestly. So if either of them are picked for it, it still will go both directions. It's more of skill matchups across the board.
Okay.
EDG have picked themselves a lot of single target again, which is when we watched OMG win in Game 2, the reason that EDG weren't able to win. They had a team comp similar to this. But Jace is able to complement that this time around. Elise has a bit more incidental AoE that's going to be there with the spiders as well. So I think EDG have actually said, this is what our Game 2 comp was, but we one-upped it. We got one better in every single champion. You know, Elise, not such a selfish pick like the Kha'Zix was, can help the team out, can actually generate picks with crowd control. The Jace, same thing in the mid lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Clearlove continues to see success on his return here towards the LPL, as EDG are now 1 win away from closing off their 2017 spring season and claiming 3rd place. And though it isn't first, it isn't second, it's still definitely something to be admired, though. It is interesting that we are seeing the legacy 2016 version of EDG, not Fire Lolly, not Mouse, showing up here, but still, a win is a win.
And they have not been subbed out at all, so we're consistently keeping the same roster for the whole series. Clearlove does have a lot to prove for himself. He's been underperforming, or so the rumors go. In scrims, Fire Lolly just seems to be the better jungler of choice. And so he wants to get himself on the main roster. He'll need to step up, especially come Split 2, especially come the World Split for EDG.
And this actually looks like, even if they win here, this will be the lowest that EDG has performed since summer 2015, where they placed 4th place in the playoffs. So it has been a year and a half since we've seen EDG this low, but even so, they're still in a conversation for the best teams in China. And they are now continuing this in game number 4.
It just proves the fact that on the day EDG can still lose. They're not
Yeah.
going to be that invincible team we saw going to Worlds last year. 4th place in a region where there are 4 strong teams just means that there are sometimes teams that are better than them on the day, which speaks well towards the whole league.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Even Icon's screaming with them.
Yeah. The team chants coming out a little bit late as we load onto the Rift here, but they come out nonetheless. The OMG fans ready and prepared for a 5-game series. They want this to keep going. And OMG will actually go for a very fast invade to the red buff of Clear Love. He's going to head on up top along with Scout and some help from Koro to
Icon's
start
going to
off
try his
invading.
best as well, see if he can steal some with a Q.
1. And now he actually gets a lot of those hits onto Clear Love. He's at such low health.
Yeah, notice that Koro started to tank for him as well. He may actually smite the Raptor just to make sure that he can secure it. He'll be smiting as a last hit though. That way he's going to be healthy as OMG.
Yeah,
They've
meanwhile,
just flanked
Zed-
with Gragas.
Yeah,
this is
they're
level 2
going
cheese.
on in. That's Exhaust as well. Flay to pull them back. Double Exhaust.
Nah,
and
what?
Flash is going to knock it up. Auto attack Piltover. SMLZ gets first blood, but he loses his own support in the process. OMG, ladies and gentlemen, they will do anything to take it to game 5.
That was straight up aggressive. The gank in the bottom lane does not give the kill to Gragas, who has done 1 camp and has to leave with no flash, but they get a kill nonetheless. SMLZ flashing forwards, giving himself the edge by staying alive as top lane's got Clear Love.
That's Ignite. Xiang is almost going to solo kill, levels up, gets the stun. They've got the burst. He tries to go in, but doesn't have the cooldown. Koro now gets a kill against Xiang, and OMG are raising the stakes. You don't need to play so recklessly. What makes them feel like they have to?
OMG may be raising the stakes, but EDG did still match it, especially with what just happened in the top lane. The best part about it is that the confidence from Koro to walk forwards, get level 2, use the level 2 spells to get a stun off, have the health to get another Q out and heal. Very clever out of Koro. The communication was there, and with no flash from Xiang, the early ignite, there was no chance of a kill.
Absolutely. So close, but just not quite close enough. That's the teleport used by Xiang to get up top. The only thing he's got to his name is a control ward, plus that corrupting flask. And Koro, meanwhile, did complete his own recall for some health, and Xiang goes right back
He'll
in.
still win the 1v1s for sure.
Koro's still hanging on to his flash.
He's got W, that'll be potentially kill. Just no ignite.
Yeah, he's
Wishes
just
he
waiting
had
on the
it.
burst. Ooh, that's flash now burned. He takes 2 turret shots off the back of this, and OMG are showing up bottom again with World 6. Clearlove has actually completed his recall, and Koro, he's got the rage for a stun. Can he burst out this fizz, get some good damage? Xiang turns it around before leaping back away. Hugely volatile top lane. Potential dives down bottom.
But hugely volatile is still favoring Koro. The fact that there was 2 tower shots tanked by Xiang actually loses him this lane. Remember, this is that point in the lane where teleports were used. So the person who wins lane from here just wins the lane. So that is Renekton right now. He has the CS advantage because Xiang's attempt at diving him really far was too far, and all of the minions were at the turret. So Xiang loses everything and more for this. Koro can push to the turret, either keep the fizz down low or make him recall, and this is a cannon wave that he's potentially about to miss. So big win from the Renekton, big loss from the fizz.
Yeah, you can see Xiang doesn't even wait to stack up his full health and mana before racing out. That cannon will crash in and soak just a little bit of time, but with Clearlove on the bottom side of the map, World 6 was feigning up there just in case to defend if Clearlove wanted to show up. But after all of that early excitement, we finally start to see some standard lanes in the mid lane, even CS between the two, despite the initial trading that Icon did with his regular trading pattern. Of course, SMLZ in 5, continuing to shove down bottom as they did get that first blood. No recall out of SMLZ just yet, so he's still sitting on that extra gold. Clearlove is still bottom. He'll be spotted if he makes his way down there. Lantern. Excellent Lantern to soak some of the damage from the Malefic Visions.
There is no Lantern though. Clearlove didn't actually reveal himself, I believe. And so there is an opportunity still available. They pinged where the ward was, but because the Lantern was used, remember that's 20 odd seconds of potential collapse.
And we're not seeing a ward over the wall to clear out the blast cone, as excellent scouting from World 6 sees Clearlove and forces him away from the jungle, so now they know to play back nice and safe, defend that bottom lane.
Yeah, they also have no wards anymore. The one in the river has just died for them. So EDG full control now on this bottom side of the map. Full control, but also the minion wave pushing in. So they can't freeze, they can't utilize the advantage they have. They have to hard push this one in and try and actually force a reset, because they're at risk of dying now. Even though they have the wards, they're still at risk of dying.
They see World 6 is there. There are so many pings. And that's recall actually out of scout. No teleport available from Koro. World 6 still looks to go in. He doesn't have flash, but 5 does.
Oh my
Catches
God.
a Voidling.
Everything about Mako just then was fantastic. He has the passive up, so the flay doesn't matter. Voidling to block the hook. Take that, Thresh.
World 6 actually loops around. His flash has come off the cooldown. He could look for it, but he's got no follow-up and decides to back away instead as SMLZ returns to the minion wave to collect his much-needed gold.
And that's the thing, right? Like, the gank opportunity is always going to be there when the minions are pushing towards the turret. But if the opportunity is there and your bottom lane overexerts themselves to get the gank off, they're missing minions. And so if they actually push past that many minions to try and look for a kill, it's not always going to be a win, especially if the kill's not secured. Yes, Gragas has flash, but EDG have all 4 summoner spells themselves. They don't know where Clear Love is. It's super risky to wrap around the Tribush twice and not expect an Elise to be nearby.
Yeah. They did just see her walk over that ward in River, so they're sitting back nice and far. World 6 recalled in Try, just to make sure there weren't going to be any shenanigans if Clear Love decided to show up as he heads over towards his red buff. So Clear Love has been going for a hard farm this game, going towards a quick level 6. World 6 has ganked several times and was able to help find first blood with his bottom lane, but not been able to do anything since. Meanwhile, top Xiang has been trading with Koro. You can see that CS deficit and the assist advantage for Koro, and how far back Xiang has to sit.
He's trying his best to keep control of this lane, Koro, but he has finally come to terms with the fact that by harassing his pushing, there is a risk of him dying, however, now that Fizz is 6, but
yeah, sees it on a ward. Slight hesitation from World 6 means Koro just dashes back.
slices his way out also. And there's an opportunity for Xiang, if nothing else, to trade just because of that fact.
And with the vision in River, they now spot out Clear Love as well. World 6 is on that side of the map, and there is some assistance. World 6 is just outside. He's going to find Clear Love around the corner. 5 showed up as he completed his recall. That's Weaver's Wall. They are taking a lot of burst. The hook catches Scuttlecrab, not the priority target.
Whoa.
What a great seismic shove. Tags Scout. They managed to get the kill. Koro's in the back as he teleported in through the turret, and he's trying to get even more. World 6 flashes back and will die as Mako follows through.
Mako's
Koro's
a hero.
still going, but Icon is just firing shot after
Look at
shot.
Koro.
Mako soaks one shot. Look at the damage that those Voidlings are doing. SMLZ is going to be knocked
Get him,
forward,
Mako.
and that is not enough. Mako will die
Oh.
as Icon is burning down, but survives. Even the AD carry of SMLZ walked there.
And look, SMLZ 5, they rotated. Zet did not, but Mako certainly did. 3-1 on the Malzahar. Almost gets an extra kill with the red buff, but Icon's able to collect that buff and keep his life, albeit barely. Pretty tense fight, honestly, from both of these teams, and it starts with Icon cutting them off, forcing them into this position, but Xiang rotates in. Koro also brings his way through teleports, and he is a massive Renekton. Takes so much to actually prevent him from getting kills. Fortunately for EDG, Mako is there to collect these kills, and with the army of Voidlings that he picks up for
Goodness,
himself,
that's so many.
if they didn't actually pass away due to time as well, almost an extra kill.
Absolutely, but taking a look, it's 5-5, so it was a slight advantage for OMG. That's 2 kills onto Icon. He's got a massive amount of gold afterwards. Zet was farming bottom instead of collapsing, and now red buff as well, so true damage onto the turret. And meanwhile, another 2 kills onto Icon. He's got his Haunting Guys finished up a Ninja Tabby too. On the other side, all 3 of those kills went onto Mako.
Which is not the place you want to distribute all of your gold. So Mako may have to change his build up, either be more aggressive. However, you know, being this fed this early in the game, if you can unlock your support, is still going to be a win for the team. Vision control, always going to be an added bonus. Note that it's a Sight Stone and Mobies compared to just Mobies from 5.
Now Clear Love is set to dive. Xiang goes in. The cocoon will miss as Xiang leaps away. He's got Chum the Waters. Scout is actually roaming towards that side as well.
They're hard pressuring for the first turret blood. Good from Koro to tank that as well. That's what clears the minions. It's now gone.
Meanwhile, the race bottom from OMG, they're trying to rush down to get to the tier 1. It's VF Sword of SMLZ versus the flat damage of Clear Love, Scout, and Koro. They will finish it off. First turret advantage for EDG, but it's answered back on the opposite side by SMLZ and the rest of OMG.
And the wave's also cleared at this time, so EDG do have the slight edge. Icon's never really had an opportunity to hit the mid lane turret till now. He did get a couple of waves uncontested, so he has a slight edge over Scout. As they do want it.
Yeah, that's just outside of vision. They timed their crowd control perfectly. Poor man did not stand a chance, but that's now no ultimates bottom. SMLZ has to walk away as there's a collapse, flashes the wall to escape from Scout as he gives him a pat on the butt to get back to base.
Yeah, he does do exactly that. Icon's the man who has genuine kill threat.
Whoa, Icon! Again, as you're saying it, Rusty,
These guys are just too good at it.
you gotta get a little bit faster.
I don't want to speed talk. I'm not a raptor, though.
I was thinking like good old-timey auction. Can I get a number one? Number one over here. Exactly. And Koro dashes in, forces the dark passage as SMLZ sidesteps away. Good wave clear to keep themselves safe just outside of the vision from EDG. You can see they're still prioritizing wards around that mid lane, and it is paying off by keeping Scout safe, but as you said, he's still down a few CS. That's another assist for Icon as he's 2-0-3.
There's a lot of damage there from EDG's dealers that were just in that particular bush, but nothing really that's going to grant them a kill. They were more relying on OMG overcommitting themselves. They don't, and so they are able to reset this one once again. This is a good opportunity to push one more wave, utilize that pushed wave to just get some recalls and get some items. You can tell Scout in particular definitely needs that recall if he's building a tier.
Sitting on
Mana Crystal.
Just a Mana Crystal, Sapphire Crystal right now. Red buff seems to be the fight for EDG. They've grouped up as 3 and are clearing out the wards. Cocoon goes wide. But they just walk in, see that OMG are ready to fight for it, and decide to back away and return to lanes instead. So EDG are still looking for skirmishes, though OMG find themselves with a slight gold advantage.
And to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think that should be a tier anymore. He'll get it super late.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's not much else that he's going to build out of the Mana Crystal, but I mean, it's just so late that by the time he upgrades that, we're at 30 minutes odd.
Yeah, and goes for the Serrated Turret and gets a second Mana Crystal
Realizes
realizing he
he
has
has
one.
And
then
now he just
continues to
keeps
sit
it.
on it, yeah. Huh.
Maybe it becomes a Sheen in the end. If that's not a tier, then what else would it become? He's not going to go Rod of Ages Jace.
Iceborne?
It could be, but that's also Sheen.
Yeah,
so.
that's odd. Though now we see EDG now rushing back towards mid. You can see the complete dearth of vision from OMG. They've got a couple of sparse wards here and there, but EDG have been running rampant across the map in this entire series with their excellent vision
This
control.
is actually like a really awkward spot for EDG. They've been spotted.
Xiong manages to get the knock up onto Clear Love. They turn onto Koro instead. SMLZ shows up before dashing forward. And the Weaver's wall to try to get them away. They leave Koro to die. SMLZ used his ace in the hole already, and Xiong gets revenge for his early trade in lane.
Yep, so they make sure the Renekton is the only casualty of war, fortunately for EDG, but it does give a good opportunity for OMG to actually utilize their advantages. They've got a fed AD carry, they've got a fed mid laner, and the Fizz is starting to rack up some kills for himself, just collecting another there. The bounty's starting to grow on their heads, but if it keeps progressing the way it does, EDG do not have answers, but they're trying their absolute hardest to match every single time.
Yeah, split pushing bottom right now. Scout gets a lot of damage onto that turret. Seismic Shove misses, but he still takes a few hits from the Leandri's burn. Minions, luckily, though, will tank for him, and he has Flash Ignite. Icon is looking for the kill. The Hitman smells blood in the water. Here comes the rest of his team as World 6 is now spotted out by a ward. Scout sidesteps 1, but doesn't sidestep 5, and will take the threaded volley from Icon for yet another kill. They turn now on to that Cloud Dragon to continue taking objectives.
And frankly, that's just super poor positioning out of Scout. No reason to be threatening the turret if they've all recalled, they've all come towards the Drake. They were pushing mid lane. The second they disappear, you leave. But he pretty much dies to Icon, trying to get one more hit onto a turret. Perhaps if he just left 2 seconds earlier, then Scout would be alive. He had the summoner spells to survive.
Stayed instead and paid with his life.
He did go tier.
And finally the tier's completed very late. So that's going to be a very delayed ramp from that Jace. Meanwhile, Zet is keeping up in CS with SMLZ rather well, but he does not have the luxury of those extra kills. You can see SMLZ is going for that turret priority build.
Yep.
Once again, BF sword and then flat attack speed afterwards.
Going for the crit build, going for the siege strength that comes out of just having that extra AD. Not going to be shredding tanks though. Koro also not building armor means that doesn't matter too much just yet.
Clearlove and Mako are trying to invade and set up vision once again on this side of the map as Scout returns to the scene of the crime to look for the exact same play. He's got vision that will spot out OMG well in advance this time though, so this pushes the wave and decides to back away as OMG scramble to recover vision on their side of the map and reset things, try to maintain this momentum here in game number 4. Set point. If they lose, EDG are in 3rd and OMG are in 4th, but if they win, we go to a game 5, and that is an ace match.
And the name of the game here from EDG is build magic resistance, kill SMLZ. Nobody else should die. That is pretty much how they're going to be playing this one out. 2 Hex Drinker builders, Merc Treads rushed. You would expect potentially even the Locket before with a redemption for Mako, but he needs a bit of health. He's a fragile Malzahar as he currently walks around.
And they are now clearing out the vision. 5 tosses the hook, but excellent synergy from Zet and Mako to see it coming in sidestep. And now OMG get the chance to look
They're
for
looking
vision.
to dive.
Icon's got his ultimate ready as, in addition, drops it out. Oh, just catches the Void Shift from Mako. And now suddenly this push finds itself stalled.
Even the minions can't get to the turret, so there's no chance to siege. Very lucky on EDG's part that the Talia wall was timed just a little bit too late.
Yeah.
Wanted to get it as the minions were crashing. That is...
I'm also a bit curious about that angle, sort of coming that far forward. Why not just shoot it across the turret so they have to either walk around or flash?
It blocks off the up exit next to the
Gotcha.
turret. And they were so far out they could have actually just passed themselves upwards, perhaps.
I see.
Buy themselves an extra 3 seconds of running away.
EDG, though, invade into the jungle. Immediate flash from Clearlove. We still see this time and time again, though. Zet is left alone in the mid lane.
He's got his team, though.
Yeah, finally able to regroup with his team. But as I was saying, we see this time and time again from EDG. Despite being down in momentum and in pacing, they're still finding these excursions into OMG's jungle. Completely undefended. They're getting vision, and with the presence that they've built, Koro's able to split bottom and finally finish off that turret.
And they're still trying to push down this middle lane turret. They should be able to get some damage onto it, but not this wave. Will it get taken down? Malzahar and Elise are always going to have the possibilities of picking you off, so you need the minion wave to protect you. Damage like that will actually ensure that you will take it with the next wave, potentially. The Renekton also now spotted through vision, will start to make his way up.
SMLZ continues to heal up with that Bloodlust. Pushes the wave in, but luckily Zed is able to get some
Where are you gonna go,
CS
buddy?
back, sidesteps back between them. SMLZ looks for it and tries to go for the kill. Mako's there and he's playing around that. Even Clearlove shows up, but SMLZ, hot fingers, this man is warmed up. Oh, the cask execution. That's going to be a hearty chuckle. You can see even Zet is laughing, and World 6 has got a massive grin on his face.
Just throws out the ultimate. He's like, I wonder what's here.
Yeah.
That is the one person that I want to conveniently recalling in that one unfortunate place.
Oh, I wonder what's in a wonder ball. Well, it looks like it's a tier 1. OMG push forward and break it down. Their second turret of the game. They haven't broken top yet, but they're continuing to rush toward those minions in the mid. And they catch Clearlove with a big pop. Look at the damage Icon is doing before that magic resistance fully online. They've got to respect the Talia.
Yeah, again, a great pick composition out of OMG with the thresh hooks and the Talia shoves. The Caitlyn traps are able to bottleneck you into these spots as...
Ooh, they actually
Might
set up
be.
the Weaver's Wall. They're all on the other side. They
That
catch
Mal's
World
ulti.
6 through the suppression, through the Dark Passage. Meanwhile, Xion gets a great amount of damage. Clearlove tries to get away. The
SMLZ.
auto is not enough. SMLZ goes in and dies. He goes way too far forward. Chain of Corruption catches 5, and OMG are falling apart. Icon tries to turn it around. Xion dives into the back and gets 1, but will die as Zet has been free-firing. And that's Icon finally allowed to escape, but way too much more than they could chew.
SMLZ was more ham than a Christmas dinner, Dom. That was pretty ridiculous. He actually flashed over the wall when everything was still there, up and available. Scout currently zoning away Icon so they can get the turret. Good play from EDG to actually capitalize on it. All stems from an ultimate from Mako that legitimately cancels a Dark Passage.
Yeah, that suppression movement lockdown, so clutch. Mako, a huge play. Here that is once again.
Remember, you can see it get thrown out. Watch Mako. Just straight up, halfway through the wall. He almost made it over. Close to killing Clearlove, though. The shove's already been used by Icon. SMLZ feeling lucky. Now he's feeling dead. EDG. You're fighting them in their jungle with them having vision. Look at the wards that OMG have in this area whilst all of this fight breaks out. The answer is 0. No wards. So why is World 6 invading with no vision?
Nobody really knows. OMG wanted to try, however, to continue to press their luck, but EDG immediately show that you can't go too far against the likes of this team, as Quicksilver Sash is now the pickup for SMLZ with his next recall. Still has not finished off his Infinity Edge, so not quite critting people.
But the big win about that last fight for EDG that really does go unnoticed is that finally we're at a point where gold isn't on just Mako. Like EDG have only just caught themselves up to an equal place in the gold. They've got a Fed Icon to deal with still, but now they've got money on Koro, they've got money on Clearlove, and they've got money on Zet. So they've actually dispersed their gold reasonably well. They just need Scout to catch up a little bit.
They're now looking for the Ocean Dragon as it has spawned, and they do have the fast track down there, though Scuttle Crab was just picked up by OMG. Teleport's ready for Koro, but so too is it for Xiang if he decides to teleport and join his team. And they're just going to skirmish around Vision while Scout and Zet look for a little bit of harass. So SMLZ is sitting nice and far back, plus he's got a red buff to top himself off if he ever gets hit.
Yeah, and an early QSS as well. So he's delayed his Infinity Edge purchase. His damage is going to be significantly weakened for the moment. But it should be a lot harder to kill him.
There are pings on the wards right now from OMG. Xiang was trying to recall but canceled and continues to push top, so he's still sitting on it.
And Elise and Malzahar very good at taking it by themselves as a duo. They can in tandem just spawn the minions everywhere, and none of them will take damage. So the risk of walking in here from OMG actually trying to contest this objective and take the fight is increasingly difficult. They'd rather trade for gold, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, that's Weaver's Wall down mid lane as Icon looks to cut off the escape and perhaps create a fast track for his team to go in mid, but Mako might collapse from the backside. SMLZ is in the front again, but takes the Lantern preemptively to escape Mako's gaze of terror.
And it's more so to escape the damage from Scout. Remember, the QSS is there. If a Lantern presents itself, he could either take the ultimate and then QSS and Lantern out, maybe waste Malzahar's ultimate, which gives them the inside track to sieging top lane, but they're content with just taking the one tower and leaving. EDG have something to say about that trade.
They push right back down the mid lane, mirroring the play we just saw from OMG, getting a lot of damage onto the tier 2, and actually one shot away from finishing it off. Tragically, Piercing Arrow does not harm structures, 41 HP.
Close to taking it down. Would have meant the difference perhaps between the gold values at the moment for these teams, but EDG pretty happy as Explosive Plant gets denied.
Oh,
no, it
Six
doesn't.
is there. Chucks
Okay,
the
it does.
cast. They're all on the other side of the wall. Cora's just going to go the other way, but a great hook and
Oh,
flame pulls
SMLZ.
him back, but now SMLZ gets a big headshot to turn it around. So they assassinate Xiang with, Cora with 4 members of OMG and now reclaim Vision.
Caitlyn has learned a lesson today, a very valuable lesson, as we do get to see how all of this breaks out. Actually cancelling him halfway. The map decided not a good idea. SMLZ sees a free kill, sees the free kill almost kill him,
Yeah,
almost regrets his life.
that feel
But
when,
he's okay.
when lunch tries to eat you.
That sandwich had teeth.
And now EDG are trying to recover. This is a brief window of opportunity for OMG. Still a very close game. This is anyone's game. If EDG win, they close out the series. If OMG win, we go to a game number 5 for the worst performance for EDG since summer 2015, a full year and a half ago.
SMLZ definitely still scaling up though, having the Infinity Edge available finally.
Yeah.
The damage is very real from this Caitlyn. Zet's gone more of a survivability and tank busting route. He's up against 2 big tanks, and Thresher can also frontline and stacking health with the Redemption first. Still a lot of damage to come out of him, just not onto the carries as much as what SMLZ will have. When he crits, it hurts.
Certainly does. And now we're at about the 25-minute mark. Things are going nice and slow as the teams are just sort of pacing back and forth around each other's vision. SMLZ just headshot for some health. That Bloodlust giving him quite a bit now as the Runons clears out that minions so very fast.
That one hit.
He's really trying to defend it.
Also a lot of magic damage as well from Clearlove, so they have mixed damage everywhere. Malzahar and Elise doesn't feel like it'd be a lot. but the way they've built definitely will still be at least from one of them.
Yeah, SMLZ is holding the fort down in mid lane, effectively 1v3, 1v4 holding it. Finally, the minions are there. He's clearing them out. The cannon shoots.
Talia's
That's actually
ulted.
Weaver's wall to deny the escape. That's Mako the target.
World
He's
6 has
got
flash.
yeah. But they decide to get a... Very clever, hopping the wall to look for another kill, but they decide to turn it around. Koro split, Xiang, tank versus tank. The other teams decide to zone around each other. Mako still zoning with his own flash nether grass.
That's a lot of damage from the Jace.
Yeah. SMLZ needs to heal up. There he goes, getting one big headshot and trying to get even more.
Still a good outcome from EDG. Turns out they're not done. They might want some more. But the fact that they did live there, utilizing the Talia wall, which unfortunately just missed the edges, didn't have to use a summoner there, Mako. They changed their target. 5 literally flashes the wall to try and hit somebody that was locked up by Xiang's ult.
And you gotta love them for making that sort of aggressive on a dime pivot.
But realistically, what should have happened is Talia brought the wall down. And then 5 walked as they were knocked up.
Yeah, but that would have made sense.
Just saying.
That would have been perfect League of Legends. Rusty, this is 3rd, 4th place. We've already seen the team make mistakes. It's a chance for redemption.
You got to start referencing foods at the moment. Get to me. I'm hungry.
Oh man, we're just gonna do
You
an
do.
LPL
You keep
cooking show.
referencing
Do I?
food, man.
I actually haven't even noticed. Maybe it's my subconscious speaking. I'm starving. As Ace in the hole onto Zet. Now it's OMG pushing back for the tier 2 of their own. Mako zoned away by the rest of their team. Koro shows up, but SMLZ will finish off the turret with a final hit.
This is where the inside track for the middle lane actually belongs to EDG. So they're just going to go straight down mid lane. Xiang is fighting bottom. He's got a Trinity Force, so he's gone for the split pushing build. And he's already got it up and ready. EDG's response is push mid, pressure them, bring them there, but go straight to the Baron where we've got the vision set up. I'd be surprised if they straight up start it, but they will look for kills if OMG come around. At least it's what that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, color me surprised because they are doing it. 5 goes in, the hook misses, Chain of Corruption onto World 6, the jungler. They're turning it into a fight, and they have enough time to finish it off. Baron picked up as Koro teleports in, and now they just have to survive the fight. Weaver's wall denies any escape as Xiang leaps into the back, has found Koro, trying to kill him,
EDG
looking
turning
for
it
the cooldown,
around.
and that's a flash. They trade top laner for top laner. They go in, Scout tries to get the kill, but Icon is firing shot after shot. That magic resist is going to have to pay dividends. It's 3 versus 3. No, excuse me, 3 versus 2 as they get another. World 6 still in the back, running for his life. The Lantern sidestep. 5 covers his jungler. And Icon will tag Mako. No, he won't. The threaded volley just out of range. Baron picked up by EDG, but they lose the following fight.
Yeah, but by having the Baron, perhaps they've given themselves the necessary tools. Mako has the Baron buff, so the support of the team, who is always going to be grouped, will have the buff. That does mean turrets can start to fall down for themselves, but we are still seeing the team fighting of OMG when it actually comes to fruition. EDG decided they weren't team fighting. That's the thing you'll notice here. They back away, and then they realize that perhaps an opportunity to fight has presented itself. Xiang and Koro just duke it out inside the Baron pit. They actually agree to a gentleman's 1v1 with no health between them, and now they're stuck. EDG has said, hang on, we can do this. Thankfully, Scout reactively finds an opportunity, flashes the Caitlyn trap to come in and last hit him, and then Zet thinks he's out. Hits the trap. Definitely not out.
Yeah.
And this is that point where World 6 gets saved. OMG, they're doing a Drake.
They do. They take Cloud Dragon on the way out. Their second Cloud Dragon of the game. I'm not sure if that was before the 35-minute mark or not. But either way, this is still Baron on Mako and Clear Love. Though it is a 2,000 gold lead for OMG, we're still seeing EDG match them on items, match them across the map, and try to close this series.
And if you're watching this series at home, you may have noticed a trend. Pretty simple trend, but Icon's scoreline is now 6-0-5, and OMG have a gold lead. Whereas last game it was 1-6,
And they had a gold
lost.
deficit, yeah.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right?
Icon's so huge for the team. We've mentioned him being an emotional rock. If he's popping off, he's really popping off. Seems like this is one of those games as Weaver's wall finds Koro. He quickly hops his way over with a quick slice. And with the shots that we're seeing out of Scout, SMLZ has got to respect them. Even though he does have a lot of regeneration with his Bloodlust, might need to look towards some defensive items. They've still got Baron for another about 90 seconds.
EDG are very aware of the Talia ultimate, though. That's one thing you can say. Every time they come out, they're backing away before it actually does connect. The minion waves and perhaps the timing is slightly awkward from Zet and when they're using it.
Ooh, Cask from World 6 is going to miss Scout, but Xiong continues to follow.
That hits Scout.
Shot in the Waters actually hits him, and the hook pulls him in as well, but Redemption as well. Koro comes in at
Koro's
full health.
big.
Look at the AoE out of EDG. SMLZ will try to turn it around. Xiong is tanking the Nethergrass. Khalil beats a few shots, headshot onto Zet, and SMLZ continues to chase with Icon. Suddenly the fight is being turned around as they kite it back and forward. Minions now going to block
Good
that
Icon.
death sentence. He's following through, ace in the hole. Scout is going to survive, but only barely sidesteps the barrel, but World 6 has got him pinned. He finally dropped. They turn now on to Koro. He slices away, slowed by another great barrel from World 6, and OMG are just chasing down kill after kill after kill.
And Zet just walks onto a trap and basically is the reason that all of his team starts to suffer. If you're meant to be doing damage, SMLD is doing a lot more damage right now in these fights. Scout kicks it off by getting locked in. The Redemption resets Scout. He does still do a lot of work, but at the end, OMG as a team, their carries are free to damage the entire time.
It is such a close match and has been such a close best of 5, but now OMG, despite pushing into EDG with the Baron, starting off the fight on the back foot, find themselves turning this around once again, prepared to go to yet another Game 5 as they're 5,000 gold ahead of EDG. They've got those neutral dragons. And there will be one more Elemental Drake. You can see the Infernal in the pit where Xiong is having himself a nice nap. But this is game number 4. This is no longer a match of winning. This is a match of perseverance.
You know, every game that I've casted in the playoffs, Storm has gone to the max amount of games.
5 games, Rusty.
Every single one.
Whew.
Without fail. I'm just going to go ahead and say that the producer's at fault here. for putting me on
for
this
scheduling
set.
you for today.
Yeah. If
Oh,
he didn't
man.
want 5 games.
We can hear him laughing in the back. That's,
Actually not joking though, I've been to max every time.
yeah.
Which means, you know, by default now, OMG are totally going to win this.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're primed, and well, of course it's a caster curse, now that you said it aloud.
Listen, what if I've just like doubled up the curse and then no one knows the outcome?
Exactly. Do 2 lefts make a right? Nobody knows. Yes, it's 3 lefts. World 6 now looking for a flank along with 5. They've got Vision. Xiong split pushing bottom. Koro is shoving top, but doesn't have teleport, so he has to complete a recall. That wave will push for him, but he still needs to be grouped with his team. So OMG are playing 2 waves, whereas EDG are playing 1 and defense.
Now EDG are locked inside the base. The defense is a lot easier to play from this position, but SMLZ is setting them up and bottlenecking them so that last hitting is a difficult thing to do. Clearing the minions is always going to be a challenge. Koro's presence should be enough to let them get in and clear these waves. You are looking, however, at the 1 minute and 20-second mark until the Baron is up. That is what OMG should use to break this base. If EDG play this particular part of the siege fine, then OMG never get in. But with the Baron buff, they can't clear the waves. They actually need Zet to step up to hit the minions to clear them at all, and that is when they strike.
Ooh, Koro very patient, taking the minimal amount of damage from Icon. As you said, just ducking back and forth between these turrets, trying to play the siege.
Zet
And-
needs to calm down.
Yeah, he is just taking a lot of damage. And, all right, as you said, Baron 60 seconds. Recall completed out of Xiong. He shows up top. You can see Recall being staggered from Icon, SMLZ, and 5 as they look for some big items. The base is defended without being broken.
The one saving grace for EDG here is that Xiong's recall to set up top wave to push top in gives time for Koro to actually slow push bottom. And so EDG, if they can hold on during this Baron dance and their bottom lane wave will stack up, they can actually set up the minions. But he also doesn't have teleport, so he needs to leave halfway through this wave if he wants to be there as the minions spawn. The Baron, rather.
Xiong might be a little overextended here as he just takes the Dark Passage and makes his way out. Blue buff was picked up by World 6. He did smite it. Weaver's
Icon just got
wall-
himself stuck
yeah.
in a raptor pit.
He just wanted to hang out with the birds. And that is a lot of pings.
They're telling themselves
Icon.
to back away, I guess.
Yeah, those were all on Icon. And they're sitting just outside of Vision. Steps forward for the hook, but it is sidestepped. The Shock Blast now scouts it out. Chain of Corruption catches Icon. They've
SMLZ.
also tagged World 6. SMLZ cleanses very early. He's skirting around the edges. They've killed World 6. That's the first tank. But Xiang has joined the fight. The hook
Hooks
on
on
the Zet is massive. SMLZ is stunned though, but has no follow-up. Flashes back. They need to get Koro off of him. The Shock Blast as well. He's trying to heal up, healing as much as he can, but Koro is primed. Flash from Clearlove to try to get in, and SMLZ is still alive, still firing shot after shot.
Koro's
Koro
huge.
gets one. Scout is waiting just outside of vision, and there's a Guardian
Watch the
Angel.
Shock Blast.
Ace in the hole. That finds one. He turns onto Koro. That's going to be the ace for OMG. 23-14, 35 minutes in. They have managed to win off of the back of SMLZ's damage.
And there might be enough time for them to just outright finish this game. Unlikely given how early we are in again. There's still only 20 seconds on Zet. Xiang assassinating him. That's going to be at least the inhibitor here for OMG. And the one last defiance coming out of Edward Gaming, pushing down the middle lane. The damage was there, but it wasn't enough to actually take out SMLZ because he stays alive. The damage from this Caitlyn is just unparalleled. And this all starts from a hook from 5 right here. He somehow just finds a way in onto Zet. Just splits it because EDG were all above him, and then Xiang just has a one-on-one, dukes it out. Mako no ultimate, no chance to save his AD carry. 5 unfortunately missing that one, but Clearlove going too deep onto a trap. Again, everyone's biggest nemesis on EDG right now just seems to be traps.
Yeah, cupcakes, the worst weakness of all. And ace in the hole is enough to finish that off, and they casually walk away from Koro. SMLZ absolutely massive at 9-8. Meanwhile, Baron was picked up by OMG on the back half of this. Infernal Dragon being taken by EDG. Weaver's Wall pins Zet in. He's stuck. He's got nowhere to go. Chain of Corruption, but the AD carry is dead. Yeah, you've got the Infernal Dragon.
Clearlove has no
and
flash.
Clearlove has no flash. A massive mistake as OMG punish EDG.
And that's potentially just going to be the game. They're against a Baroned up team, and they decided the Infernal Drake was worth a last-ditch fight. They didn't actually want to fight. They were caught out of position, so now OMG run it down the mid lane to try and finish it
Oh
off.
man, flash cast. They're going to try to end the game right here. They've assassinated SMLZ. Now they need to try to turn the rest of this around. Icon has finally joined up, but the AoE has already been distributed. Scout goes down. Mako soon to follow. The last survivor is Koro, and he is making a run for a fountain. But ladies and gentlemen, 4 versus 1. OMG have done it in game number 4. They are going to kite Koro out and eventually kill him, but that is the extended ace. Rusty, we're going to a game 5. OMG, take the Nexus and run the distance.
They definitely are going to be able to end this game, so we go all the way deciding who the 3rd place team is going to be in the LPL for split number 1. Night and day performances from Icon between games in this series. He looks good, they win the game. He looks poor, they lose. This time around, he looked fantastic.
And this is the best we've seen out of OMG since 2014 summer, where they placed 2nd in the summer playoffs. It has been 3 years since they've made it this high up, and now they are 1 win away from being a single spot away from that. It has been a long journey, but they are finally able to do it. Now here to help us break that down that game is Froskuren.
Do you remember who OMG faced in that final?
It was EDG, wasn't it?
And do you remember what happened?
I do not.
OMG got 3-0'd, and they surrendered back-to-back games at 20 minutes.
And now they're running the gambit back to EDG. As you said, Froskuren, OMG have never won a best of 5 against EDG. Now they're 1 game away.
This would also be the second all-Chinese team that EDG would lose back-to-back, so they dropped to RNG to even end up in this match, and now possibly looking at dropping to OMG unless they can clinch it here. The comeback kids, the comeback kings, OMG, they're
man.
unstoppable.
It's just only taken them this many years to pull themselves together. And again, 6 months ago, they were a game away from being relegated to the LSPL. Now we're seeing them take these fights against EDG.
It's worse than that. This OMG squad wasn't just almost relegated once, they were almost relegated twice. They've gone through promotion 2 times with this exact same roster. The only adjustment that they've made is Shui Shui to World 6. And Shui Shui is still on the roster. We saw him filling in the mid lane for Icon when Bad Boy Icon decided to step out of the lines. But just so much faith and confidence to develop this type of skill.
Yeah, and it definitely shows the trust that we see from SMLZ. Knows when to go forward, knows when to rely on his Thresh, and rely on his team to keep him safe.
And frankly, the only misstep that SMLZ made that entire game was that fight at 19 minutes over the red buff when he flashed over the wall. That was the sick lockdown that started with Mako. But then SMLZ was like, cherry on top, flash from the wall, and I'm into it, Renekton.
Yeah.
And the problem was is that after that fight, Renekton already had a Hex Drinker, and so with the Hex Drinker in his ultimate, he was already ridiculously tanky that early in the game. But then after the fight, he gets 2 more pieces of MR, and you're like, SMLZ, you bought QSS, so you're looking to counter out Malzahar.
Yeah.
You've just put that much more of a delay, so you have to extend the game, wait another 10 to 15 minutes before OMG are able to capitalize. But that's fine because EDG completely blunder their Baron. It goes back to SMLZ. He gets his armor penetration, and then from there, you can't stop the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Again, the ideals from EDG, they were building for it, they were setting up for it, is kill the Caitlyn and no one else should be able to kill them. Even though there was a Fed Talia, there was mostly magic damage users on the team, but they could not kill the Caitlyn after that QSS. It was actually impossible. He hard carried every fight.
Yeah, so much was thrown at Caitlyn to try to kill him. Here's that fight at the Baron that we were talking about, and just look at how SMLZ tries to kite this out.
He just plants his feet right now. Just looked at Renekton, continues to push him, kite him off to the side. Meanwhile, Icon gets into the back line. Will delete Zet off of the back of a sick hook from 5. But SMLZ, just super confident this entire fight, laying down the auto attacks, never backs up.
Constantly trying to pull EDG into them so that Caitlyn has a nice place to sit
And
back and plant down.
The most important part is the strength of Warlord's Bloodlust, because he went down to 200 health at least twice throughout most of these fights, but he just got 370 health back from
Off of
literally
that.
just the Warlord's Bloodlust. It looks like a heal, like it's a summoner spell every single time he gets
ace
it
on
off.
the hole, yeah.
Because he crits with it. It's like why Jin goes for it.
If that Shock Blast had killed him, that would have canceled the ace in the hole, and he would have, Scott would have survived. Icon, though, is going to get MVP at 9, 1, and 12. Like we said, this guy is the emotional rock for his team. When he is popping off, you can see the gold difference.
And the thing is he's on the Talia. It's the zone control champion. He's the one who's sculpting and setting up these fights. So he's controlling all of the terrain for SMLZ to move around that arena that he sculpted.
And when it succeeds, it's great. Of course, we've also seen a few times where it doesn't quite succeed, and EDG are able to just kite over the wall. Though we did see some very creative pivots from OMG, flash hooking to try to catch someone out of position. But we're going to a game 5. This is EDG versus OMG, and it has been years since OMG have made it this far in playoffs. It has been years since EDG have fallen this far down. It's a huge storyline either way. Who takes this? It's a tough question.
I think a lot of it actually does stem from drafting phase. It's very hard to just tell you right now, this is the winner.
Sure.
I feel like, again, EDG, when they have a lot of single target, they start to fall down. But if they can actually play the map how they did in the early game and continue it through more aggressively, I think they'll be fine.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they can actually pull it together and close out the series, or if it's going to be OMG. We're going to find out after just a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the 2017 LPL Spring Playoffs. We are in the third place match, and we are going to game number 5 between EDG and OMG, as once again, OMG have ran the gauntlet. They are finally making it back to game number 5. Now, a single game separates them from this third place victory and their first ever best-of-5 win against the likes of EDG as an organization. Now, they haven't been this far in the playoffs since the 2014 summer split, and EDG have not fallen this far in the playoffs since 2015 summer. So either way, this is a momentous occasion for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's definitely important, though, to just win this game right now, right? The history aside, it is definitely important, but what matters is game number 5, and OMG have momentum coming into it. They've developed a strategy where EDG's counterplay is just to ban all of it away. And so now they're just finding themselves picking a great team composition with all of the strong champions, particularly for SMLZ being empowered.
And frankly, it's coming down to these 5v5s, and EDG, a historic organization that was known for the 5v5, cannot compete with this OMG. Time and time again, Zet was getting caught out by clutch death sentences or just not on the same page as scouts flashing forward and he's stepping backwards.
Yeah, the man you see on your screen was absolutely huge in this last one. As you can see, OMG looking very excited to actually move forward in this next one. That is a rare smile from Icon as he is getting ready for this final match. Of course, their opponents on the other side, EDG, we'll see them in a moment, but we do have some news for you. We are getting a substitution from them. Both Koro and Clearlove are being subbed out. Mouse and Fire Lolly are coming in.
Drowning. That's what EDG are doing right now. So EDG have this tendency. The last time that they fell into 4th place is when they got knocked out by LGD and QG, and then they fell down to Invictus Gaming in 2015. And anytime EDG fail, they struggle to rebuild. It's actually, you think about when they failed at Worlds, they came back, they immediately made this massive roster swap, they got Pawn, they got Def, they failed at Worlds again, another roster swap. Like, they seem to think that this is the answer, and it almost never works for them.
They have decided, though, as an end result of this substitute, that Mouse and Fire Lolly are greater than Koro and Clearlove. That is 100%. If you're bringing them in for a Game 5, you're bringing them in for a clutch moment because you need them to be your A-grade players.
And yes, they have been sitting backstage with the coach, so it's not just the fact that you feel confident in them, but perhaps they've been absorbing things, watching the games with a new perspective.
You can see that kill participation for Mouse, actually some of the on the higher end for the teams, as this really is drastic, coming in so late in the series. And Fire Lolly, we've been speaking a lot about the sort of nerves that he has playing on the stage in high-stakes matches. We've seen him struggle to deal with that. Well, now he's coming into game number 5 of the final game for EDG before the summer split. Can he pull it together here?
You have to look at Coach Nofei then. The fact that he's should be able to prep his players going into a high-pressure situation like this, calm them down. Fire Lolly on your screen looks composed. He doesn't look nervous. He's kind of smiling slightly. You know, Mouse definitely had a big grin on his face. So they look refreshed and they look clean going into this. Now it needs to translate over onto Summoner's Rift.
We'll have to see if that's the case, and the place that starts is in pick and ban for this game. What are we looking for? What are the priorities? So far, it's mostly been target as we have relatively shifted away from the meta, and we have focused on targeting playstyles.
I think Lee Sin's actually going to be a big priority pick coming into this. Fire Lolly and World 6, because the champion pool shifts in the jungle now that Clearlove's no longer there. You don't have to take stock of the things of the Rek'Sai moving towards the Elise. Fire Lolly's much more that Rengar Lee Sin player, and because of that, World 6 might want to step up and deny that pick away.
We'll have to find out as we are getting ready to enter into pick and ban. Rusty, your thoughts before we get in?
I just want to have a good time on the show.
Yeah. Let's shake
No,
hands.
I do think that, again, in all serious answer for you, is that there have been a lot of actual champions that have cropped up as really big deals. So while we move into the ban phase, usually we miss a few of them. The Elise is one consistent ban from EDG or picked for them, but Fizz is number 1, Ari is number 2, and Talia has now shown up as probably the biggest champion of choice for them.
Yeah, but as you said, we've already gotten a few bans going in. It's Shen, Kog'Maw, and Elise. There's the Fizz you were talking about, first picked by EDG.
And naturally, they have Mouse now playing in the top lane. He has been known as a Fizz player for quite a while, actually. And so it is good to see Fizz come into meta for just him, really, for EDG.
Meanwhile, the bans have changed up for OMG as well, recognizing that Fire Lolly is in means that Ivern is banned away from him, along with that Graves. Frostgearin talked a little bit about Lee Sin from the two of them, so we'll see if that goes through, as Gragas is now picked up and potentially flexed by OMG. So far, their priorities have been AD, top, and mid, and there's AD, jungle, and top. No.
But they've already put a lot of priority just to the Caitlyn pick in particular now after game number 3 or 4 rather's performance. They've acknowledged that it doesn't matter what Zet plays. He is defaulting to Varus every time anyway, and so they ban away the Caitlyn. Ashe is the only mandatory ban from OMG taking it away because they're still on red side.
Yes, and with that Caitlyn, it is AD, top, and jungle. I apologize, that's what I was trying to say earlier. EDG do the exact same thing, so entering into the final phase of bans for this ace match, this game number 5. It's mid and support still left open. They're banning away Syndra and LeBlanc from Icon and Scout. Do they start swapping over towards those supports once again?
Karma and Lulu usually seen, but OMG are banning first. They have the first rotation. We see where they go.
Malzahar taken away, so that's one support. Does the Karma get through for EDG, or do they drop another ban?
Now, you would expect maybe a Karma ban, but Lulu is then going to be the only remaining supportive choice. You can pick a Nami into the Lulu, however, Karma also applicable, but then there's also just the fact that we have to ban these champions we mentioned before champion select.
Ari now taken away from Icon, so he'll have to return towards that Talia, or perhaps they will prioritize support and give him counter pick, as OMG might have shown their hand in game number 4. We know they've got a little bit more to show, as it looks like Thresh is again going to be the setup for 5 in the bottom lane. So Caitlyn, Thresh being taken back down there. We've still got Nami, Karma, Lulu still open.
Yeah, Lulu also will make a bit more sense. Nami, if you're trying to out-sustain them. EDG have been suffering in this bottom lane, mostly due to the AD carry. I really dislike that they have just chosen to go for Varus, acknowledging they're into the Caitlyn. If there was a better champion of choice, they should have went for it, but they just seem to want to have Zet be the Varus, be able to throw the ultimates out there, putting him on utility alongside what seems to be Mako to just make them the engage tools. They want the rest of the map to carry.
Yeah, Mako now going to be the pick, and Talia picked up for Scout in the mid lane, so Icon is getting that counter picked away from him. He had to have known it was coming, so now we're going to see what he will take. The Hitman in the mid lane. Does he go hard and put the whole team on his back with Zed, or does he try to play something else, play for the team with that Orianna that we saw in his match against WE?
He can definitely play for his team. I have expectations more so towards this Ori pick. He has got the Echo as a pocket. He can pick something that is an assassin like a Zed, but this just makes the most sense. He's against the Talia, and he wants to be able to at least scale up and control the waves in the same way that he has been in the past.
Yeah, and with this, we now have our final compositions. Big smiles out of EDG as they just brought in Mouse and Fire Lolly. Of course, we know Fire Lolly has struggled with nervousness in high-stress situations in the past. Well, this is the highest stress that he's going to have to deal with for at least a few months, because the 2017 year for EDG ends after this best of 5 until the summer split resumes. Same thing for OMG, so a lot on the line here as they try to close out this, claim what championship points they can, and move forward into their break rather happily.
And I like this team composition from EDG. Off the back of a loss, they've come back well. They've drafted themselves comfortable picks. Mouse having Fizz. I literally wrote down Mouse instead of Fizz for no reason as the champion that he chose.
Yeah.
Because that's what I think of at the moment for EDG's top laner. Lee Sin for Fire Lolly and Talia for Scout. Definitely going to be comfort picks that they are excelling on throughout the regular season and now playoffs of the LPL.
And those regular picks have been huge for them during the regular season. They need to translate them forward in this Game 5. OMG, the comeback kids have done it again. They have brought us to one single game to determine their placement in the playoff seeding. This is the highest that they have placed since 2014 summer split, and OMG as an organization have never beaten EDG in a best of 5. They are one game away from doing it right here and right now.
And that definitely plays towards the mentality of the players if the organization made that apparent. You would not be hoping to tell your players exactly that. It'd be too much pressure. EDG, though, they're the ones that need to bounce back because OMG have shown that the individual flair of their players has what it takes to beat the roster of Edward Gaming. It's the early game, it's the junglers, it's what they can actually set up, and Fire Lolly is set up to succeed with the champion of choice.
He certainly is. On that Lee Sin, will he pop off or will he be contained by the rest of Team OMG? We are preparing to load onto the Rift here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 5. OMG versus EDG. The crowds have one final chance.
Still that one aggressive guy for
Yeah.
OMG. You've got to give him some credit.
He's
games
leading
of
the chant
streaming.
for them, as that is Flash and Ghost from Icon to escape from an early invade, utilizing that Braum very early on.
There was also the Ghost from Scout used. So EDG obviously have done some kind of early invade here to try and lock them down as we go through the Keystone Masteries.
Yeah, taking a look. Scout returns towards his own jungle, just in case there were anything cheeky going on from OMG, but they're playing it safe instead.
And nothing crazy from those Masteries. Again, 5 has gone for Courage of the Colossus, not Stoneborn Pact, which is what Mako has actually gone for. As obviously the Chinese commentators are talking about Mouse and Fire Lolly. They're zooming in on them.
Yep. It is good to see them return here, though they will have to show us something really big in this matchup. As Renekton versus Fizz has been the matchup on both sides of the top lane for several games in a row now. We do have a very aggressive leash onto Fire Lolly very early on, which means that SMLZ and 5 will get priority in that lane. Completely smiteless.
Mako also tanking a few shots for him because the Raptors do a lot of damage to Lee Sin's health bar. If he's to commit to taking those out, means you want to stay a little bit healthy moving towards your next camp. As World 6 got one of the worst leashes it seems to be of all time.
Ooh, actually uses Smite instead of completing his auto attack.
And he's not going over to finish those Raptors off. 1 CS to his name. He is afraid of Fire Lolly, actually going straight to the blue buff. So he wants to be healthy just in case he finds him. But he doesn't have the Smite to secure it. Not that Fire Lolly is there, but what we have seen of EDG with their main jungler in Fire Lolly, he does invade a lot. The first 4 minutes usually quite dynamic.
This time, though, doing something unexpected in playing it normal.
Yeah, it just means there's going to be a massive advantage, honestly, to the Lee Sin. Level 6 jungler. World 6, he's just going to have 2 CS right now.
Yeah, slower start to the Gragas, but he'll return in to clear out more of those camps later on. Just a slight experience deficit because of the travel time overall, but that means that he will have his pick of the litter, whether or not he wants to go bottom or top. As you can see, Mouse trading with Xiong back and forth. 5 pops to play. It's just a bit of damage from Mako as Stoneborn Pact heals Zet just a little bit.
You would imagine pick of the litter is actually quite limited. He had to do Wolves after, and if he goes towards the Raptors, the timing is awkward. Fire Lolly now very much aware of that. Process of elimination, we'll see if he knows where the Gragas is going to be.
World 6 actually looping around towards the mid lane looking for the Raptors of Fire Lolly. Drops a ward, but take a look at how Scout is
He
sitting
wants
in
to
the
gank.
lane. He's sitting towards that top side where Fire Lolly has just cleared off the Raptors. They've even brought 5 up, but he's been spotted out by a ward. Scout has to know that this is coming.
And he's just going to run up towards his Lee Sin again. World 6 can't afford to chase any deeper. He is now level 3 with 5 CS. Fire Lolly has 15 CS and has just taken the entire jungle of this Gragas, who did not get a successful gank off. Like, that was so much time just completely down the drain for OMG's jungler. And now he's still just walking around in the jungle. Went back before continuing to go bottom, not even doing scuttle.
Yeah, he really wants to affect the map off of this jungle start. Try to make the time spent worth it. He's avoiding Tri-Bush, doesn't know that it's not warded just yet. He's got a lot of opportunity for a pick if Thresh lands a hook, but sitting back, even Scout is unsure. He must be at Krugs? No, he's not at Krugs. Mako checks it out, drops a ward in Tri-Bush. Yeah, World 6 is wasting so much time, finally turning on to Scuttle.
He's actually doing the hokey pokey.
And just turning himself around time and time again. Now
Really not good from World 6 is the simplest way to say that, because the advantage that Fire Lolly has now accrued from all of this time means the level 6 spike that the Lee Sin will see. If he ever spots where Gragas is and acknowledges the experience advantage he's going to have after the recall and clears, massive.
Now Scout trying to push back up against Icon. We already talked a little bit about the Talia versus Orianna matchup as Fire Lolly heads top. There's no ward in this Tri-Bush, and that's a large wave. If Xiong gets greedy for these minions, he could be punished, but that's his slice.
He's
They're
got
even
Scout
bringing
as
Scout
well.
up.
You'd have to say the wave is too big for the Renekton, so they need 3 people for this.
Here they go. That's Ignite. Unraveled Earth and the Seismic Shove underneath. Doesn't even burn his Summoner spell as he eats the Sonic Wave and goes down. First Blood Scout.
I actually respect that from Shia. He could have flashed, but nothing was used from EDG to actually lock him down. Seismic Shelve wasn't looked at. The wave that's now being missed as well, frozen to the point where Mouse can teleport in with an item spike and maybe even hold it there, catch a couple of extra CS. He has such a big advantage now in this top lane. Unfortunately, the Ignite is also used, so the kill threat's a little bit less. We've seen this already through basically this matchup all series. We pretty much know how it works at this stage.
Xiang's actually making his way down mid lane.
I think he misclicked while he was watching mid.
Yeah.
That's
Perhaps
just my opinion.
returning towards some solo queue mentalities, as he does play a lot of mid lane and solo queue.
I have to feel like that was only a misclick. He's now walking the long way through to play some
Yeah.
ward. But, I mean, it's not that safe to be in the lane. If they tried to gank him again, they now know where the Lee Sin is, though.
They do, spotting him out at the Raptor camp. That means SMLZ and 5 have been pressuring all the while as Mako takes shot after shot. And there's the trade. Level 6 picked up by Mouse. Xiang immediately leaps and turns away. He's still got to be afraid of that eventual Chum the Waters, as he's looking for his own Dominus. And World 6 is actually showing up here as well to break this freeze. Here's the trade.
You may potentially catch Mouse being overly aggressive, but you wouldn't expect so. So at least breaks that freeze by himself. World 6 being nearby, not even spotted on wards. Mouse just respecting. Nice hook.
Yeah, just pulling Mako back for a little bit of damage. Unbreakable soaks the headshot. And take a look at World 6's CS. He's at 13 to 37 now that red buff has been cleared out. Nearly a third the CS of Fire
And one more camp until he's 6. World 6 should not be that close himself unless he's soaked up some extra lane farm, perhaps. Expect if he finds the Gromp, it is the only thing available on this side of the map, then he will be 6.
Yeah, it drops another ward out to keep an eye on the vision of Team OMG. World 6 is doing his own red buff. Fire Lolly will finish off this, and Scout is being pulled down as well with Weaver's Wall.
They want to dive.
They are all set up. SMLZ's low health and low mana. There's the Weaver's Wall. SMLZ sidesteps, but then flashes forward and is
Ooh.
going to escape. Heal just barely keeps him alive.
Yeah, Seismic Shove does not connect. SMLZ stays alive. The pressure's still here onto this bottom lane outer turret. You'd expect they can lock this one down, just not with this wave. They need more minions to actually help them out. It's coming, though.
They're still trying for it. Fire Lolly taking a few turret shots to make sure that it does. As SMLZ completes his recall again, the turret-style build, as Zet has a very healthy amount of gold as he makes his way back.
But this play starts from looking at the enemy blue buff, which is where Fire Lolly was putting his attention towards. He now suffers in experience. World 6 does actually hit 6 first now, but they get the bottom lane turret. They actually get the gold advantage. Their bottom lane isn't outright losing anymore because they are unlocked to swap lanes if they choose. But you wouldn't actually want to choose that personally. You'd want the Fizz to keep winning.
Instead, they are going to send Zet and Mako back bottom. SMLZ will push this wave out and then likely recall. He does have a moderate CS advantage over Zet. So again, we're seeing SMLZ playing up in this laning phase as Xiang eats Chum the Waters, maximum range for full damage. Fire Lolly flashes the wall, but Xiang already sliced away. He's got his own flash, but that's Ward Hop pinned against the wall, and Fire Lolly uses the crowd control to finish off that kill.
I think it's safe to say that was a lot of commitment, but it's the right idea. World 6 also spotted on some wards, so there's no chance of killing EDG's bottom lane. Talia is actually working down here. There is a chance that EDG try and contest this turret.
Yeah, that's a hook onto Mako. He's so tanky, and the cast is going to pin him to the side. Chain of Corruption also finds SMLZ. They've also even brought Icon down here, so it's 4 versus 3, and SMLZ is tanking turret shots to try trading. The headshot onto Mako is not enough. Teleport is almost up for Mouse, and Xiang has got his. As Icon pushes it forward, the wave is clear, and you're exactly right. EDG managed to hold the line.
By being able to hold that wave, it just buys a bit of extra time. OMG, if they stay down here and they commit to this, they will still get the structure to fall. It just becomes a 1v2 where, honestly, Zet would be too risky to stay around. But OMG are respecting. They're just recalling. They're letting it go. They don't want to actually commit to it.
Yeah, and Taking a look as we now get to the 10-minute mark, it's about 2,500 gold for EDG. They got 1,000 from that turret, and they're setting to dive top because Mouse is a massive amount of that gold lead, and they want to make it even bigger.
Talia has no ultimate, so this commitment is risky. If Xiang can get out, he has flash and he's slice and dice.
Scout leads the charge along with Mouse. He's tanking the first few hits, goes once, he's got his flash, there's the lantern, and he makes his way to safety.
Again, having the flash, having 5 just be here, really good foresight from the Thresh. They saw the Talia leave the middle lane with a ward that just died, and he just assumed that they were going to go towards the top lane. This is the difference between a Weaver's wall and not.
It's a 30 CS deficit for Xiang, and he's finally catching some minions. SLZ makes his way mid and takes Ace in the hold onto Zet, but meanwhile, it's EDG who look for the play. Scout, what the heck was that? Sombreros himself, but flashes in, tries to turn it into aggressive play. The
cancel.
knock-up while he's being taken by the Dark Passage. EDG find 2 kills.
2 very quick kills. The idea from SMLZ, I believe, was to place a trap, perhaps on the wall, and see how it interacts. Doesn't get what he was looking for.
Yeah.
He just keeps going along that journey, travels his rock wall in, and they have enough damage to burst out Icon. OMG were actually looking to trade. That's why he sombreros himself. He flashes with the ball on top of himself, has no Q, so just makes the decision. It's a good decision if he had the team nearby, but EDG have more members, they're here sooner, and there was no chance that OMG were going to turn that one around for themselves.
Very close, but not quite close enough, as now it's a 3,500 gold lead. We've got a kill distributed on just about everyone. Massive CS lead up top. Huge CS lead from the jungle. And OMG, once again, they seem to be putting their faith into SMLZ as he's brought to the only safe lane, this mid one.
And whilst they have a CS advantage in mid and in the AD carry role, the kills are still there from EDG this time.
Yeah.
It's not Mako that has the 3 early kills. It's actually EDG as a team on their carries. So they are sitting pretty right now, this roster. You have to feel much more confident for them in game number 5.
Bringing in the new substitution for Mouse and Fire Lolly, and they are opening up with a huge advantage early on. Mouse doing it by putting Xiang down, and Fire Lolly is taking advantage of the slow jungling from World 6.
I mean, I just never thought in 2017 I would say that Fire Lolly is the better jungler. There's still so many positives to look at for Clearlove in the games that they won. It's just weird. What's to say that?
Yeah, OMG, though, are going to take some standing gold. They finally break down that bottom tier 1 turret, even letting the minion wave call itself a bit. The first dragon of the game is Cloud Drake, so there's no huge priority for that. Mouse is hard shoving up top as Xiang is caught outside of a recall. Fire Lolly once again shows up there, and Xiang with no flash decides to hang back. There is so much presence from EDG to put Xiang in the bin.
Yeah, consistently Fire Lolly's been on this side of the map. He doesn't work towards Zet and Mako, contrasting these junglers. Perhaps the series, World 6 was used to pathing. That's why he went from red to blue, expecting an invade, expecting bottom focus. Fire Lolly had other plans. He was going to play the hard farm game, and now they tank the turret.
Yeah, Fire Lolly takes a few hits, but the turret is finally finished off. Still 4,000 between the teams now. Xiang will have a much happier time trying to keep himself safe under his tier 2, though there is still a smattering of vision on that top side of the jungle for OMG. So they need to respect it. Oh man, even taking the glimpse of the void from Mouse.
Yeah, every time EDG are the only team that I've seen in quite a while that really do seem to consistently want to get the Herald.
They're taking Herald before
It's gonna reset.
Cloud Dragon, as it does reset completely.
This is a problem with Lee Sin Q. It's hitting Mouse. Now it hits him. Now it resets twice. Every
Yeah.
single time. Fire Lolly should stop following his Q. Or he should be taking the aggro. Just as a small point.
Yeah. Though with Rift Herald being done, OMG are going to turn it onto the Dragon, so they get a neutral objective of their own. But for the next 20 minutes, Mouse will have that glimpse of the Void buff up until the 34-minute mark in this game. And Xiang, I'm sorry, my friend, but that is just a rough top lane.
Yeah, thankfully for Xiang, Mouse has just gone straight down the tank route. Doesn't mean that he's having a better time because of it, but it could have been a lot worse if there was some Sheens or carry items available there for that Fizz. Has Ignite, has just still got kill threat, and that Glimpse of the Void actually gives damage to somebody that has tanky items.
Absolutely. And now Recall means Zeal and Zerker Greaves out of SMLZ, still focusing on that turret pushing build, but that also means he's got no completed items as Mako completely wastes the ultimate of SMLZ with that Unbreakable. Meanwhile, Zet does have his own Blade of the Ruined King, and we are seeing the Haunting Guise completion from Scout, Morello's from Icon, so we are hitting some comfortable power spikes, Xiong excluded.
Yeah, and of course the one good thing that we can say towards EDG is the adaptation in drafting for the Braum in particular. It's not the best laning champion, but they're against the Thresh, so much more traditional lane, a bit easier to navigate. And it's also picked for the Caitlyn. Caitlyn, obviously a big bully champion. SMLZ has looked fantastic on it, but it diffuses Ace in the hole, gets rid of the headshots and the traps that everyone stands on. He can just put up the door. So EDG's biggest weakness seemed like them constantly standing on SMLZ's traps were just an ongoing problem. Mako helps to eradicate that issue just from the champion choice.
We've already seen how effective he can be by dropping the ultimate on top of them as Mouse on a flank.
Level 11.
Yeah, he's got Chum the Waters. They actually set up the Weaver's Wall very far behind the turret, and they can only sit from behind the fence and watch as actually World 6 gets chucked over by Scout. Finally, they start getting to the minion wave, but they're eating a lot of harass from him. Command attack and a barrel, plus built over Peacemaker is enough to clear out the minion wave, but that turret took a lot of damage, and Xiong is still catching minions in the bottom lane.
One of the hardest turrets to siege, especially against an Orianna and a Caitlyn, is the middle lane turret. They can still turn this around. OMG, because of the ultimates already being burnt, the Talia and Fizz in particular. But that's still a really good strategy from EDG. You expect them to back away, not take the turret. But they can rinse and repeat this once the cooldowns are back up. They can zone them away from the structures, just have a great time slowly and assuredly removing all of these turrets away from OMG, a strategy they have been using in this whole series.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you've talked about, that the way EDG finds success is to bleed out OMG with these slower, smaller objectives, deny the opportunity for a chaotic 5 versus 5.
Avoid the team fights.
Exactly.
Make them picks only. They've drafted for pick compositions all series EDG, but they've still found themselves stuck in 5v5s. This is a bit awkward.
Mako is like, if we don't move, maybe he'll only think I'm a ward.
He just stood still and drag. I'll take that health back.
He even saw the ward go down, but finally decides to turn it around as Scout finishes off his own blue buff once again. Yeah, finally going to take that, and Icon up top, catching a good amount of CS, matching the pace of Scout rather well. Still even in levels too. Xiong, we're still seeing a level down as he's now only 35 CS as compared to 40. And he is getting this wave pushed into him. So slowly but surely the Renekton is coming online, but Fizz now has a Sheen. He's got some boots.
I mean, Renekton will become a thing sooner or later, but he's not winning lane again. The Fizz usually does well. He's doing better than just doing well right now. The Mouse is potentially strong enough to carry a game of League of Legends.
So Rusty, with OMG being down these kills by being down 4,500 gold, how do they turn this around? Do they wait for SMLZ to go 6 items and try to take a massive team fight, or do they look for an opportunity at a neutral objective?
I mean, Icon doesn't need 6 items to be relevant either. They want to actually get SMLZ to a point of power.
Okay.
Because they're both in item troughs, so to speak. You know, Orianna's the Trinity of items type of champion. Morello's Death Cap or Morello's Luden's Void Staff is usually when she's online. Caitlyn's got 2 items as a necessity. It's just farm, hold on, and actually hope that EDG continues to play the game slow, but the gold doesn't accelerate further. However, they're not playing it that slow.
Yeah.
But EDG are still breaking open this gold lead. Xiong can't 1v1 anybody. If they 1-3-1 and Orianna's in a side lane against the Fizz, that's already a mistake.
Very well could be, as the top tier 2 is chipped away and the mid tier 1 finally falls. So now, like you said, EDG, they cannot afford to let SMLZ get absolutely massive and risk a potential team fight. Though they do have a lot of opportunities to try to deal with that as they continue to accelerate it.
As well, like EDG, if they're trying to win by picking people off or playing a pick composition, then naturally OMG's response is to try and get a 5v5 where they're engaging or engage the picks themselves so that somebody's dead. The best way to come back from losing games, really, just make a pick.
They've got 5 on that Thresh, though he will be completing his recall to stock up on a Ruby Sightstone and some wards, leaving SMLZ all on his own. Luckily, though, he's got Icon just behind him to help clear out some of these minions.
You know, if a Varus Q is doing a lot of damage to you with his current build, that something is wrong. There's a very big Varus, and that was a lot of damage.
Yeah. World 6 getting flung away from Scout. as he continues to split the map. It's a 1-3-1 from EDG, and OMG are trying to respond. This is the mistake you were talking about. Icon has to match Mouse right
So
now.
it's a 1-3-1, but it's also top focus generally. So you might see Italia leave the lane now and even go towards the Dragon because they're against the teleporting member. They're mismatching their teleports, and yes, Talia can stop a Renekton TP, but if they're going for the Drake, if they've acknowledged that OMG will fight for the Drake, which they haven't, then you'd bring Talia down. Keep the mismatched lanes otherwise, use that to your advantage and chip away at the top turret, pressure the bottom turret and use Mouse. He is the Fed member of the team.
Ooh.
Here's a pivot point.
Exactly. That's the pivot point you were talking about. Icon flashes away from Chum the Waters. He doesn't want to take any chances in an extended fight with that Mouse. As now EDG turn on towards that Cloud Dragon, evening it up with OMG, 1 cloud to 1 cloud.
Yeah, and because there is no contest there from OMG, they can keep the same lane assignments here from the side of Edward Gaming. Has Mouse split push. They should take, I'm going to say, at least 3 characters on OMG's side to kill him. He is very big and
He's-
slippery.
Oh yeah. Is that not the name of this passive?
Big and slippery.
No, no, slippery. Not. That's the effectively no clip through minions and reduce damage from minions.
Yeah, I call it annoying.
Yeah, that
old
should be
champion.
what it is, yeah. As EDG just continue to play it nice and slow, bleeding out these tiny advantages over OMG. And these tiny paper cuts worth of damage are building up over time. Eventually, OMG got to respond. Now, 4 members of EDG are up top looking for the next tier 2, fighting over vision, but World 6 and 5, dodging skill shots, are keeping themselves safe. And Xiyoung is going to try to answer Mouse. He's finished off his Spirit Visage, doesn't have his Black Cleaver yet, so can't quite trade back, but at least he can survive.
At least this is better lane assignments from Icon. And I'm happy with what OMG are now looking at. World 6 has decided that health is the name of the game as well as
Oh, SMLZ, how did they sidestep
Good
that
night.
trap? Oh, man, now they step on it. Mako probably having a hearty chuckle as SMLZ remains passionless as always.
Talia blocks them
Even
off.
the Weaver's wall to escort OMG actually towards the turret. Zed is firing across, and Mouse is now roaming towards that side of the map, outside of vision. If he makes his way around behind, he can get an excellent Chum the Waters into the back line.
They've
Spotted
spotted him,
out by
though.
a ward, though. Mako is going to eat that shockwave as Mouse dodges around the side.
Oh, wow.
Good cask and a knockback. Scout gets pulled in and flashes away. He dies to Xiyoung, but the turret has fallen. It's a 1-for-1 in the extended fight, but Scout drops World 6. SMLZ respawns just in time, and Xiyoung is slowly but surely dying as the command attack does not do enough. So it's 2-for-1 and the turret, but OMG are on the board.
That was a really cool combo out of OMG though. World 6 knocking someone into a thresh hook, which was then into a box already set up, ready to go. But the difference between winning and losing that is that SMLZ is already dead anyway. The damage was absolutely lacking from OMG's side with their major carry gone. And Mouse is able to pick apart Icon, make sure the Orianna was completely zoned once he shows up. But this is a cool combo firstly, so watch how World 6 plays this one out. 5. Most importantly, this hook, ready to go at the same time. So
Yeah.
could not have played that better, except for having 5 people.
It's the small things that
Whoa,
we hope
whoa,
for.
whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
Cameraman was having a moment.
Yeah. Just checking out Pixel Brush.
No, just up and down.
Yeah.
It was dubstepping.
The dramatic cut back and forth, but now it's 7,000 gold, and as we said, EDG are just continuing to play this out. We saw OMG take a fight and find their first kill, though they did give up yet another death for it. But imagine if SMLZ was there. Imagine if he had finished his Infinity Edge, which he still has not completed. Icon, heck, he's almost got his own Rabadon's death cap.
And you know, you have to wonder if he's actually, because he's committing to the Infinity Edge, now foregoing the QSS. He just needs the damage sooner rather than later, and so he is going to be at higher risk of dying. Again, the way you come back from a position of, I guess, a deficit really. Yeah. Is
by
by
taking
building
risks.
full damage. You do have to take risks, that is definitely true, but by building full damage, you just have to play perfectly, opposed to...
5 gets caught by the Sonic Wave, and now a fight is breaking out in the jungle.
Shockwave
Shockwave
in.
finds 3 people, but here's the flank from Zet. He's able to follow through. SMLZ tries to trade, but it is finished off by the remaining team, and OMG are falling apart. It looked great, but Zet just collapsed.
And because Zet dies, they can't go straight to the Baron, so they're threatening mid lane instead. Mouse does not care about your turrets. He will dive you.
He's still tanking aggro before finally leaping around. Xion can only sit and watch as the inhibitor turret is broken. Shattered, really.
And a much better decision from EDG to go for this inhibitor. They can call it quits there, run away, set up one more time. And this jungle control, this vision control that they're starting to cement themselves with, just unlocks the capabilities of fights like this. Firelolly aggressively follows this. The shockwave, also very good. The ball never moved. They all just walked into it. But Zet makes sure they're all locked down. And more importantly, the Fed member of the team in Firelolly hits a great kick. Like, fantastic kick to knock them in. Mouse just comes in and cleans up the scraps at the end. But that was a flank Varus.
Yeah, finally SMLZ has finished off his Infinity Edge. Void Staff was actually the rotation from Icon, so he's delaying his damage a little bit more by focusing on the here and now, because 26 minutes in, Super Minions pushing down the mid lane in game number 5 of this third place match. EDG have got all the control. They are up by 9,000 gold. And OMG, they have got to start winning these fights if they want to try to turn this match around.
Yeah, building a lot of resistances on the side of EDG, so the most efficient damage route possible for Icon is going to be that Void Staff. And plain and simple, if EDG do not die throughout the duration of that shockwave and the rest of the team compounding together, we've seen the Gragas Thresh combo happen in the last fight with Orianna Gragas. They don't die in that, then OMG lose.
There's a very small window that OMG are going to try to play around, but even so, it is becoming smaller and smaller. Mouse, split pushing. He's already got 3,000 health. Absolutely massive. Xion can't do anything. Firelolly eats a chunk. That's going to be ace in the hole. Not enough to finish him off, but the Weaver's Wall leaves World 6 isolated. He's pinned in, but is able to make his way over. 5 gets separated. Chain of Corruption makes his way down the line. SMLZ is snared and tries to kite it back as 5 will walk away with his life. Amazingly, OMG lose no one.
Yeah, Brahm's ulti was going for perhaps the Duke or to find him with just
They're
the edge
turning
of
onto
it.
the Baron on the far side. Scout is just zoning World 6 away, and that's the cask used as well. Meanwhile, EDG have been working towards it. Xion is still splitting bottom, still holding onto his teleport. There's nothing for him to teleport to, however.
No, not at all.
Scout has
killed him.
killed World 6. That's the smite gone. Baron picked up by EDG, and as the purple worm fades, so too does OMG's hope in this best of 5 grow darker.
Yeah, it's now 10,000 the difference. This recall could be the last part of EDG's necessary factors of victory. The item spike, the fact that they're now set up, ready to go. I don't see any way back into this for OMG, to be perfectly honest with you. It's all about how can EDG close. Can they, or do they somehow bring themselves to one of those unnecessary chaotic fights?
We'll have to see if EDG can hold it together. Play composed, play intelligent, just keep on bleeding OMG out. Ultimate after ultimate, ability after ability. And more importantly, objective after objective. SMLZ now has his last whisper. The reason I keep referring his items is because he has popped off from worse situations than this and come back. If anyone's going to do it, it's on Icon. It's on SMLZ to do the damage.
And saying that Icon's one of those players that goes down fighting, not just letting it happen.
Absolutely.
So as these turrets fall, you have to worry for OMG. Their Orianna is probably just going to throw a shockwave on a minion wave, and if it hits nobody, OMG's chances go out with that shockwave.
Absolutely. Now with Mouse split pushing up top, and Baron-empowered super minions making their way into the base of OMG. The clock is ticking. They are running out of time. Xion is doing a lot of damage to Mouse, trying to get through him. Firelolly even shows up as well to help break down the turret. World 6 pulled in answer. That means it's 3 versus 3 on the bottom inhibitor turret, but again, the minions keep on crashing in.
And Talia also threatening the mid lane means that the Weaver's Wall can cut somebody off. You expect Mouse now to go back to top lane, try again. Firelolly can kind of just do as he pleases and walk around the map to try and draw somebody else with him. If there's 2 top lane, suddenly there's actually a wall bottom.
Yeah, there's the Weaver's Wall you were talking about. Mako's in the front. 5 and World 6 force the fight, but 5 drops a box on no one. World 6 being knocked up, but SMLZ is free firing. Firelolly is
Here
dead,
comes Mouse.
but Mouse has joined the fight, and SMLZ has been assassinated. Zet wants to end this series here and now as OMG fall to the ground dead. Xiong makes his way towards the fountain to try and survive, but with 30 seconds on the death timer, Baron's still up for 80, and 4 members of EDG knocking on the fountain. They will turn towards the Nexus. They will end this series 3-2 and defeat OMG to claim 3rd place in the LPL playoffs.
And with most of the base of OMG still alive, EDG just walked it down the middle lane after getting a team fight. It was pretty plain and simple from them in the end. Get the Baron buff and win the game. But Fire Lolly and Mouse come in for game number 5. They get a clean victory, and they spill some water on themselves and walk away.
It's excitement. Everyone is pumped up. Big sigh of relief out of Mako as you see he finishes off that series. That should not have gone to 5 for EDG, for the prestige we expect of this organization. And Fire Lolly with a very big grin along with Mouse. They're like, what are you talking about? That was one game. That was easy. What were you guys having trouble with?
Clear Love subbed out. Koro subbed out, and suddenly
Yeah.
the superstars come in. It's still weird to say.
Absolutely. You can see them shaking hands with OMG right now. Some very somber faces, though they should still be very proud. They have not made it this far in almost 3 years, 2.5 years. And with a deep bow, EDG once again defeat their opponents, having never lost a best of 5 to the likes of OMG.
That holds true.
And it does hold true here. You can see World 6, the newest addition to Team OMG. The team that was 1 game away from being relegated to playoffs, now running all the way up to Game 5 against EDG, going all the way up to 3rd and 4th place in the playoffs. The growth we have seen in the past 6 months has been phenomenal. And guess what's in 6 months more? Worlds. Can they actually push? Only time will tell.
Yeah, but for now, OMG should only be proud about how they finished this split off in the top 4 in their region. It's still a very commendable thing, the biggest region in the world. And they've managed to go from a team that had almost gotten relegated to being in the semifinals.
Of
Still
course.
commendable, but EDG, even though they finished 3rd, even though they finished in the top 3, they would not be all that happy with how this has ended for them.
Yeah, speak with results. Now here to help us break down this series overall and talk about what this means is Indiana Frost and Black. Welcome back.
Yeah, and I think Rusty already really hit it on the head there. This idea of different trajectories and kind of different starting and ending points. EDG, 3rd place, this is not what the organization has ever wanted. This victory was expected, and it was much harder to earn than it really should have been for this caliber of team in the LPL. Whereas OMG, we said them even making to the playoffs was already the victory lap, and they went the distance, like 0 to hero, full Hercules moment for this team. It's now the question of, yeah, can they make Worlds in 6 months? It's going to be harder now that they've got the 4th place, less championship points now, but they're off to a great start, and their fans can only be nothing but pleased with them.
And again, when you look at it the other way, though EDG, they didn't end up in the top 2 for finals for the first time in 2.5 years, they still get the 3rd place worth of championship points. So they will have the opportunity to look for Worlds that much easier next split.
Yeah, it is easier. But again, EDG never want to end up here.
Of course.
And frankly, I still think that they're kind of drowning a bit. They're trying to figure out who they are and, you know, mixing it up in a series like this, starting Clear Love and Koro, things seem to go right, then it stalls out. They go back to Fire Lolly and Mouse. I mean, it speaks to the strength of the organization that they're able to kind of reset like that, bring in 2 refreshed members and close out the series. I don't want to take the victory away from them, but there are definite growing pains that they need to fix before they can take on the likes of RNG and Team WE.
And I wonder if the concern is that, you know, Fire Lolly and Mouse are the best performing players for each role at the moment, but they don't want to have just that as their skill ceiling. They want to have Clear Love and Koro come back in because they are the players that played a part in winning MSI and beating SKT, like being the best in the world for a split. Mouse, Fire Lolly, they don't exactly provide the same thing, even though they're currently better.
Yeah, and this actually creates a very interesting question because you look at EDG, like you said, drowning, struggling with this new setup. You look at some of the best organizations in the world, TSM, SKT. I say this with the connotation that these are teams that are able to put together strong rosters for a long time, and Scout has really stepped up to bring EDG together.
But this is what drives me crazy. I knew that Scout would get the MVP. Like, Fire Lolly and Mouse were not the difference that game. Yeah, Fire Lolly had a great performance on Lee Sin, but Clear Love could have done that exact thing. The biggest difference was Scout on the Talia, unlocking himself, moving around, getting the bot lane started, setting up these big team fights. Like, this could have been anyone, and this champion was pretty much unlocked for the majority of the series. Icon took it away a couple of times, so why weren't EDG prioritizing it higher? Why don't they know what they're good at?
It really does create a troubling question, but of course Scout was still able to pop off in this game. To get back to what I was referring to, the fact that we're seeing 2017, so many organizations. Professional League has been a thing now for 7 years. We're in season 7, and we're looking at the likes of SKT being really the only team to see paramount success by shuffling in new players and constantly climbing to the top. And EDG now, they're never seen really big success themselves. How do these teams sort of rebuild and match this? You're looking confused.
Because SKT didn't I was actually just having this conversation with Rusty today. Yes, SKT have brought in new members, but the core unit still exists. It's Wolf, Bang, Faker, and more importantly, Coma. And it's that grounding force. And yeah, you can rotate in, you know, the peanuts and the blanks and the easy and everything that you want. But just Faker and Coma, if you even want to go back to like Piglet and Pumondu days, like that is what SKT is great at.
Yeah, so extending that, you look to the likes of EDG, the core of that
Was Clear Love.
exactly. And now he comes in for 4 games and goes 2-2 against OMG. A year ago, that would have been blasphemy.
Well, he also picked Elise, and he's not an Elise player. As soon as I
Sure.
saw that, literally backstage, I was like, EDG have lost this. We're going to game 5.
Okay, so then moving forward for EDG, they did lose. We saw they are trying new things as an organization. They are changing out this core of players. TSM, they've still got their core of Bjergsen and that old organization. You look at the likes of Fnatic, they've swapped out their core as well, and they're no longer seeing success. All over the world, we're seeing new changes as time goes on. How do Chinese teams, how does EDG pull it together and finally see success?
Well, they've changed what their core identity is already at the start of this split, and it's Mako and the rest of the team. And like the simplest way I can bring this back to is game number 5 was Mako making the change. He
Yeah.
picked the Braum, and Braum was the deciding factor in getting kills or winning lane or not losing lane. Like quite simply, the support put the team on the back. Yes, Scout played better, but it was also the work of Mako to set things up, have the vision or save fight because he's always there ready to go at the right time. So the core of the team has changed, and that to me is why EDG might look inconsistent or potentially young because they're redeveloping around a new core.
Okay, and if they're able to get 3rd place with this new core, do we have expectations for them to move on and get towards 1st place as Summer Split approaches?
I don't know if 6 months is a long enough time with the skill ceiling of Fire Lily and Mouse is the concern. Like the point that Rusty brought up earlier is that you know that you have possibly world caliber talent in Koro and Clear Love, that they can reach that, they can hit that, but we don't know if Mouse and Fire Lily are capable.
Well, I mean, only time will tell. Then you look towards the other team on the opposite side, the likes of OMG. It seems like they've just now found their core halfway through the split and rotating around Icon and SMLZ, really seeing World 6 pop off and Xiyoung shot calling sort of that late game. And if they've managed to find that much growth over a regular season, we continue to see how they will improve in the summer split. But now we'll turn our attention towards the playoffs, which are happening in just a week in Nanjing, China. We've got RNG taking on Team WE. And it seems like this Clash of the Titans has been a long time coming now that we're finally seeing EDG drop out of the finals for the first time in 2.5 years.
Yeah, I mean, to put it simply, Uzi's never won a title. RNG are in a final.
Yeah.
You're going to say this is a pretty important one for him. Of course, RNG have won for those that have seen it at MSI, but Uzi wasn't with the team at that point in time. So there's going to be a very hungry one-way street running through Nanjing, and it's going to be the Uzi train.
But on the same token, Team WE have also never won an LPL title. So speaking of Uzi's hunger, you know Team WE want to go back to the old World Elite and reclaim their glory. So it's not quite the same thing to Uzi because it's eluded him for 5 years now, but
Yeah.
WE are certainly still hungry.
Well, when was the last time we saw 2012, was it? 2013 was season 3.
2013, they made playoffs.
Okay, yeah. It's been a long time.
Yep.
So 4 years versus 5. Again, these are huge storylines culminating this week in Nanjing, China. We're going to be there. It's going to be fantastic. And which team do you guys think is going to take it? Are you excited for this matchup? I mean, obviously the huge storylines.
I think the first thing that I actually would like to say about this as well is that I'm happy that we've got these two teams, that it wasn't
Yeah.
EDG or OMG actually competing in the finals, because I believe that between RNG and Team WE, we are sending one of our best 2 teams to actually go to the event. So as for who would win, I personally believe that WE should win, but if RNG play at their best, they're better than Team WE.
Okay.
So it really is about who shows up on the day. I'd pick RNG.
Yeah, and we've seen how important that is even here today for EDG. Frost, what about you?
No, I'm in the similar boat. I think it's this idea that RNG, if they can reach their highest, they can hit like a 95 out of 100. But Team WE, they're consistently sitting at an 80, whereas RNG are more consistently sitting at around a 70. So if RNG can stretch and really flex their miracle potential, I think they can walk over WE. But WE are so frustrating and so consistent to play against.
Yes, well, that will be happening in just a few days in the Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena Gymnasium in Nanjing, China. If you can get tickets, highly recommend it. If not, just be sure to watch us live, as that's going to be happening soon. But that's going to do it for us. There's one best of 5 left in the 2017 spring season, the Grand Finals. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, my analysts, the whole production crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in China in a week.
The sun is setting, girl.